The universe is vast with countless worlds. Within these myriad worlds, countless powerful divine consciousnesses have been born. They shatter stars and devour suns. The life and death of hundreds of millions of beings can be decided at their will. This is the era of myriad heavens and gods. However, the existence of the gods of the heavens could not make the progress of civilization brighter. Wars between gods between worlds caused the myriad heavens and realms to gradually wither. In the wars, countless worlds and civilizations were devastated and shattered. One day within this shattered myriad heavens and realms, a being carrying the will of the world, shouldering the mission to repair the timeline named the Myriad Heavens Saint Master System, was quietly born. The moment it was born, it knew its mission was to find a suitable host, to find the true Myriad Heavens Saint Master, to correct the mistakes of history, to change the destructive fate of the Myriad Heavens and Realms. Myriad Heavens and Realms, River of Time. In a chaotic space, that person flew around and said, "Why haven't I found a suitable candidate yet? How many years has it been? If this continues for another 10,000 years, I'm afraid I still won't find a host." Just as she finished speaking, a notification suddenly sounded system reminder. The mark on her wrist suddenly glowed. System notification candidate found. Seeing this line of text, she exclaimed happily, "Phew, I just casually complained and unexpectedly found one already." Finishing her words, she immediately jumped into the system. A deep black hole swirled and she emerged from its opening. She floated among the asteroids in the galaxy. She checked the system and learned this was the galaxy of the Shaotian world, Minor Heaven World. She wondered, a Minor Heaven World. The host is actually in a place like this. Observing for a moment, she saw a young man meditating with his eyes closed amidst the galaxy. Is that man the chosen host? She covered her mouth. Looks like just a human, and judging by that appearance, how strong can he be? But it's okay, being a bit weaker is easier to control, she said, then chuckled to herself. She flew straight towards him. Let us complete the contract signing. A beam of light enveloped Chen Ye. The girl said, even if you're not very strong, I can still make you a heaven-connecting expert to repair history for me. System binding complete. Congratulations to the host for becoming the host of the Myriad Heavens Saint Master System. Version 10. Chen Ye opened his eyes and wondered, system. The angel greeted cheerfully. You're lucky to be chosen by me. I am the most powerful and cutest Myriad Heavens Saint Master System in legend. From today onwards, you are my host. Rest assured, you look very weak, but I am super powerful. She boasted proudly. I will nurture you into the strongest Myriad Heavens Saint Master in the world. You just obediently work for. Before she could finish, the mark on her hand beeped continuously. Her face paled as she tried to finish her sentence, me staring dumbfounded at the scene before her. Suddenly, Chen Ye's body changed, his hair tie snapped, and his long hair flowed down. Strange rays of light appeared around him, looking incredibly formidable at first glance. He now stood straight, asking her emotionlessly, You are the Myriad Heavens Saint Master System, correct? She still hadn't recovered. Yes, I am. She stammered, words failing her. She thought inwardly, what is this guy's background? Surprise after surprise, she gaped as she checked his background. Host Chen Ye, bloodline, human title. Dao Sovereign, Dao Zun, identity. The strongest divine entity of the myriad heavens and realms, from ancient times to the present realm. Unpredictable. She was horrified, Dao Sovereign. Her legs gave way, she collapsed weakly. It's actually the Dao Sovereign. At this point, she despaired and wanted to cry. My luck is too terrible. How could I find a host who can completely dominate me like this? A dignified Dao Sovereign hiding in a minor heaven world. Isn't this bullying? Myriad Heavens, Saint Master System. Version 10 welcomes your use. From now on, the host will return to the past 10,000 years ago, under the guidance of the system, with the goal of becoming the Saint Master of the myriad heavens and realms. Subdue and teach those who were once the divine entities of the myriad heavens and realms. Below is the list of gods. Double-click to view. The system completely changed its attitude. Now, Lord Dao Sovereign, I deeply apologize for disturbing your hibernation. I'll be leaving now. Suddenly he asked, Where do you think you're going? She was about to sneak away but froze. He pointed at the text target list, divine entities of the myriad heavens and realms. Then a series of images of gods appeared on the system. He glanced over them and said, These people look quite familiar. The system lowered its head, thinking, can't fight him, can't run away. I'm so miserable. Chen Ye thought, human emperor, Ji Qianfan demon ancestor, Su Chang King, and also this fallen Yao Sain Tall, peerless experts of the heavens whose fame once resounded. But in the end, they still perished in the long years past. Thinking of this, he suddenly smiled. Traveling against the river of time for tens of thousands of years, I've grown bored of it too. The system hugged his leg and wailed, Lord Tao Sovereign, a child like me doesn't understand things. How about I figure out how to remove this system? Your Excellency, please be magnanimous and spare me. I really didn't mean to provoke you. He frowned at her. Although it's a bit annoying to be arbitrarily bound together with you, I never said I didn't need your system. She froze. What is this situation? Chenya raised his hand, creating a small flame, and spoke. Although I don't know the connection between returning to the past to subdue those former divine entities as disciples and repairing the world, it sounds interesting. Where his hand touched, cracks appeared and then shattered. The angel was stunned. The strongest legendary divine entity agreed to work as my host. He smiled. That's right. Saying that, he turned to leave. Let's go. Xiao Shi, lead the way. Let me go see if anything interesting will happen. She stammered, see coming. Chen Ye identity. Tao Sovereign, the strongest divine entity of the heavens appearance. Transcendent, bearing around 20 years old. A handsome young man, otherworldly and refined. Revered by the world as Tao Sovereign. Cultivation realm, invincible. Transcending time during his travels through the river of space-time. Unexpectedly chosen by the system, he has now partnered with it. Returning 100,000 years to subdue and save female disciples. Xiao Shi identity. Myriad heavens and realms. System, an ancient creation, appearance. Adorable, lowly petite and cute figure. 2 wings on her back, entire body glows, specific features. Unclear. The myriad heavens. Saint Master system itself acts as a mascot, the most uniquely tragic system in history. Originally intended to select an ordinary person and nurture them into the substitute. Myriad heavens. Saint Master. Unexpectedly chose a monster, meditating in the river of time of the myriad heavens and realms. In the human emperor realm, Renhuangji, a blizzard rages. Yet someone is struggling to run in this place. Ji Qianfan, the 9th princess of the Xuanyuan dynasty, struggles amidst the freezing blizzard. She runs while panting heavily. It seems she can't hold on anymore. Her knees immediately buckle. Fortunately, her 2 attendants, Bai Lu, subordinate of consort Ling, and Lu Yao, caught her in time. Your Highness, endure it. Once we cross this snowy mountain range, we'll be safe, Qianfan whispered. I'm fine, I can still endure it. However, she looked utterly exhausted. Suddenly an arrow shot down from above. Bai Lu tightly hugged her protectively. Your Highness, be careful. Luckily, Lu Yao used her sword to deflect the arrow. Bai Lu frowned and said, They caught up so quickly. The one pursuing them is Bai Yujing of the 12 Shadow Guards. He led a group of people here and surrounded them, sneering. Meridians severed completely without cultivation. Body afflicted with multiple deadly poisons, still able to rely on spirit stones to flee for 3 days and nights. The 9th princess is indeed worthy of being the daughter emperor. Xuanyuan values most, isn't she? However, he paused, looking at her pitiful state for a moment. Then he swung his sword, pointing it straight at her. It must end right here. Meanwhile, in the space-time tunnel, Chen Ye dragged Xiao Shi along, flying at the speed of light. She couldn't keep up and called out Lord Tao Sovereign too fast. Suddenly, she cried out loudly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the human emperor realm. The 2 landed on the ground. Snow covered everything thickly. Xiao Shi yelped. Chen Ye picked her up and said, If you can't withstand the resonance of space-time travel, you can enter my body. She chuckled nervously. This little one wouldn't dare, but he still pushed her into his body. Xiao Shi blushed and said, Lord, you are. She hesitated, speechless. He decisively pushed her inside. She yelped in surprise. Moments later, she had completely merged into his body. Only then did he get down to business, focusing his observation on the surroundings. He stood amidst the blizzard, the human emperor realm. It's been a long time since I came here, and it's the human emperor realm of 100,000 years ago. He recalled the character he saw in the system, human emperor Ji Qianfan, who holds a unique place in the future. Myriad heavens and realms will become my disciple. Interesting. He asked Xiaoshi, where is Ji Qianfan? She thought for a moment, then replied, probably maybe we'll run into her very soon. He frowned, asking, maybe, she said. Lord Dao Sovereign, the current system version is still the lowest level. Many functions haven't been unlocked yet. I also have no way to pinpoint the exact location of the target disciples. Although I don't know why she's in the snowy mountains, she must be nearby. Suddenly he called her name seriously, Xiaoshi. She broke into a cold sweat. What is it, Lord? He looked elsewhere. There's a spirit power fluctuation very weak. Let's go take a look. Back with Ji Qianfan, fresh blood had soaked their clothes, dripping onto the white snow. Bai Yujing rested his sword on his shoulder smugly. Facing the 12 of us, and still being able to persist for so long, you two are quite capable. Absolutely loyal guards, risking death to protect their master. Truly an interesting performance. Not only failing to save your own master, but also losing your lives. Cultivation isn't easy. Is this really worth it? You two. Bai Lu and Lu Yao clutched their wounds, glaring hatefully at him, yet still shielding Qianfan. She felt very guilty and said, don't mind me. You two run quickly. If this continues, you two will also. She didn't dare say it outright and stopped there. He heard this and laughed loudly. On the road to the Yellow Springs, underworld, having 2 loyal subordinates buried with you, the 9th princess won't be lonely. Saying that he approached them. Next he ordered his subordinates attack. Send the 9th princess on her way. He then leaped up, aiming to attack her. Although they used their swords to block in front, it was difficult to turn the tide in this situation. Qianfan murmured, does it all have to end here? Just as he was about to strike, a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. All of them stopped and looked up. A sky-shattering explosion erupted. Within that light, a figure could be faintly seen. Not only that, the light radiating from it was also very blinding. They reflexively covered their faces. Qianfan tried to observe, but what she saw turned her to stone. Bai Yujing looked at him displeased. Who are you? Yes, the one standing there was Chen Ye. Ji Qianfan identity, future human emperor. Appearance, 16 years old, an indescribably lovely young girl. 9th daughter of the emperor of the Xuanyuan dynasty, a young genius with astonishing talent, poisoned and crippled of her cultivation base, simultaneously hunted down to be exterminated, saved by Dao sovereign Chen Ye. Bai Yujing shouted angrily, who are you? Chen Ye coldly swept his gaze around, ignoring his words. Suddenly he said, found it. Yujing gritted his teeth. Taoist priest from where reinforcements from the Xuanyuan dynasty right, saying that he brandished his sword threateningly. Doesn't matter who you are. If you don't want to die, get lost immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Chen Ye hated being bothered the most. He frowned, turned, and said one word. Noisy. Xiaoshi suddenly said, Lord, Xiaoshi needs to remind you a bit. This world might not be able to withstand your power, so. Before she finished, he interrupted, relax. I know the limits. Then he suddenly crouched down and picked up a stone. On the other side, Yujing ordered his subordinates, go kill him. If you rotten Taoist want to seek death yourself, then don't blame us. He simply stood waiting for them to charge. Just in terms of aura, he was already superior. He held the stone from before and suddenly flicked it. Other small stones flew up from nowhere around him. The group witnessed an astonishing scene, instantly terrified out of their wits. They naturally couldn't withstand this barrage of attacks. The whole group cried out in pain. In the blink of an eye, a large chunk of the snowy mountain disappeared. The 3 Bai Lu Yao and Qianfan who had been watching couldn't hide their astonishment. Ji Qianfan narrowed her eyes. This person, who exactly is he? But before she could finish speaking, she couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. The 2 girls fearfully caught her. Your Highness. Lu Yao approached him and said, thank you, Taoist priest, for saving us. We are guards of Consort Ling of the Xuanyuan dynasty. May I ask which sect your excellency belongs to? Chen Ye walked straight to Qianfan and touched her face. I didn't have time to confirm carefully earlier. Although a bit dirty, the appearance is 80% similar. Xiaoshi, is it her? She replied. Identity confirmed. Lord, she is indeed. Ji Qianfan, the human emperor in her youth. Bai Lu felt uneasy and asked Taoist priest, what are you doing? He decisively picked Qianfan up and said, Ji Qianfan, I'm taking her. The 2 wanted to do something but couldn't. Their bodies wouldn't move. Lu Yao tried to stop him. Wait, Her Highness is afflicted with multiple deadly poisons. If not treated in time, she was too worried to speak directly. But he didn't wait, and flew away in a flash, leaving behind a streak of light. The two watched in astonishment. Who is he exactly? Too terrifying. Bai Lu affirmed that strike was definitely not spirit soul, Shenpo realm. No, even an expert at the Gizang, return to origin hidden storehouse, realm couldn't possibly do that. We must quickly return and report to His Majesty and Consort Ling. Her Highness has been kidnapped by a mysterious Taoist priest. The royal princess afflicted with deadly poison meridians severed. At this moment she was unconscious in Chen Ye's arms. The myriad heavens, Saint Master system and its host, the strongest Tao sovereign divine emperor of all time. In the river of history, the myriad heavens and realms were destined for destruction, thus opening a new chapter. Chen Ye carried Qianfan in one arm and quickly departed. A Zhengyang city Xuanyuan dynasty. Inside Yunlai Inn, Qianfan was soaking in a bathtub. Chen Ye muttered something again. Falling star, snow, lotus, phoenix, cry, grass, soul, strengthening flower. No 100-year azure spirit vine using the 10,000-year type should be similarly effective. Blood of an ancestor returning lion. Eagle beast seems I don't have this either. Only have Kunpeng blood, probably not a big issue. Also add the Tao One creation fruit and the soul-extending golden orchid. Xiaoshu said, Tao One creation. Fruit, soul-extending, golden orchid. Even in the myriad heavens and realms, these things are rare finds in a century. But this method... She suddenly jumped. Lord, are you saving someone or making soup? He glanced at her and said, the poison in her body is already cleared. Her meridians were completely severed, but repairing them isn't difficult. But to be my disciple, this aptitude is really too poor. Taking this opportunity to cleanse her marrow as well. She's just a child in her teens, using so many heavenly treasures like this. Is it really okay? At this moment, Qianfan suddenly groaned a few times. He called Xiaoshi, come here. She quickly asked Lord Tao Sovereign, why are you looking for Xiaoshi? He replied, the system lottery mentioned earlier. He then held out his hand. Only then did she remember. Lord, you finally remembered. You still have one lottery chance now. Do you want to draw? He replied concisely, draw. Ji Qianfan is found too, just in time to draw a few items for her to use. She replied, all right then. Lord, you can draw the lottery now. Please press this draw button. A wheel with different slots appeared on the system. He observed it, hummed in acknowledgement, and then pressed the draw button. He said, let's see what reward I can draw. Xiaoshi's voice echoed out, let me see how your luck is, Lord. A 5-element chart appeared. Xiaoshi continuously cheered yellow, yellow. However, the wheel stopped on purple. Xiaoshi spoke up, it's purple. But purple isn't too bad either. Lord, let me go get it for you. Chen Ye clicked his tongue watching. Xiaoshi reached the wheel. Let me see what item the Lord drew. But the moment she saw it, she was astonished. A large golden hand forcefully pushed her away. The system continuously warned intrusion, warning. System intrusion detected under irresistible circumstances. Lottery system approaching collapse limit. Xiaoshi screamed, Lord Tao Sovereign. At this moment, the hand reached in again and pulled out the yellow orb. Xiaoshi was speechless with shock. Chen Ye held it in his hand, smiling slightly. This magic tool isn't too bad. Xiaoshi shouted from within the system. Lord Tao Sovereign, you can't do that. It turned out that hand belonged to Chen Ye, reaching in to snatch it. Xiaoshi wailed. The system basically cannot withstand your power. The probability of this lottery system is random. It's not something I, Xiaoshi, can control. He asked back indifferently, why not? Xiaoshi, tears streaming. Of course it's not possible. This is really not what I wanted. If there's a next time, the lottery system will collapse. Lord, you won't be able to use the lottery function anymore. Chen Ye nodded. I'll pay attention next time. Ji Qianfan is about to wake up. Go prepare clothes for her. Xiaoshi obediently replied, yes. At this time, Ji Qianfan also slowly opened her eyes. Seeing herself soaking in a bathtub and looking around, she was surprised. This place is... The last moments before losing consciousness, I remember being on the Great Snow Mountain, hunted by Bai Yujing's shadow guards for several days. Mother Consort's guards died protecting me. Then a mysterious Taoist priest descended from the sky. So am I in the palace now. No, this isn't the Imperial Palace. The poison in my body has been completely neutralized. Also, my meridians are perfectly fine. What exactly happened then? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded awake. Hearing a person's voice, she screamed in fear. Chen Ye spoke calmly, "No need to panic, I am your life-saving benefactor, also you're exposed." Qian Fan fearfully sank down into the bathtub. She peeked just half her head out, blushing. "Who are you?" He pointed to the shelf, then turned away. "There are clothes for you on the shelf, put them on, and follow me." Qian Fan quickly reached for the clothes and put them on, but the outfit seemed too large, still revealing a large area on her chest. Covering herself with her hand, she walked over to Chen Ye. "Thank you, Taoist priest, for saving me, but why you and I don't know each other at all?" "A cripple with severed meridians like me." Before she could finish, Chen Ye replied, "I've already healed your meridians for you. You are no longer a cripple now." She probed, "You regenerated my meridians for me, Taoist priest. You surely know my identity, right?" Chen Ye took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. "The emperor of the heavenly Zhuanyuan dynasty has 9 children. The first 8 are princes. The 9th is a princess. Peerless talent since childhood, hard-working, deeply favored by the emperor. But suddenly, one day, her entire cultivation base dissipated, turning her into a cripple. The Zhuanyuan dynasty announced externally that the princess practiced cultivation techniques incorrectly, leading to severed meridians. But the real reason you yourself know best." Qianfan trembled all over. "Stop talking. Even if you healed me, my cultivation base is still gone. If you want to take me hostage to negotiate with the Zhuanyuan dynasty, the royal family doesn't need a cripple without cultivation." He replied, "Your talent is still there. Your strength can be rebuilt. Don't you want revenge?" At this moment, the system displayed a mission panel. "Accept disciple Ji Qianfan. Make Ji Qianfan willingly become your disciple. Mission reward 1,000. Saint Master points. Mission penalty none." Qianfan, tears streaming. "Want? Of course I want. But I saying this." She clenched her fists tightly. Seeing the opportunity, Chen Ye spoke, "Then accept me as your master." As he finished speaking, his entire body emitted an aura. Ji Qianfan stopped crying, eyes wide, staring at the scene before her. She subconsciously knelt. This immense power made her unable to stop herself from crying out. Xiaoshar beside him said, "Lord, the mission requires the disciple to be willing." "How can you do this?" Chen Ye replied nonchalantly, wasn't paying attention for a moment. Ji Qianfan was forced to kneel to the point of wanting to cry again. She clutched her chest, gasping. Even Imperial Father and the Gizang realm elders never gave this kind of feeling. Just now, in that instant, my body. No, it felt like even my soul was about to be crushed. He approached detoxification earlier on the snow mountain. "I saved your life. That's the first favor, cleansing your marrow and regenerating your meridians for you. That's the second favor, willing to impart cultivation techniques to you, letting you become my disciple so you can seek revenge yourself later. That's the third favor. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have saved you. Your identity as the 9th princess of the Zhuanyuan dynasty might seem extremely noble to others, but to me, it's just that." Qianfan clutched her chest and replied, "I've heard of desolate lands where evil cultivators use their disciples' flesh and souls to refine magic tools for their own use. Do you value the royal bloodline flowing within me?" Chen Ye laughed. "You seem to understand quite clearly." He moved close to Ji Qianfan. "Although you are the noble 9th daughter of the emperor, your appearance and figure aren't bad. Your bloodline is pure, but in my eyes, these things aren't important. If I wanted to harm you, why would I waste so much effort healing you, and even take you as a disciple?" Ji Qianfan also realized, "That's right. Why me?" He replied, "The reason is very simple. When I take disciples, I don't pay attention to aptitude or status. Even with great talent, if there's no fate, never expect to enter my tutelage. In my entire life, I have never accepted a disciple. Seeing you have fate, I value you thus. I, Benzuo, a formal I, ask you one last question. Are you willing to accept me as your master? Won't force you either, just giving you a choice. My cultivation, until now, has been about freedom and following my heart. Only when my heart wills, it can others follow me. Return to being your precarious 9th princess of the Zhuanyuan dynasty, or become my disciple and take back what you've lost with your own hands. Choose for yourself." Now in the Tao Palace within the Golden Reward Hall, Ji Qianfan was meditating and cultivating. Finally, she let out a long sigh. Then she cheered joyfully. Great, I've recovered to the great perfection of the mortal realm, Fan Jing. At this moment, Qianfan was very satisfied. I must go tell Master about my situation. However, remembering it, she still couldn't quite believe it. That day I accepted him as my master. Suddenly he conjured this Tao palace. The spiritual energy in this Tao palace is hundreds of times denser than the holy mountain spirit vein. Thanks to this, I was able to recover to the peak of the mortal realm in just 3 short days. She thought secretly, this master of mine, who exactly is he? Hearing Qianfan finish, Chen Ye nodded, recovering to the great perfection of the mortal realm in 3 days. Not bad. She replied enthusiastically, thanks to Master's blessing, plus the abundant spiritual energy here. This disciple was fortunate not to fail the mission and finally cultivated to the perfection of the mortal realm. Also, this disciple can feel the spirit sea gathering. Disciple is confident that soon I can forge the blue spirit sea, Lanling Hai, just like before. With Master's help, even the purple spirit sea, Ziling Hai, I am confident I can try for it. Chen Ye tapped her forehead. Who said you're condensing the spirit sea now? Just a purple spirit sea. What are you so proud of? Ji Qianfan cried out aggrievedly. Ouch! She rubbed her head. Master, didn't you say accepting disciples only depends on fate, not talent? Besides, the purple spirit sea can only be cultivated by talented disciples of major sects with 1,000-year legacies. Previously, when I was in the spirit sea realm, Ling Hai Jing, I only had a blue spirit sea. He slowly explained. With your talent, a blue spirit sea is fundamentally unworthy of you. Although I don't look at talent when accepting disciples, it doesn't mean I won't have strict requirements for you. The opportunity to break and rebuild is not something everyone gets. Since you have the chance to reconstruct, broaden your horizons for me. The blue spirit sea level is too low. You must forge a golden spirit sea, Jinling Hai, for me, she exclaimed in shock. Golden Xiaoshu beside them also announced, Lord Tao Sovereign completed, accept, disciple mission, received Saint Master reward points, please check, new mission is also available, please confirm. System displayed mission panel. Please assist host Ji Qianfan in obtaining the Human Emperor Inheritance Ruins. Reward, 1,000 Saint Master points failure penalty. How could Lord Tao Sovereign possibly fail? Qianfan was still sobbing. Golden Spirit Sea. How is that possible? Master? This requirement is too arbitrary. Chen Ye replied, it's merely a golden spirit sea. As my disciple, this must be achieved. Let's go. You're already at the perfection of the mortal realm. It's time for you to go out and train a bit, Qianfan called after him. Master, may I ask what training? He called back, Imperial Ruins. Meanwhile, at Yunlai Inn, the atmosphere became bustling and noisy. Someone approached Qianfan, immediately introduced Jade Pond Sacred Land, Yulong Shengdi, and Sunflame Sect, Yang Yan Zong, Master. That leading lady is Yu Qing Xuan from the Jade Pond Sacred Land. At 18, she's already peak spirit sea. Realm a very famous genius in the human emperor realm. Chen Ye shook his head. Failure. Qianfan continued. Master, that person is the great Luo sect's Daluo Zong, senior sister Li Yanhan, whom I told you about before. Also only 18, she has forged a purple spirit sea. Her strength is also peak spirit sea realm. She and Yu Qing Xuan of Jade Pond. Sacred Land are known as the twin jewels of the righteous sects. Very formidable. He slowly blew on his tea and replied, failure. Qianfan's face fell. Master, your requirements are too high. These two are geniuses of the human emperor realm, considered outstanding among the righteous younger generation. Compared to your standards, they count for nothing. If only I had their talent and strength, that would be great. Chen Ye pinched her cheek. Are you blaming me, Wei Shi, formal I, as master, for not letting you break through to the spirit? Sea realm, Qianfan quickly raised her hands in surrender. Master, don't be angry. I didn't mean that. At this time, the crowd also buzzed. Look, people from the Xuanyuan dynasty and Bai Yujing have arrived. They're here. Something interesting is about to happen. She couldn't help but feel a stir within her third imperial brother. Among the newcomers, one was Jibo, the third prince of the Xuanyuan dynasty. Opposite him was young Master Mingyu, the leader of Bai Yujing. Mingyu spoke first. I wonder what instructions the third prince has. I don't recall how my Bai Yujing has offended your Zhuanyuan dynasty. Jibo snorted coldly and said, Your Bai Yujing sent people to hunt my imperial sister. Now my imperial sister's whereabouts are unknown, life or death uncertain. This is all in response to the gift you bestowed, yet you shamelessly ask how you've offended me. Mingyu chuckled derisively. Third prince, calm down. Everyone knows my Bai Yujing has always worked for money. Take people's money, eliminate disasters for them. The matter concerning your esteemed princess was merely following orders. If the third prince wants to assign blame, you should find the one pulling the strings. Venting anger on me. Zaixia, humble eye, I'm afraid you found the wrong target. Qianfan angrily slammed the table by Yujing. Seeing this, Chen Ye quickly calmed her. Don't be fooled by appearances. The matter of you being poisoned and hunted, the highest possibility is that your own brother instigated it. She clenched her fist. Disciple knows this is a possibility, but remembering how Bai Yujing caused my meridians to be severed, I can't bear it. He patted her head. Losing all cultivation isn't necessarily a bad thing. If spiritual power dissipates, just start cultivating again from the beginning. You won't have to take the detours you took before. Besides, in the future, things like this won't happen again. She was moved. Her lips trembled. Master, Chenya continued. With me, Wei Shi, here, no one in the myriad heavens and realms can even think of touching a single hair of my disciple. Only, I am allowed to bully my disciple. She smiled. Qianfan trusts master. But something seemed to strike her like lightning. Hearing Chen Ye, she cried out, Master, what did you just say? He asked back. What is what? Qianfan continued. You just said, only you are allowed to bully your disciple. Chen Ye nodded. That's right. Is there a problem? Hearing that Ji Qianfan immediately turned and went into a corner, Xiao Shi reminded from the side, Lord Dao. Sovereign monitoring detected a signal of malicious intent. He feigned ignorance. Malicious intent. Towards Ji Qianfan, Xiao Shi replied, No, this malicious intent is aimed at you. As she finished, a charming voice sounded this Taoist priest. I wonder if I, Nujia, a feminine I, may sit here. Saying that, she immediately sat down next to him. Qianfan asked blankly, Sister, who are you? The beautiful girl replied, Daughter of the Red Lotus Demon Venerate Li Hongshang. That is I. Qianfan angrily slammed the table. You wicked, indecent woman, what do you want to do to my master? Li Hongshang replied calmly. Miss Xiao, referring to Qianfan as Little Miss. What do you think I want to do to your master? Hongshang moved closer, hugging Chen Ye, exhaling a demonic aura. Taoist priest, am I beautiful? I want to do something comfortable with you. May I? This demonic aura not only attacked him, but also affected all the men around. The men couldn't restrain themselves. It's the bewitching soul fragrance of the Red Lotus Demon Venerate, and that demoness's charm technique. Even from this far, I can feel the spiritual energy in my body being controlled. Don't look. Hold your breath. She continued to seduce brother Taoist priest. Come with me. Xiao Shi, seeing the ample scenery right in front of Chen Ye, rushed to block it. This filthy thing cannot enter the Lord's sight. Let Xiao Shi cover it for you. Hongshang chuckled inwardly. My grand completion, charm spell, plus this lost soul fragrance. Even if you are a renunciate, you must kneel beneath my skirt. She looked him over appraisingly. This transcendent aura, seemingly close yet far skin like jade, and this handsome appearance. Such a top-tier handsome man. How long has it been since I've seen one? Chen Fan beside them was furious, speechless. But Chen Ye only uttered a single word. Crawl. Hongshang froze. What did you say? Chen Ye replied coldly. I told you to crawl. Did you hear clearly? The attendants behind her shouted angrily. You rotten Taoist, are you seeking death? Rotten Taoist, I advise you not to be ignorant of what's good for you. Our young mistress favoring you is your honor today. Even if you don't want to follow, you must. At this moment, two young women were also discussing, how do you think this Taoist will deal with that Li Hongshang Shi and the Red Lotus Demon? Venerate behind her are troublesome figures to mess with. I can't see through this Taoist's strength. Spirit soul, Shenpo, realm. Li Yanhan replied, an ordinary spirit, soul realm. I would have seen through long ago, but this Taoist from top to bottom, I can't detect even a trace of spiritual energy. Aura? It's like an invisible protective barrier covers him without a single gap, Yu Qingshuan replied. In other words, this Li Hongshang has very likely kicked an iron plate. Qianfan shouted, Red Lotus Demon Sect, have you no shame? Chenya waved his hand. All right. He began casting a spell on his little finger. Anger can become the driving force of cultivation, but dealing with these trivial matters doesn't require anger. Today I, Wei Shi, will teach you a lesson. You must remember it well. After speaking, he drew a talisman on the table surface. The talisman gradually manifested power. Then dark clouds covered the sky, thunder and lightning gathered. He continued, having navigated the world for so many years, I, Wei Shi, always adhere to one rule. Don't cause trouble, don't fear trouble. But in the myriad affairs of the world, most don't go as planned. There are always blind fools like moths flying into a flame. If you encounter such people, what we must do is teach them a lesson they'll never forget. At this moment, lightning descended. Everyone was astonished. This is natural Taoist magic. Hongshang's group looked up at the ceiling. Earthquake. No, doesn't seem like it. What is that sound? It's lightning move, heavenly lightning, Tianlei. Powerful lightning struck down. It coalesced into a blue sphere, then blasted the entire room to pieces. After it dissipated, only dust and rubble remained. People slowly got up. The inn is destroyed. Just now was that heavenly lightning. It was that Taoist. Jibo also held his head. With just a casual gesture, he can trigger such a powerful lightning tribulation. Lei Ji, how did he do it? Mingyu also added, this Taoist does the human emperor realm have such an existence. Jibo also held his head. With just a casual gesture, he can trigger such a powerful lightning tribulation. Lei Ji. How did he do it? Mingyu also added, this Taoist does the human emperor realm have such an existence? Yu Qingshuan said I couldn't even see clearly how he cast the spell. How can a mortal body trigger lightning with such might? Li Yanhan replied, wrong. That was a lightning tribulation, a genuine lightning tribulation. Hongshang and the Red Lotus Demon Sect members staggered up, lightning heavenly. Those behind said, quickly, get the young mistress out of here. This Taoist is too dangerous. Mistress, come to your senses. Let's forget about the human emperor. Ruins. Let's go. Ji Qianfan beside them was also frightened. Triggering heavenly lightning is this master's true strength, Chenya replied faintly. Fool. That was just a 5 lightning talisman. Wu Lei Fu. I casually drew. If you want to learn, I'll teach you later. Xiao Shi spoke up. Lord, you overdid it. This could easily injure innocent bystanders, he replied. I controlled the range precisely. I didn't intend to kill anyway. The speed of this lightning strike wasn't fast enough for them to react and dodge, Xiao Shi said again, but look at their condition. This isn't a good outcome either. He nodded indeed. But the problem isn't too big. Chenya continued, Qianfan, lift your head. Look at the people in front of you. Tell me, Wei Shi, what you see. She obeyed her master and observed. She only saw everyone was frightened and stunned and also terrified. She answered hesitantly. They are all afraid of Master, feeling anxious and worried about the heavenly lightning Master brought down. He nodded. Correct. Remember their gazes well. Today, I, Wei Shi, am stronger than them, so they are all wary of me. In the myriad affairs, strength is the true Tao cultivation techniques and realms are just evaluation standards. Pure power is truly mighty. As my prime disciple, there will surely be a place for you in the myriad heavens and realms later. You must get used to this kind of fearful gaze. Turn them into your motivation for cultivation. Grasp the righteousness in your heart and advance forward resolutely. Understood, she bowed her head. Qianfan will heed Master's teachings. Xiao Shi sighed to the side. Isn't the Lord's teaching method a bit strange? This style of using violence to control violence, whoever has the bigger fist is right. Aren't you afraid of corrupting a child who's only 15? Are you nurturing a human emperor or a demon emperor? Chenya glanced over. You have an opinion, Xiao Shi quickly denied, not at all. Lord, you heard wrong? How would Xiao Shi dare have an opinion? The Lord's words are the absolute truth. Suddenly a voice like rolling thunder sounded. Who dares be so audacious? It turned out the city lord of Zhengyang City had arrived. He growled, daring to use evil arts, triggering heavenly lightning within my Zhengyang City. Qianfan fearfully hid behind Chen Ye while he calmly replied, "It was me." The city lord shouted, "Young Taoist talking nonsense. Do you think this old man, Lao Fu, is a fool?" The lightning tribulation that caused the heaven and earth phenomenon just now. Only the appearance of strange treasures or evil objects could have such terrifying momentum. The human emperor ruins are about to open. Not the slightest mistake can be allowed. Young Taoist, are you human or ghost? Let this old man investigate the truth. That city lord exclaimed, "Young Taoist, are you human or ghost? Let this old man find out the truth." But after entering that place, the old man was surprised. Fumbling, looking around, he wondered, this is what happened. This isn't like an inner landscape nor like a divine sense space, could it be? Only an energy field wrapped around him. Chen Ye frowned slightly in annoyance. He opened a Bagua 8 trigrams diagram beneath his feet. Its power made the old man tremble in fear. He just wanted to escape immediately. Just returning to reality, his face turned pale as he collapsed, panting heavily. Then he hastily clasped his hands. He knelt and said, "This junior, Wanbei, has offended. Please forgive me, senior." He also offered him a sentence. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. Cultivating the divine soul is not easy. You should try to cherish it. Ji Qianfan watched, utterly confused. Huh. What happened? Why is City Lord Huo's attitude like this? Young Master Mingyu thought with some apprehension. Just now, the City Lord of Zhengyang wanted to use the bright sun art, Mingyang Jue, intending to probe that Taoist. But the technique was broken in an instant. This Taoist's cultivation is absolutely above even the City Lord of Zhengyang. The Baiyujing intelligence network has infiltrated the human emperor realm for years, yet there's not a single piece of information related to this person. Unacceptable. Upon return, I must dispatch manpower to investigate thoroughly. Absolutely cannot allow this unknown danger to exist. Because the sentence Chen Ye gave him was too profound, the city lord quickly thanked him. "This junior, Huo Xiaoyang. Thanks, senior, for sparing my life." He replied, "It's nothing. I, Benzuo, didn't want to kill either. Besides, the time is almost here." Hearing this, she asked, "Master, what time is almost here?" Suddenly the ground shook violently. Everyone screamed, "Earthquake!" Another person said, "It's the ruins." Li Yanhan quickly said, "The human emperor ruins are about to open. Go quickly. We must obtain the treasures inside the ruins. After them, can't let Great Luo Sect and Jade Pond, Sacred Land, monopolize the leading positions." Everyone rushed to the human emperor mausoleum, Renhuang Ling, buzzing with discussion. The human emperor ruins once every 50 years have finally opened, heard from the clan elders inside. There are rare and wondrous treasures. It's the treasure hoard left by the human emperor seniors for us juniors. What's a treasure hoard worth? Inside lies the inheritance of successive human emperors. Those sects are definitely aiming for the inheritance. Being able to grab a few good treasures is enough. That human emperor inheritance, I don't want it. Since the previous human emperor passed away, I've never heard of anyone successfully obtaining the inheritance inside. Chen Ye and Qianfan also arrived. As soon as he arrived, the crowd buzzed again. It's that Taoist. Surely he isn't also eyeing the human emperor ruins. Nonsense. Senior human emperor back then was a legend who conquered the heavens. Who wouldn't want his treasures? City Lord Huo also followed here. He said to Chen Yesenior, the human emperor, ruins have a cultivation restriction. Only those at the spirit soul, Shenpo, realm and below, can enter Senior Yu. He simply said, I have no intention of entering. The one entering is her. The one wanting to enter the human emperor mausoleum is my disciple. He said, may I ask what realm Senior's disciple is? If higher than spirit soul. Realm forcefully entering the mausoleum will incur the backlash of the ruins restrictions. He replied, relax. My disciple is only at the mortal realm, Fanjing. Everyone hearing him exclaimed in surprise. What mortal realm are you kidding? Li Yanhan said confusedly. What kind of joke is this? Yu Qingshuan also couldn't understand, blurting out only mortal realm. Mingyu on the other side was no different, wondering mortal realm wants to enter the human emperor ruins. That group sneered smugly. That Taoist is unfathomably deep, but his disciple is only mortal realm. That Taoist's cultivation must definitely be above spirit, soul realm. No matter how strong he is, he can't enter. A disciple who is only mortal realm poses no threat to us. Mortal realm entering the ruins. Forget about the human emperor's treasures inside. I'm afraid they can hardly protect themselves, City Lord Huo said. If that's the case, this junior understands. This junior still needs to preside over opening the passage to the ruins. Please excuse me, I must go first. Facing the immense pressure of public opinion, she burst into tears, turning to blame him. Master, you sold me out. He pinched her cheek coaxingly. My Wei Shu, lightning earlier, already attracted their attention. As my disciple, you will definitely receive special attention inside. Instead of revealing your true mortal realm cultivation only after fighting inside, it's better to tell them from the start. Through self-exposure, reduce their vigilance towards you, she replied. So that's how it is. Master, stop pinching my cheek. Chenya continued. Human Emperor Ruins. This is the first mission I, Wei Shu, am assigning you. I want you to enter the ruins and obtain the inheritance of the successive human emperors. She also said, I will try my best. Only then did she suddenly realize, no way. Human Emperor Inheritance. Master. This Human Emperor Inheritance. I heard that since the previous Human Emperor passed away, no one has ever obtained it. There are so many talented disciples from famous righteous sects here, I'm only mortal realm. Even if there is an inheritance, it won't be my turn. He still tried to encourage her. Since ancient times, only those with fate can obtain it. I, Wei Shu, believe you can. You are after all the disciple I chose, go for it. Xiao Shi beside him also spoke up. Xiao Shi also believes the Lord's judgment is definitely not wrong. City Lord Huo announced. The Human Emperor ruins have opened. You may enter to seek your own opportunities. Although many years have passed, the Human Emperor ruins are merely a training ground left by Lord Human Emperor. Casualties rarely occur, but you inside cannot be careless. Understood. Everyone shouted in unison. Understood. Thank you, City Lord, for the reminder. Qianfan pointed inside, forced a smile, and said, Then Master, I'll head in. But he just replied nonchalantly, It's just the Human Emperor Inheritance. Go quickly. Return quickly. She whined again. That won't do, Master. Suddenly a cluster of light beams flew over. They watched intently, saying, The elders are here. Let's hurry inside. Don't let them down. The old folks chatted among themselves. The entrance has opened. Seems the young ones have already gone in. The ruins opened much earlier than expected, didn't they? City Lord Huo saw them and quickly greeted Elder Fang. Elder Yu, your esteemed great Luo sect, and the disciples of Jade Pond. Sacred land just entered, the two replied, troubling City Lord Huo. Then Elder Fang said, Say, old Huo, do you know what happened with the lightning just now? Was some fellow Taoist undergoing a tribulation, or did an evil object appear? Elder Yu shared the same question. Indeed. When we arrived, we saw the gathered crowd at the inn turned into rubble. He remembered Chen Ye and stammered, This matter. Then he quickly changed the subject. It was the Red Lotus Demon Sect, yes. It was the Red Lotus Demon Sect playing tricks, daring to cause trouble in my Zhengyang city. They were chased away by me until they fled in panic. Hearing this, they replied, So that's how it was. The Human Emperor ruins are about to open, yet they chose this moment to stir up conflict. These evil heretics. There will definitely be a day when our great Luo sect wipes them all out. Xiaoshai was a bit worried for his disciple and asked, Lord, are you really okay with letting Qianfan go in there alone? He replied, This orthodox inheritance emphasizes the word recognition. I can help her obtain the inheritance easily, but to gain the recognition of the successive human emperors, this matter can only rely on herself. She opened the data, checked it, and then said, According to recorded data, the historical Qianfan reached peak spirit sea realm at age 25 due to certain reasons, hunted by various forces. She was forced into the Human Emperor ruins and obtained the inheritance. From then on, unified the Human Emperor realm. The current Qianfan is only 15 years old, just recovered her mortal realm cultivation a few days ago. Isn't this disparity too large? Chen Ye still spoke confidently. It's fine. The Dao One Genesis, Dao Wei Yansheng, is a technique I created. Its specialty is that while ordinary cultivators reach great perfection at the 10th stage, cultivators of the Wondao Genesis have no realm limitations. Qianfan only has mortal realm cultivation, but she has reached the 16th stage of the mortal realm. Her strength now is much greater than she imagines. Hearing him say that, she felt less worried. No realm limitations. Then doesn't that mean Qianfan will have combat power exceeding her realm? He said, correct. It's just that this girl hasn't discovered it yet. Shall she settle the previous mission reward first? She replied, okay, Lord, you have completed 2 missions in total, obtaining 500 Saint Master points and 1 lottery. Chance Lord, do you want to proceed with the lottery? But this time absolutely no interfering with the system. Okay, he could only reply, draw. The wheel started spinning, and it stopped on the yellow slot. She exclaimed in amazement, legendary yellow. The Lord's luck is really good this time. Xiaoshu went to retrieve the reward for the Lord. He still didn't quite believe it, thinking inwardly, got yellow in 1 spin. This feels a bit off. She crawled inside excitedly saying, I wonder if it's that heaven-tier Dao Palace level magic tool this time. Let me see. Then suddenly she became panicked. Oh no. Lord, something big has happened. From within a stream of energy flew out. It was a phoenix. The people here seeing the sight couldn't help but exclaim, startled, This is... The 2 elders were also surprised to see it, and asked, a Phoenix City Lord Huo, could it be some junior inside triggered the ruins' restrictions? City Lord Huo quickly said, no, this old man has experienced the opening of the ruins twice. I've never seen such a phenomenon. People ran, scattered, shouting as they ran. Could it be the guardian spirit beast of the human emperor mausoleum? Blue flames. Ghost fire. This fire isn't normal. The surrounding temperature rose instantly. Let's leave this place first. Who is it daring to disturb my hibernation? Those were the words of the phoenix. He then asked, Xiaoshu, what did I draw? But she pretended not to know, replying, I don't know either. As soon as I entered, the entire system space was burning. Wait, let me check again. Lord, although it's just a fragment, this is a god-tier magic tool. He felt a bit regretful. God-tier. That girl Qianfan probably can't use it then. What a pity. But she quickly pulled him back to reality. Lord, now is not the time to talk about this. This nether river fire, Wangchuan Huo, will burn memories. We must resolve it quickly, or it will cause great trouble, the phoenix said angrily. To let me see the sun again today. This chaotic world will surely turn to ash. People shouted to each other as they ran. This fire isn't normal. Don't let it touch you. Luckily, a shield blocked a blow for Elder Fang, but it surprised him greatly. How could this be my protective shield? City. Lord Huo said, this is no ordinary flame. Move quickly, fellow Taoists. Such a phenomenon hasn't been seen in centuries. Huo Mao, formal I, hereby request everyone to join hands to exterminate this evil demon. Protect the human emperor mausoleum, Elder Yu, agreed. Of course, Qingshuan and the disciples of the major sects are still inside the ruins. This beast releases flames that are too demonic. Everyone be careful. For the sake of the juniors inside those ruins, we can only go up. They were all ready to confront it. But Elder Fang was a bit hesitant. This beast's realm is no less than the heaven-human realm, Tian Renjing. Just relying on the few of us won't be enough to stop it. City Lord Huo could only say, must block even if we can't. Absolutely. Cannot let this beast destroy the 1,000-year legacy of the human emperor mausoleum. Everyone charge together. Form the sword formation. Seal its movements. City. Lord Zhengyang Elder Yu now. Sunflame/City. Lord Huo heard the command and immediately rushed forward. Elder Yu also used the Frostfall sword, Shuangluojian, to help. Then Wolfbreaker, Sword, Righteous Storm, Meteor, Fall Blade, Heavenly Spring, 7-star, / dozens of techniques aimed at the phoenix simultaneously. But it just flapped its wings once. One flap of its wings blew everything away. It screamed, ants who don't know life from death. Then it counterattacked them. Xiaoshu saw the situation was bad and said, Lord, seems this group can't win. Perhaps your lordship needs to intervene. He replied, got it. Although it's just a fragment, it is after all a god-tier magic tool. I'll be a bit more serious then. It spewed fire everywhere. and many people couldn't dodge in time. Elder Yu felt utterly disappointed. So many people attacking yet in just an instant. The phoenix, still enraged, screamed, turned to ash. Death was preparing to knock on her door. At that very moment, Chen Ye intervened just in time. He created a shield to block it, then told her, "Step back. Leave it to me. Are you all right?" Elder Yu blushed, beat red, and stammered, "No, I'm fine. This little girl is Yu Guangxi of the Jade Pond Sacred Land. Thank you for saving my life, Taoist priest." Just when one might think this romantic scene would last, he quickly put her down and said, Good that you're fine. Find a place to hide yourself." As a fragment of a divine artifact, I'm a bit disappointed. The phoenix asked him, able to block my departing flame. "You're not like those ants, who are you?" But he just said, "Who I am is not important. You only need to know from now on, I am your master." It replied confidently, shameless boasting. Just as it finished speaking, it attacked him. But this small fry move couldn't trouble him. Seeing him completely unharmed made it a little fearful. Chenya said, "Merely a fragment. Show some respect to your master." He summoned chains to bind it. It struggled, crying out, "Human, what the hell are you doing?" He coldly replied, "Just making you revert to your original form." He took out a fragment. It was slowly sucked in. Before that it could only scream, "No, I don't want to return to that endless seal." But it was futile. It was already contained within that fragment. Only now did it ask, "Who exactly are you?" Even the one who sealed me back then couldn't be so casual. He said, "He is him. I am me. Now you belong to me. Just listen to my words." Then he threw it into the storage space portal. "When I need you, I'll let you out again." Elder Fang marveled at his power and asked, "Who exactly is this Taoist city lord?" Huo, already knowing his capabilities, just said, "Senior, truly unfathomable." Xiaoshi saw the mess and said, "Quite a big commotion this time, huh?" He said bluntly, "This time it's your fault." Hearing that, she lowered her head and admitted fault. "Sorry, Lord, I also didn't expect the lottery draw would actually hit this thing," he muttered. "Senior's methods truly broaden my horizons." Suddenly, she cried out urgently, towards the Human Emperor Mausoleum. He thought, "Wonder if I can enter the Human Emperor Mausoleum myself." Then an idea struck him. "Just happens, I have this idea." Inside the Human Emperor Mausoleum, Li Yanhan panted, saying, "The sect mentioned the Human Emperor puppets are only spirit sea realm, but this quantity is just too much." Yu Qingshuan beside her replied, "This is also the training the Human Emperor left for posterity. Look, that Taoist's disciple. Completely can't tell which school's techniques she cultivates. It seems she's purely using brute force to break the enemy. Does she really only have mortal realm cultivation?" Those two girls spoke to each other. Conversely, her appearance reminds me of someone, the 9th princess of the Zhuanyuan dynasty. Qianfan kicked one puppet, then punched another. She was also getting a bit tired now, thinking inwardly. The technique Master imparted allowed me to recover my mortal realm cultivation within days. But is this really the mortal realm? Why do I keep feeling like my body now is much stronger than before? Ahead is the next gate. Master gave me a chance to live again. Master said, "I can do it, so I definitely can." I'm not okay. Lava. I've never heard that the second gate of the Human Emperor ruins was like this. What should I do now? She pondered deeply. Suddenly she saw swirls beneath, wondering, something under the lava. From below, a lava dragon flew up. It's a spirit soul realm beast, Azure Profound Flood Dragon, Qing Xuanjiao. The dragon appeared very coolly, but one side was spirit soul realm, the other was mortal realm. Then it suddenly turned its head away, then dove back down, leaving her stunned. An illusion. Feels like I was looked down upon. So what now? To reach the next gate, I definitely have to cross this lava sea guarded by a spirit soul realm beast. I currently only have mortal realm cultivation. I don't know where the falling star spear, Luo Xing Qiang, from before fell. If I knew earlier, I would have asked Master for a weapon. I'm done for. Can't get the Human Emperor's inheritance, and will get scolded by Master. What to do now? What to do now? She sat racking her brains, completely unaware her master was watching from behind. He said to Xiaoshi, "Just a small spirit soul realm snake. What's that girl panicking about?" Xiaoshi replied, "Lord, little Qianfan is currently just a 15-year-old girl. Facing a beast 2 realms higher than her being scared is normal." He said, "Very scary. really doesn't register in my eyes. Qianfan. What are you still hesitating for? Hearing Chen Ye's voice startled her completely. She turned around. Master, how did you get in? Don't the human emperor ruins have cultivation restrictions? He replied. There is no place in these myriad heavens and realms that I, Wei Shi, cannot go. I, Wei Shi, ask you, having entered the second gate, why not continue forward, getting tapped on the head by her master? She answered, Master, it's not that I don't want to continue. Look, below is all molten rock, basically impossible to cross. Besides, there's a spirit soul realm dragon guarding below. How can I possibly deal with this kind of beast? He just said nonchalantly, Azure profound, flood dragon early spirit soul realm, just right for you to practice on, she cried pleadingly. Master, this is spirit soul realm. Spirit soul realm. Are you trying to throw your disciple into a fiery pit? Is there anyone who harms their disciple like this? Chen Ye replied, If you haven't dealt with spirit soul realm, then try now. Anyway, I, Wei Shi, promise nothing will happen to you. Qianfan heard this, calmed down a bit, and asked again, Really? He put on a very trustworthy air. I, Wei Shi, only have you as a disciple. What would I gain by deceiving you? Xiao Shi beside him giggled. This silly girl is really easy to trick. Hearing this, she also told herself, Master said so. Then I'll give it a try. This lava is extremely hot. Using protective spiritual energy might barely block it. But this spirit soul realm dragon, Chen Ye saw her dawdling too long and said, If you still don't dare go down, then let me, Wei Shi, help you out. Then kicked her down. By the time she realized, she was already free falling below. She screamed in fear, Master, I wasn't ready. Master, you tricked me again. The heat of the lava was terrifying. As she prepared to meet it, she realized that below was actually water, not molten lava. She felt puzzled. Not hot beneath the lava is all water. The lava sea was just a deception. Under the water is another world. Could this be the truth about the second gate of the training? Suddenly something rushed towards her. It was a beast. Very quickly it snapped at her. But it didn't succeed. She was holding its jaws open to avoid being swallowed. Want to eat me? No way. She kicked its teeth, using them as a springboard to launch herself away. But it wasn't easily dealt with, immediately using its tail to attack. Qianfan quickly used her arm to block, but the force was quite strong, pushing her back a distance. She held her arm, thinking in some pain. Such strong force. My arm is already going numb from the impact. But it seems it also didn't expect me to be this formidable. Xiao Shi looked down from above and asked, Lord, do you think little Qianfan can defeat that snake? He replied, Just. Spirit soul realm. Not a big problem. Qianfan should also be sensing the changes in her own body. But she still worriedly continued. Speaking of which, are you really not planning to give Qianfan a weapon? Letting her fight monsters barehanded feels really strange, he said. Even simple compounds need sufficient body strength to transform into complex ones. Through cultivation can't be hindered. Besides, she didn't ask me. Hearing this, she was speechless. If she doesn't ask, you don't give, he replied calmly. Otherwise, Lord, your way of teaching disciples is really unlike ordinary people. Returning to the battle below, Qianfan was still resisting fiercely. A direct hit, making that snake suffer pain. She was a bit tired, muttering, as expected of a spirit soul realm beast a bit hard to deal with. It rushed again to coil around her. She blamed herself, damn it, too careless. She stomped hard on its body, causing it pain. Like this, they drifted further away and fell into another place. Qianfan focused her power. Let me go, she shouted, releasing a burst of power that forced it to let go. Now she was truly determined, her eyes burning with the desire to win. Then yelled again, let go. Down! She gave it another painful blow. The considerable power made it roar. Then both fell down into the temple below. Lying on the ground, she panted after the difficult victory. Finally done. Chen Ye, who had been observing her performance, spoke. Didn't you do very well, defeating a spirit soul realm beast, barehanded with mortal realm cultivation? She looked at him happily, replying, Ma, master. He said, as long as you want it, you can still do it. She also felt that way herself, so she said, I did it. Thinking something good was coming, he smiled and then said, rested enough. If you are, then, get up, prepare to begin. Hearing this, she was surprised. Begin what? He explained to her the final trial gate of the human emperor. I've already opened it for you. By the way, these two are Guizang, return to origin, hidden storehouse, realm. Both these beasts look truly powerful. Qianfan trembled uncontrollably. Guizang realm. He still spoke nonchalantly. Just two remnant souls. These two beasts never existed in the human emperor realm. You'll have a chance to meet them later, she still asked hesitantly. Wait. These beasts caught Master's eye. Could it be they are very strong? The final trial of the human emperor won't be defeating these two beasts, right? He pondered. Strong, actually, not that much. That silly monkey is called the Savage Thunder Ancient Ape, Manle Gu Yuan. Its meat is very tough. The one behind is called the Desolate Dance Golden Rock, Huan Wu Jin Peng. Its wings, when roasted, don't taste too bad either. Contrary to him, her spirit hit rock bottom. These are Yao Zhang, Demon Storehouse, realm beasts. Master, you want to catch them as cooking ingredients. He replied, the true human emperor. Mausoleum is right behind defeating those two beasts, allows entry. She screamed, Master, doesn't need this disciple anymore, so you want to feed me to the beasts? Hearing this, he scolded, what nonsense are you talking? This is the trial set by the human emperor. It must be passed. You go guard outside, don't let others enter. He did something that made the dragon return up there. That bird beast saw him and quickly shot towards him like an arrow. Qianfan yelled, Master, be careful. But he was extremely calm, just saying impudent. One hand could block it, then counterattacked, causing it pain. And a boom. It dissolved into dust. Before the astonished eyes of Qianfan, Xiaoshi said, Lord, didn't you say you wouldn't intervene? But this is very good. Only one trial. Beast remains, he replied. Daring to act like that towards me? Couldn't hold back for a moment. Qianfan saw this and whined at him. This remaining one, Master, will help me deal with it too, right? He answered cruelly. No way. This is a trial you need to pass. There's no next time. From now on, I won't interfere in trials anymore. Rely on yourself, she stammered. Master, are you serious? The remaining beast looked at her with eyes full of anger, making her even more hesitant. It roared once, then leaped to attack first. But she was focused enough to dodge in time. Continuous attacks were launched, leaving her breathless. She thought, this destructive power, if I get hit, it's over. Suddenly, Chen Ye's voice sounded, this isn't the small spirit soul realm snake from before. Even if it's just a remnant soul, it's still a genuine Guizang realm. Don't think of meeting force with force. You are human, not a beast. Use your brain. Hearing his voice startled her completely. He continued, facing an opponent whose cultivation far surpasses your own, first calm down and adjust your state. Observe the opponent's weaknesses, clarify where your advantages lie, don't get drawn into the enemy's rhythm. The Savage Thunder. Ancient Ape excels at using lightning to blast prey. Though its speed isn't slow, its movement trajectory is singular, not hard to predict. Your advantage is your small-size, nimble movements. Focus on dodging attacks. Reduce unnecessary movements. Find its weak point. Use your mortal realm spiritual power to focus attacks on one spot. Now her concentration was pushed to the limit. She replied, Master makes it sound so easy. This big ape one look tells you its skin is thick and flesh is tough, covered in lightning too. How can I find a weak point? At this time, the Savage Thunder Ancient Ape opened its mouth and launched the first wave of lightning. Although she successfully dodged, it also left Qianfan looking disheveled. She started following her master's instructions. First, reduce unnecessary movements. Utilize agile footwork. Concentrate power at one point. Begin execution to break through, aiming for the previously targeted spot. Discovered the Savage Thunder Ancient Ape roaring in pain. She cheered confidently. Success. But unexpectedly heard a voice stop. The beast began to clench its fist tightly, making Ji Qianfan feel extremely astonished. The beast seemed to have regained its vitality. Very quickly, it counterattacked her once more, leaving Qianfan stunned for a moment, then was thrown back quite a distance. The impact created a large explosion. The Savage Thunder Ancient Ape was reveling in its current victory, making the Myriad Heaven Saint Master, Xiao Shi, extremely worried, inquiring, Mortal realm, fighting Guizang realm is still too forced. Lord, are you really not going to intervene? What if this continues? Ji Qianfan will be beaten to a pulp by that ape. Chen Ye still replied calmly. Little system, you and I both know Ji Qianfan is the future human emperor. But do you know why she can become the human emperor? If not in such a critical moment of life and death, how could this girl possibly fight with all her strength? Hearing the system continue to inquire, what does old master mean? Little system doesn't understand. He then explained further, her mortal realm. 10th level cultivation, that was Qianfan, intentionally letting me see it, since she started cultivating the Dao Yi Yan Sheng technique. She must have known this technique could help her break through her cultivation. Level mortal realm 13th level might seem unimaginable to others, but actually it's not beyond my expectations. This cultivation speed is even a bit slow. The system seemed to understand and tried asking again. Does old master mean that little Qianfan was always disguising herself before Chen Ye immediately refuted, thinking, that's not it either. She just hasn't completely trusted me yet, not wanting to reveal her true strength in front of me. Noble status, supreme talent, the hope of the Zhuanyuan royal family, favored since childhood but harmed by her own family due to power struggles. Her cultivation was destroyed, turning her into a cripple. Her obedient appearance in front of me is real. But don't forget, when Qianfan was on the snowy mountain, her meridians broken, her body poisoned, hunted by assassins. She dragged her dying body to escape for several days, solely relying on this desire to survive. I have never underestimated her. The system was also curious and continued to press, Old Master, what realm is Qianfan in now? Then Chen Ye answered, probably around the mortal realm 20th level. The system exclaimed in alarm again, such strong wind, is this little Tian's spirit power? He quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, let me take a closer look. The appearance of going all out. The future conqueror of all heavens, the human emperor who rules the human race. Xuanyuan battle skill burning spirit art. That demeanor truly astonished the system old master. Can the mortal realm 20th level release such immense spirit power? Chen Ye observed and thought. Before I didn't let her condense a spirit sea, but actually she had already condensed the immense spirit power of a spirit sea long ago. Now she is just releasing the spirit power she accumulated, unleashing it all at once. The louder the roars of the savage thunder ancient ape, the more lightning it unleashed. Despite this, Ji Qianfan quickly broke through them, attacking the demonic beast head-on. The punch created an incredibly loud sound. The savage thunder ancient ape continued to use its fists, punching fiercely towards her. But it didn't cause any harm at all. Ji Qianfan then condensed spirit power in her palm, creating an incredibly powerful weapon. As she fought, she kept thinking, after regenerating my meridians, this is the first time I've used the burning spirit art. This state can only be maintained for 1 minute. I must fight quickly and win quickly. The beast's roars echoed through the sky again. The power it generated bent even the burning spirit art. Nevertheless, it still effectively helped her withstand the attacks. The two sides began to attack head-on. The explosions became increasingly loud and fierce. The system watched with joy. Little Qianfan is so strong that big idiot is being spun around. Looks like the outcome is near. In contrast, Chen Ye looked quite worried. Interesting fighting style, but this state will quickly burn through all her spirit power. It can't be maintained for long. Aware of this, Ji Qianfan tried to attack urgently, striking straight at the mouth of the savage thunder ancient ape. She suddenly worried when she realized not good too close. The beast continued to unleash lightning relentlessly. Ji Qianfan was still standing stunned watching, when she was suddenly attacked from behind by the savage thunder ancient ape, leaving her body covered in scratches. With no other choice, Ji Qianfan had to flee forward. Holding her injured arm, she thought worthy of the human emperor trial. Although this beast lacks intelligence, it's at the spirit treasury realm. Even using the burning spirit art, it's hard to force a fight. The speed of burning spirit power is faster than I thought. Only one chance left for this final strike. She focused on observing the beast's every move. Relying on its powerful brute force to charge lightning covered its entire body. Even using spirit power to nullify it would cause a numbing sensation. Could the weak point be the eye? Come on. If I can't even defeat the remnant soul of a beast, how can I talk about revenge? If I don't succeed, I become a martyr. The savage thunder, ancient ape, roared again to unleash lightning. Countered by her spirit power, it created sounds like shattering fragments. Ji Qianfan also struggled to continue defending. The loud noises grew increasingly intense. After observing for a moment, she decided to use the beast's body as a springboard, then leaped into the air. Taking advantage of the moment, the savage thunder ancient ape looked up. She forcefully aimed her weapon straight at its head, then constantly encouraged herself, "Come on." The beast opened its mouth about to roar, when suddenly a spear pierced through its eye. After landing, Jiqianfan cheered joyfully, success. Unexpectedly, the roar of the savage thunder ancient ape continued to generate lightning. Realizing the situation was still not good, very quickly it counterattacked her once more. Its whole body suddenly glowed, accompanied by a loud explosion and dense gray smoke. The system and Chen Ye were both holding their breath, waiting for the result. When they suddenly saw Jiqianfan running out of the smoke, her voice trembled as she called out loudly, "Master, I won. Sorry about the heavenly spirit art. I didn't intentionally hide it from you." Chen Ye gently comforted her. "It's okay. Actually, your master also hid something from you. The human emperor. Ruins don't have trials with spirit treasury realm. Beasts of this level. These two remnant souls of fierce beasts merely guard the human emperor mausoleum. I intentionally woke them up. It was also a trial I set for Qianfan. Knowing there was an insurmountable gap between herself and the opponent, she decisively ignited all her spirit energy, exchanging it for temporary explosive power. But she also miscalculated the consumption rate of her own spirit power. This time, you can be considered to have met the requirements. After leaving that place, Jiqianfan, after recuperating for a while, began to wake up. Chen Ye quickly showed concern. "Awake? Your master has treated the wounds on your body, so there's nothing to worry about anymore. Since you're awake, get up." Seeing her respectfully kowtow, "Thank you, master," he cheerfully reminded her. Between master and disciple, there's no need for such formalities. At this moment, Qianfan curiously pressed, "Master saved my life and regenerated my meridians, taught me techniques, yet I hid my own cultivation level. Master, aren't you angry with me?" Chen Ye, not wanting his disciple to feel guilty, quickly reassured her. "Everyone has their own secrets. It's not something worth apologizing for. Besides, we're even." Faced with Jiqianfan's loud question, "Even?" he calmly analyzed again. "You were harmed by others, your cultivation destroyed. Now that you have the chance to cultivate again, from the beginning, you must cherish it. This method of burning spirit power for temporary strength will affect your foundation. Use it less in the future." She happily replied, Qianfan understands." He continued, "All right, the human emperor's inheritance is inside. Go in." At this time, inside the human emperor mausoleum, Chen Ye and Jiqianfan were calmly strolling. She exclaimed in surprise, "Master, could these statues be?" He nodded in confirmation. "These statues are the human emperors of different eras." Qianfan excitedly continued, "Master, look at the innermost statue. Below that statue must be the human emperor's inheritance, right? Let me go get it." But as she moved, the eyes of the statues lit up brightly, causing her to stop abruptly and ask, "This is—" Then unfortunately she was forcefully pushed back, making Qianfan easily recognize it as spiritual pressure. The statue began to move and commanded, "Kneel before me." Her voice remained stubborn. "I came here not to kneel. Compared to Master's spiritual pressure, you are far inferior." The human emperor firmly emphasized again, "Kneel," but only received a defiant answer. "Absolutely not." Chen Ye also began to speak at this moment. "I say, don't go too far. Retract your spiritual pressure or I will shatter it." The statue of the human emperor began to manifest. Its voice suddenly became respectful. "The 7th generation human emperor Ao Hongqi pays respects to senior." This junior did not intend to make things difficult for senior's disciple. This is the rule of the successive human emperor inheritances and also a test of the successor's mind. Even so, Chen Ye firmly stated, "My disciple does not need this kind of test. In all the heavens and myriad realms, the only one who can tell her to kneel is me. I have never seen the methods of a human emperor before. Let me broaden my horizons a bit." Ao Hongqi reluctantly agreed. "If that's the case, then this junior apologizes for the offense." After he began his move, Jiqianfan stammered in confusion. This is Chen Ye quickly reminded her. "Qianfan, watch this human emperor's sword technique carefully." Ao Hongqi was mobilizing an immense amount of spirit power, causing Li Yihan and Yu Qingquan to suddenly feel alarmed. What's happening? An earthquake. It seems to be tremors coming from deep within the human emperor mausoleum. Yulong was also alarmed by it. The spirit energy fluctuations are terrifying, Could some junior have found an opportunity? Huo Xiaoyang thought to himself. Today's strange phenomenon occurred unexpectedly. Don't tell me it's... At this moment, Ji Qianfan broke out in a cold sweat and exclaimed, "This is... Could it be a dragon?" Ao Hongqi appeared modest. "Senior, please provide guidance," then began to open its powerful dragon mouth, and used the 9 Dragons Emperor Extreme technique, causing everything nearby to explode and be swept into the air, making her think it was like being swept up by a spiritual pressure storm. Is this the true strength of the previous human emperor? Qianfan's eyes widened in surprise as she saw her master lightly touching the human emperor's temple with his hand, causing cracks to slowly appear. Chenya had indeed made the dragon slowly dissipate. Before the astonished and speechless Ji Qianfan, Ao Hongqi returned to his original form and said cheerfully, "Senior's methods are indeed profound." Seeing Chen Ye look regretful, "Unfortunately, you are now just a remnant soul, your strength not even 1/10 of what it was. If it were during your peak, perhaps there would be a slight chance." Hearing this, he frankly shared, "What is Senior saying? Never mind when I was alive. Even if all the past human emperors were reborn, it would surely be very difficult to harm Senior even slightly. Having received Senior's guidance, I have no regrets in this life. Thank you, Senior, for fulfilling my wish. The mission of guarding for hundreds of years can finally be completed. I am very happy. The new successor at such a young age could pass the test, and has such a powerful backing like Senior behind her. Heaven is truly blessing our human emperor realm." At this moment, only Ji Qianfan was confused, not understanding what he was talking about. Chen Ye and Ji Qianfan watched the human emperor vanish into the air. Ji Qianfan asked, hesitantly, unable to believe it. "The previous human emperor just disappeared like that?" Chen Ye calmly replied, "Originally, he was just a strand of a remnant soul. Being able to persist until now was already not easy. Go get the inheritance that belongs to you." Qianfan looked at the magnificent box placed on the high platform. She walked over and carefully opened the box. Inside were the human emperor seal and the 9 Dragons Emperor Extreme Scroll. She reached out and touched them. She seemed to feel the abundant power emanating from them. Golden light enveloped her body, causing her to cry out in surprise. "What's happening? I'm glowing, Master." Outside the human emperor mausoleum, a golden dragon suddenly appeared, its body coiled around the tower, roaring majestically. Everyone present looked at it, stunned. They buzzed for a moment. Dragons roar. The human emperor ruins a dragon residing in the heavens, means the human emperor. Could it be someone has obtained the human emperor's inheritance? Which sect's disciple managed to obtain the human emperor's inheritance? This is truly joyous news. Suddenly they were enveloped by golden rings of light. One of them shouted, "What's this situation?" Another replied, "Spirit, power, protection rings." Then they were carried away by these rings. In the outer hall of the human emperor ruins, all of them had been sent out. One shouted, "This is outside the human emperor ruins." Another chimed in, "We've been teleported out." Yet another asked loudly in confusion, "What happened? What's going on? Why is it like this?" Holy Lord Xiaoyang showed some excitement, thinking, after so many years the human emperor's inheritance finally has a successor. On the male lead's side, they had also exited the human emperor mausoleum. The little system announced, "Reporting. Old Master. The human emperor inheritance mission is complete. Saint Master points and lottery draw have been issued. Please check carefully and receive them." Chen Ye immediately ordered little system show me the information about the human emperor seal. It replied, "Right away." An information panel appeared before him. Earth-rank magical artifact, symbolizing the status of the human emperor of all heavens and myriad realms, contains storage space inside, an extremely rare amplification-type magical artifact. The host can upgrade the artifact by absorbing fortune from spiritual mountains, veins, and major sects. Amplification depends on absorbing fortune and the human emperor seal. The human emperor seal will convert the energy contained in fortune into pure spirit energy, providing a continuous supply to the host, who read and pondered, asking himself, "Fortune." The system explained, "In short, it's a mobile spirit vein. Anytime you use it, everyone who's used it says it's great." Qianfan held the emperor seal and asked puzzledly, "Master, how exactly is this thing used? Is the human emperor inheritance just this? Does anyone use an imperial seal as a weapon?" Hearing her question, he lectured her by asking a counter-question. The question is, what is an imperial seal used for? She happily raised her hand to answer, Qianfan knows this one. Father Emperor also has an imperial seal. She recalled her fierce childhood and said, when I was little, I often secretly stole Father Emperor's seal to crack walnuts. Thinking she'd be praised by her master, she unexpectedly got flicked hard on the forehead by him, making her yelp in pain. Holding her swollen forehead, Qianfan said embarrassedly, Master, I was just kidding. Of course I know what an imperial seal is used for. He said seriously, the human emperor. Seal is the entire inheritance of the human emperor, gaining its recognition from today onwards. You are the human emperor of the human emperor realm. Logically, everything in this human emperor realm belongs to you, but not yet. Looking at the emperor seal, Chen Ye continued, you need to gain the recognition of the major sects in the human emperor realm, and bear their fortune. The honor and disgrace of this human emperor are tied to you. Convert the fortune of the human emperor realm into your spirit power. Otherwise, this human emperor seal is just an ordinary imperial seal. She scratched her head, asking confusedly again, Bear their fortune, master, I don't understand. He said, Go outside, and I will teach you. Then he looked up at the sky and called, Come down here. Suddenly, a pitch-black flood dragon appeared in the sky and flew down to where they stood. Watching the flood dragon land, he said, For a small snake to cultivate into a flood dragon is truly not easy. Waiting a while longer to transform into a dragon isn't impossible either. From now on, follow Qianfan and be her spirit. Beast. It screeched a few times as if indicating agreement. Qianfan approached and gently stroked it tentatively, saying, Since Master has given you to me, I will call you Xiao Qingke from now on. Hey, why did you shrink a size? Are you scared of me? It cried out again, helpless against her nonsensical speculation. Chen Ye remembered then, and instructed Qianfan, That's right. Now you can try pouring spirit energy into the human emperor seal to teleport us out. She obeyed and replied, Okay, let me try. Saying that, she quickly focused her mind and channeled spirit energy into the emperor seal. The human emperor seal glowed brightly, floating in her hand, absorbing all the spirit energy. A moment later, he and Xiaoqing all began to glow. She exclaimed in slight surprise. Outside the human emperor mausoleum ruins, a brilliant golden spatial gate opened. The main character group was teleported outside, she said, slightly surprised. So we're out already. Still a bit surprised, she let out a sigh. Then, looking at the crowded hall below, she couldn't help but be startled. Master, what is this? Chen Ye answered, You've obtained the inheritance. These candidates would naturally be teleported out. She looked at the intimidating scene before her with some apprehension. Qingquan looked up in surprise and said, It's that Taoist and his disciple. The thing she's holding is Yahan, just like her, chimed in, mortal realm cultivation. So that's it. The 9th princess of the Zhuanyuan dynasty, Ji Qianfan. Jibo's eyes widened in disbelief, pale with fear and sweating as he saw Qianfan emerge from the teleportation array, thinking internally, Qianfan isn't dead. The thing in her hand is the human emperor seal. Has Qianfan become the human emperor? Xiaoyang's mood was different from everyone else here. He joyfully called out to Chen, Yes, senior, could the heaven and earth phenomenon triggering the human emperor inheritance just now be your esteemed disciple? He cut him off, having no intention of answering the question, and turned to his disciple Qianfan. Raise the human emperor seal in your hand. Chen Ye wanted to use this method to answer Xiaoyang's question, and also to inform everyone here that the human emperor's inheritance had been claimed by his disciple Qianfan. Replied solemnly, Understood. She stood straight, raising the human emperor seal high with great presence, announcing to everyone that she was the new master of this human emperor realm. A golden dragon coiled protectively around her, her expression majestic. She shouted loudly, This is the human emperor seal. I, Ji Qianfan, have obtained the human emperor's inheritance. From today onwards, I am the new generation, human emperor of the human emperor realm. Below, looking up at the seal in her hand, everyone started talking excitedly. It really is the human emperor seal. That Taoist's disciple is the 9th princess of the Zhuanyuan dynasty. Didn't the 9th princess suffer from reverse cultivation, leading to her cultivation being destroyed? Ji Qianfan of the Zhuanyuan dynasty has become the human emperor. We must quickly return and report this news to the sect. Chen Ye saw the effectiveness of this announcement was very good and said, "All right, Qian Fan, condense your spirit sea." Right here, hearing these words was like a bolt from the blue for her. She turned around with a worried expression and asked, Master, what did you say? Condense the spirit sea, right here. Qian Fan shouted in disbelief. Master, what did you say? Condense the spirit sea, here. Chen Ye replied, yes, in front of these people. As my disciple, as the ruler of the human emperor realm, you were meant to be the focus of everyone's attention. The human emperor seal needs to obtain a large amount of destiny from the major sects. Displaying your talent in front of these people will greatly help in gaining their recognition in the future. She plopped down on the ground, saying helplessly, all right, I'll listen to Master, but I can't guarantee I can definitely condense a golden spirit sea. She circulated her spirit energy. Streams of spirit energy swirled around her, attracting the attention of those below, causing another wave of murmurs. What does she want to do? No way could she want to break through here. Before, she was only at the mortal realm, condensing a spirit sea in front of the human emperor ruins. Mingyu was fearful now and calculated inwardly that Taoist is unfathomably deep, but Ji Shenfan must die. If she keeps getting stronger like this, it will be a disaster for our Baiyu Jing. He then called Elder Shi, can it be done? Elder Shi Yue, the elder of the life and death hall of Baiyu Jing. He drew his sword, red spirit energy pouring over his body, and replied, leave it to this old man, saying that he carried heavy killing intent and rushed forward like lightning, slashing towards Qianfan. She was currently still closing her eyes, focusing on circulating energy to condense the spirit sea, unaware of the approaching danger. A hand reached out. It was Chen Ye. He caught Elder Shi Ye's sword with his bare hand, blocking his attack. With just one hand, he broke the sword into pieces. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, suppressing the fear in his heart. Mingyu the mastermind and Xiaoyang standing near Chen Ye were both astonished by the male lead's power. After finishing everything, his expression turned cold as he said, did I permit you to attack? Then he clenched his fist, and faint blue spirit energy appeared in his hand. Elder Shi sensed the terrifying power radiating from his hand and shouted loudly, not good wanting to dodge. But Chen Ye was one step faster than him. He flipped his fist over and extended his index finger. The spirit energy formed into the shape of his hand and struck towards Elder Shi. A powerful shockwave exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Dust filled the air, and Elder Shi had been knocked unconscious. His head was buried in a deep pit with the broken pieces of his sword beside him. He stood protectively in front of Qianfan and calmly said, what's the rush? Wait until Qianfan condenses her spirit sea, then I will give you a chance to challenge her. His face suddenly turned grim, his sharp eyes issuing a warning. But right now, anyone who dares take another step forward dies. Seeing his killing intent, the people below were terrified and no one dared to move. At this moment, Qianfan had successfully condensed her spirit sea. A blue orb gradually appeared in her hand. Qingquan asked with some doubt, she's condensing her spirit sea here. How could she condense a purple spirit sea? Yihan nearby frowned and added, if I remember correctly, the 9th princess once condensed a blue spirit sea. Just as the words ended, the blue orb in Qianfan's hand suddenly turned purple. Those witnessing this couldn't help but shout, purple spirit sea. It's a purple spirit sea. The 9th princess condensed a purple spirit sea. Another shouted in disbelief, purple spirit sea. After obtaining the human emperor's inheritance, her talent increased. Another person, extremely surprised, cried out, the strength of the Xuanyuan dynasty has greatly increased now. The 9th princess not only obtained the human emperor's inheritance, but also condensed a purple spirit sea. Before people could finish being shocked, the orb once again turned golden. One of them shouted again, wait, look at the color. Why is there flowing golden light? Qianfan opened her eyes wide. Her eyes too were tinged with a brilliant golden color. At the same time, a beam of light shone down from the sky onto where she sat. Golden light moved all over her body. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in fear, it's golden, it's a golden spirit sea. It's the legendary golden spirit sea, oh my god. The male lead was slightly surprised, but his face didn't show much emotion as he said, golden spirit sea, didn't you just condense it? The little system beside him happily added, ah, So this is what a golden spirit sea looks like. Qianfan was floating in the middle of the pillar of light. Brilliant golden streams of spirit energy drifting around her were gradually gathering in her dantian. Finishing the spirit sea condensation, she gently landed. Turning her head, she cheered excitedly. "Master, I succeeded." He smiled brightly, approached her, patted her head, and praised. "Not bad," she joyfully added. "Qianfan is really amazing." Jibo saw the situation wasn't good. His expression darkened as he looked towards Chen Ye and his disciple, thinking incredulously, "Golden Spirit Sea. This is the real deal. Genuine Golden Spirit Sea. Weren't Qianfan's meridians broken, and wasn't she hunted by Baiyu Jing? Even if her meridians were healed, cultivating again should be impossible. It's that Taoist. What divine method does he possess? How could he enable Qianfan to recover her cultivation in such a short time, and even condense a golden spirit sea?" On Chen Ye's side, he pinched his disciple's cheek, his face returning to its emotionless state, saying, "It's just a golden spirit sea. Don't get too arrogant." Qianfan, pinched till it hurt, replied, resentfully, "Master, you're too strict. In the human emperor realm over so many years, the number of people who condensed a golden spirit sea can be counted on one hand." He continued, "You've condensed the spirit sea, so prepare yourself a bit," she asked back confusedly, her face blank. "Huh?" He had no intention of explaining much and turned to announce to the people below, "Everyone, the human emperor has condensed her spirit sea. I said earlier, I would give you a chance to challenge her, cultivators below the divine soul realm. You can choose to come one by one or all at once. I absolutely will not interfere." Hearing this, Qianfan felt like fainting on the spot. She raised her hand, yelling, trying to stop her master, but it was too late. As he spoke, his tone suddenly deepened, warning further. "But if anyone doesn't know what's good for them and still wants to sneak attack, I don't mind sending them to reincarnation." Mingyu saw that Elder Shi had been killed and Qianfan had condensed a golden spirit sea. He couldn't stand still anymore and quickly retreated with his people. Fear rose in his heart as he thought, this Taoist is not right. Even Elder Shi was killed. "We can't stay here long. We must report the situation of the human emperor trial to Father." "We must report the situation of the human emperor trial to Father, Master. You're setting me up again. You even said they could all come at once. They are people, not beasts." Chen Ye casually continued, "Didn't I restrict it to below the divine soul realm for you? Although you are the human emperor, and the entire human emperor realm will be yours in the future if you want to subdue them, you must display great power." The little system also added, "Simply put, Old Master wants you to beat down all these people. If they don't listen, beat them until they are utterly convinced." Below, another commotion arose. "What did he say just now? We can challenge the human emperor. You go up. Are you stupid?" Although she just condensed her spirit sea. It's a golden spirit sea. Besides that assassin, sneak attacked earlier, heard the elders say he had peak spirit treasury realm strength, and ended up being killed so easily by her master, obtaining the human emperor's inheritance at the mortal realm. Who knows how much stronger she'll be after the spirit sea realm. I don't want to get beaten up. I'm not going. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind them. "You don't dare. Then let us come." They turned around to look, and saw Qingquan and Yihan walking up. Yihan spoke first to introduce herself. "Chief disciple of the great Luo sect, Li Yihan." Qingquan continued, "Chief disciple of the Jade Dragon Holy Land, Yu Qingquan." Then both said in unison, "We request the human emperor's guidance." Yihan and Qingquan stepped forward, introduced themselves, then said in unison, "We request the human emperor's guidance." Seeing the two wanting to fight Qianfan, the crowd of men buzzed and cheered. The twin jewels versus the human emperor. Both are top talents of the human emperor realm. Moreover, they are great beauties. There's a good show to watch now. Let's get closer and watch. Qianfan turned to Chen Ye dejectedly and asked again, "Master, do we really have to fight?" He replied, "You could even handle the spirit treasury realm. What are you afraid of now?" She replied dissatisfiedly, "How can they be compared? In the ruins. Master was there, so I could use the burning spirit art without worry." He continued, "Just be natural. Don't forget your status. Go on." She stiffly turned and called Master, then muttered grumpily, What kind of master throws their disciple into a pit like this? Guess I have to bear it, sighing inwardly. These two used to be my idols. Yihan clasped her hands, bowed, and said, previously in the mausoleum, we witnessed the human emperor's exceptional fighting style. Now having the opportunity to learn, we hope to request the human emperor's guidance. King Quan beside her secretly smiled cheerfully, while Qianfan, nervous and sweating, stammered back, "It's nothing," she sighed, comforting herself inwardly. But Master is right. Right now, I am already the human emperor. Thinking. This, she immediately activated her spirit power, forming circles around her hands and feet, getting into a fighting stance, and said, "You two, please." Qingquan, still smiling, said, "The ninth princess isn't even using a weapon. Looks like we're really being underestimated," Yihan added. The spirit power released, condensing into shape. "Ninth princess is truly formidable." Saying that, the two drew their swords, mobilized, their spirit power split into two directions, and shouted, "Receive our moves." Both suddenly slashed towards her at the same time. Luckily, she agilely jumped up, escaping the attack. Spirit power enveloped Qianfan's hands. She raised her fist, forcefully speeding down towards the two below, delivering a heaven-sent blow that cracked the ground, sending rocks flying. The other two leaped outwards in different directions, barely dodging the punch. Qingquan sighed inwardly. This brute force, indeed, we must get serious too. As soon as she thought it, she did it. Closing her eyes, she channeled more spirit power into her sword. A stream of pure water suddenly appeared around the sword's body. Then she shouted, "Tyrant Star!" Countless sword clones shot out from the main sword towards Qianfan. Unwilling to yield, she used the Wanyuan battle technique Void-Breaking Palm to knock away several sword clones, but a figure flashed past behind her. It was Yihan. She flew close to her and attacked using the sword technique Asura Sword Art, Flying Swallow Landing. With the opponent close, she didn't panic, using spirit power to create a spear. Turning, she blocked her attack. At the intersection of the two weapons, spirit power exploded, emitting brilliant light. Yihan frowned in surprise, muttering, "Spirit power materialization. Is this why you don't use a weapon?" Qianfan held the long spear in one hand and created another weapon with the other. Hearing her words, she explained, "That's not it. I really don't have a weapon." Then, with determined eyes, she dashed forward, shouting apologies for the offense. She thrust a spear towards Yihan with the force of lightning. She blocked with her sword, but still couldn't withstand it, and spat blood. Yihan struggled to resist while sighing inwardly. So fast. Qingquan, seeing her teammate in trouble, used the Jade Dragon secret art to attack Qianfan. Qianfan immediately used the hand holding the other weapon to powerfully swing out a blow, shattering Qingquan's technique. Because of this, she couldn't hold on to her sword, causing it to fly away. She suffered backlash from her own technique and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Qianfan seized the opportunity to concentrate power into the long spear, thrusting it straight towards Qingquan. To her terror, the spear stopped just half a hand's breadth away from her. Her face was now pale, drained of blood from fear. The current situation. Qianfan had the upper hand, standing between a disheveled Qingquan and Yihan, holding a spear in each hand pointed towards them. She asked, "Do you two want to continue fighting?" Below, watching the situation above everyone, was stunned for a long time, sharing a feeling of disbelief. One of them loudly broke the silence. "No way! The twin jewels actually lost. Did you see clearly just now? The ninth princess can materialize. Spirit energy is the golden spirit. See this cool." Qianfan retracted the two spears, clasping her hands and bowing politely. She said, "Senior sister Li, senior sister Yu, you are too modest." Although they lost, they accepted it graciously. Yihan calmly spoke first. "We dare not speak of modesty. We gave it our all. Our skills were simply inferior. Just after breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm, you could take on two and defeat us. No wonder you could gain the human emperor's recognition." Qingquan beside her clasped her hands and cheerfully added, "The ninth princess is so formidable, worthy of being called Little Excellency." Hearing this title, she was slightly speechless. Qianfan ran to Chen Ye, her face bright with joy, saying, "Master, look, I won again." The girl was so happy that the words, "adorable human emperor," could be seen above her head. She was waiting for praise, with pink hearts shooting out in all directions. Seeing this, he didn't hold back his praise. "Well done." He patted her head and continued. But it seems you've gotten too complacent. Qianfan smoothed her messy hair and replied helplessly. Master, those are the twin jewels. Before I couldn't beat them, let me be satisfied for a bit. Suddenly there was a call, Senior. He looked over. The whole crowd clasped their hands and bowed to him simultaneously. Xiaoyang spoke first. Since the 9th princess has obtained the inheritance, the emergence of the new human emperor is a great event for the human emperor realm. We juniors have matters to attend to, so we ask for leave to depart. First, Elder Fang continued. We will return to report to the sect master. We won't disturb Senior any longer. Xiaoyang continued. Thank you, Senior, for helping us when we were attacked by the beast in front of the human emperor mausoleum. Earlier, Chen Ye calmly replied to the thanks. Then everyone circulated their spirit energy and flew up into the sky, departing. Qianfan then asked, Master, am I about to become famous? He replied, Of course this land is called the human emperor realm, because the successive human emperors were all incredibly powerful. Only then could this world gain a foothold in the all heavens and myriad realms. Now, you are not just the princess of the Xuanyuan dynasty anymore, but the future human emperor who will rule the human emperor realm. The weight of those words fell on her head like stone cracking, making her sigh in frustration. Suddenly a voice echoed, Little Jew is that little Jew. The newcomer continued. That brat Kanghao said your meridians were all broken, and you went missing, making this old man furious. She turned around. Discovering it was the grand elder of the Xuanyuan dynasty. She called out Grandpa Feng. Following closely behind was the third prince Jibo. Ji Qianfan smiled brightly and asked Grandpa Feng, Weren't you always in seclusion? He gripped her shoulder tightly and confided, Haven't seen you in 9 years, you've grown so big. It's Grandpa Feng's fault for letting you be bullied. Jibo stood behind, hesitantly calling Qianfan Grandpa Feng's senior brother. He was so angry he almost exploded, scolding, What kind of older brothers are you? You can't even protect your own younger sister. Jibo quickly admitted fault. Elder Feng, please don't get too agitated, it was my fault. Chen Ye glanced at him. What's this old fellow's background? According to the data, he is the sworn brother of little Qianfan's grandfather, the grand elder of the Xuanyuan dynasty peak, spirit treasury realm expert, half-step heaven human. But the data also says 2 years later he died due to a failed ascension attempt. While alive, he deeply cherished little Qianfan. Feng Ho took the initiative to offer little Jew, come back with Grandpa. Grandpa Feng is out of seclusion now. Whoever dares to scheme against you, Grandpa will chop them down for you. She worriedly looked back and forth, calling Master. Chen Ye replied, This is your family matter. Your master cannot choose for you. Seeing her hesitation, he also felt quite surprised, little Joe. After a moment of hesitation and thought, she made a decision. Grandpa Feng, sorry, Qianfan feels now is not the time for me to return. Please convey my words to Father Emperor. When I have time, I will return to pay respects to Grandpa Feng and Father Emperor. He shouted in astonishment. What? It's you, brat. You're not letting the girl go home, are you? You snot-nosed brat. What qualifications do you have to be little Qianfan's master? Huh? Do you dare say you don't fancy our girl? Qianfan quickly covered Feng Hao's mouth, forcing a smile, saying, Grandpa Feng, please don't say any more. Master, don't be angry. The old man is just like that. Please don't hold it against him. Chenya smirked and said, Snot-nosed brat. It's been tens of thousands of years since I last heard such an address. As he spoke, he created a small vortex and directed it straight towards Feng Hao. The vortex struck his forehead directly, causing him to stumble and fall unsteadily. Luckily, Qianfan and Jibo were on either side to catch him. She worried Master why her senior brother also asked in great confusion, Taoist, what did you do to Elder Feng? Feng Ho's body seemed to be absorbing that spirit energy. Suddenly, he pushed the two away, saying, You two kids, step aside. Jibo wondered, Elder Feng, what do you want to do? Qianfan called out helplessly, Grandpa Feng? He ignored her and walked towards Chen Ye. Upon arriving, he knelt on the ground, expressing gratitude. Feng Mao offended earlier. Senior didn't hold the previous grudge against me, and even imparted the method to break through to the heaven-human realm. This junior will never forget such great kindness for the rest of my life. Please accept Feng Ho's bow. Her senior brother's eyes widened in astonishment. What her eyes sparkled brightly as she called Master. Chen Ye spoke. The path of cultivation inherently goes against the heavens, breaking through to the heaven. Human realm requires the determination that humans can conquer. Nature, methods are just methods. Whether you can take that step depends on your own fortune. Qianfan, let's go, she quickly replied. Coming right away. Feng Ho etched his words deep into his mind. Thank you for Senior's great kindness. Jibo was calculating something Qianfan's master could actually make Elder Feng Hao completely submit, and even taught the method to break through to the heaven-human realm. This person is definitely above the heaven-human realm. If we have his help, the Zhuanyuan dynasty might... Qianfan walked toward Shaoqing and gently said, Shaoqing, lower your back a bit, I can't climb up. Hidden mission activated. She was extremely excited to climb onto Shaoqing's back. This is the first time riding Shaoqing a bit nervous. The little system announced, Old Master, you have activated the hidden mission. A bit wordy. Old Master has worked hard. Little system will give you a massage. He read and said, if that's the case, then let's start the investigation with you. Just as he finished speaking, he used ropes to restrain Jibo. He was pulled flying and floating in midair. What's happening? Elder Feng, save me. He also helplessly said, Senior expert's actions definitely have profound meaning. Sitting on Shaoqing's back, he asked helplessly, Senior and I don't know each other. Where did this junior offend Senior Qianfan? What does your master want by bringing me here? Even his junior sister sided with Chen Ye. I don't know what master wants to do either, but master must have his reasons for doing this. Saying that, she turned back and whispered into her master's ear, Master, why did you have to capture third royal brother? Could it be you also want to take royal brother as a disciple? Chen Ye asked regarding the matter of Qianfan being harmed by someone in the palace. You surely know quite a bit. Speak. He was stunned when he heard him mention Qianfan's matter. She also turned back in astonishment, asking, Royal brother you? Jibo honestly replied, correct regarding Qianfan being harmed. I indeed know the details of the incident clearly. Not just me, the other 6 royal brothers also know. Qianfan pressed her lips tightly, suppressing her resentment. Why mother and I never fought for anything, nor did we ever conflict with the other consorts. I am female, also unable to compete for the throne with my brothers. Why was it then? He said Qianfan matters of the imperial family are inherently like this. Actually, you understand clearly, you just don't want to believe it. I can assure you, although I know about this hidden matter behind the scenes, third brother absolutely had no intention of harming you. The reason I couldn't tell you the truth is because except for old 7th, all the other princes who know the inside story have had a curse placed on them. If I reveal who that person is, I will die. Chen Ye confidently requested, say that person's name, I guarantee you won't die. Jibo was terrified, putting his life on the line. Actually, the way that person hid things, the more they hid, the more it was revealed. Things have come to this point, it's hard to guess who the mastermind is. The person who could have this level of power and influence, a stream of energy emanated from his body. It started spreading throughout his body. He still gritted his teeth, endured, and continued. That person is old 7th's mother, consort, relying on miraculous medical skills, step by step. She became medical consort, Shihi father emperor's favored consort. Right after saying everything, that stream of energy shattered his entire body. Mother consort Shihi appeared with a smile and a strange expression, murmuring, Jibo, it seems you don't want to live anymore. Those who reveal secrets die. Qianfan was surprised by her appearance. Shihi, what did you do to my royal brother? She was also surprised. Ji Qianfan, you're actually still alive. Thanks to that bunch of trash from Baiyu Jing. Fine, then I'll do it myself. Eliminate you. The fortune of the entire human emperor realm will belong to me. Shihi. She reached out towards her with sharp claws. Suddenly something stopped her. What happened? Zihi's entire body was restrained by divine ropes. Qianfan turned back to look at Chen Ye, calling master. He spoke. So you even know about fortune. You are not from this world. She angrily asked, who are you? He calmly replied, who I am is not important. Instead, I want to ask you, daring to plot harm against my disciple right in front of me. Who gave you that courage? She could guess what he wanted to do next. Damn it, this Taoist wants to extract my memories. 9 heavens incarnation. In an instant, she vanished without a trace. Chen Ye said proudly. Knowing she couldn't win, she decisively self-destructed her incarnation, huh? One morning at the Zhuanyuan Dynasty Imperial Palace, Crown Prince Kang Hao said happily, "Thank you for Mother Consort's guidance. Your son is now at the mid-stage Spirit Sea realm. I believe it won't be long before Father Emperor entrusts me with important tasks," he encouraged her son. "With such smooth progress, you must definitely work hard. Don't disappoint Father Emperor's expectations. Do you understand?" He replied full of vigor, "Your son understands clearly." Suddenly, while all was calm, she vomited blood. That Taoist Kang Hao worriedly asked Mother Consort, "What's wrong with you? Your complexion has become so pale." She immediately made an excuse to gently send her son away. "It's nothing. I am tired. Royal son, go back first. I want to be alone for a while." He trembled and said, "Mother Consort, then let me go call the imperial physician for you." He proudly said, "Silly child, in this palace who else has medical skills comparable to your Mother Consort?" Kang Hao felt reassured hearing those words. "That's true. Your son was just worried about Mother Consort's health to the point of getting flustered. Then your son asks for leave to depart. Mother Consort, please, rest." Well, only after her son left did she breathe a sigh of relief. Blood flowed out more and more. That Taoist actually saw through my identity. Could it be he is also a transmigrator? Could it be he is also a transmigrator? Transmigrator from another world, false transmigrator of the heavens. This is the real purpose for my return to this era, isn't it? "Little system," she awkwardly replied. "The mission was issued by the system program. Little System's current version is too low and doesn't have the authority to query more information. Perhaps if Old Master upgrades Little System's version, we'll know right away." He turned and asked, "How many Saint Master points are needed to upgrade the version?" Little System quickly replied, "Just 10,000 points will do. The missions, Old Master completed before, have earned a total of 8,500 points. Soon you can upgrade Little System. Just upgrade Little System and it'll be fine." Saying that, she rubbed her head against his chest, acting cute. "Old Master," he hesitated and replied, "Then maybe you should go back." A weak voice sounded, "Master, please save Royal Brother." Tears streamed down Qianfan's cheeks. He raised his finger towards the sky. Qianfan's senior brother's body also floated up accordingly. The wounds on his body were also being healed. In an instant, Jibo revived as if nothing had happened. "I'm still alive." She was overjoyed. "Royal Brother, you're all right now." He went to Chen Ye to express gratitude. "Thank you for Senior's life-saving grace." Qianfan previously, "Royal Brother didn't reveal the truth. I wronged you," she said sadly. Who could have expected that kind and tolerant medical consort? He, famous for her medical skills, was actually the mastermind of this affair, her methods so cruel. "The fault doesn't lie with Royal Brother." Chen Ye stood aside, frowning unhappily. "Third Prince, do you know how to fly?" he replied. "Reporting to Senior, I am at the initial stage of the Divine Soul realm. Of course I know flying techniques." He then said, "Knowing how to fly is good enough." Then he tied him up again. Jibo asked blankly, "Senior, you?" Immediately after, he ruthlessly pushed him off Xiaoqing's back. "Your business here is done, so." "Go," Jibo screamed. "Senior, at least untie me first." Qianfan panicked, unable to react in time. "Master Royal Brother won't fall to his death from this height, will he?" he said coolly. "If he knows how to fly, he won't die." She felt puzzled and asked, "Is Master angry?" He turned his back and confided, "Your master isn't angry. It's just that I feel your Royal Brother is too stupid." The restriction on him within the Human Emperor realm, at least 3 people could remove it for him. Your Zhuanyuan dynasty's Grand Elder, the Human Emperor in the Human Emperor Mausoleum, could all easily disperse that woman's incarnation. Yet he chose to do nothing. This is just making excuses for his own incompetence. She smiled, thinking inwardly, "Master is indeed very angry. He's talking even more than usual." Xiaoqing let out a roar as an announcement. A dazzling beam of light appeared in the sky. Qianfan curiously asked, "Master, what is that?" A blazing red fireball was hurtling towards them. She screamed in fear, calling Master A. And so an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Honglian demon sect's Yan Kuang Lusheng carried the cannon on his shoulder and said gleefully, "I told you that girl Hong Shuang was exaggerating. You guys didn't believe it. Mysterious expert triggering heavenly lightning, right?" Following behind were 2 others with arrogant auras, Honglian demon sects Yan Guming and Yan Jishushushu. still deluding themselves that they could injure the male lead. Their eyes were looking down their noses. The sect master ordered better to kill wrongly than to let one escape deal with all the rogue cultivators coming out of the human emperor. Mausoleum, Shu tilted her chin up and said, "Thought we'd meet some strong expert. This is already the third one. It's getting boring." Ahead, the dense smoke and fire gradually dispersed. But perhaps they were disappointed because Chen Ye's group remained completely unscathed. Right when the explosion occurred, Chen Ye had timely created a barrier to defend. Ji Qianfan quickly recognized the new enemy who had interfered earlier and warned Chen Ye Master, "Those are the heaven demons of the Honglian demon sect." Chen Ye's expression remained unchanged, even showing a hint of disdain. Honglian demon sect. The aura of this sect is truly disgusting. The little system behind seeing its host about to get fired up for a bloody fight felt intimidated and didn't dare interfere. Old Master Little System detects your hostility has increased again. It's just a small sect. So please don't, Chen Ye outwardly said. I know my limits, but who knew if he might accidentally wipe out the whole group? That group of leopard-like folks seemed not to fear death, yet intending to pull out heavy artillery for a life-or-death battle. How could they block my attack? Maybe they have some defensive artifact on them. Whether it's just flashy on the outside, one more shot will tell. Flying heaven cannon blast him. As soon as the words left his mouth, the divine weapon in his hand fired. The cannonball shot out like a terrifying giant fireball, tearing through the air with immense power. Ji Qianfan standing behind could feel the surrounding air being sucked in, and both were about to become Peking ducks. Amidst the fierce surrounding shockwaves, Chen Ye just showed a dead fisheye expression and used his fingertip to draw talisman patterns in the air. As soon as the talisman was completed, it transformed into a large shield, blocking the enemy's fire attack. That fireball split into countless streams of light, attacking the talisman. However, all were absorbed by the talisman, so the seemingly violent technique was like a mosquito biting a cement pillar. Yan Guming and Shu, seeing this, couldn't laugh anymore and switched to extreme panic mode. Lu Xiang's flying heaven cannon was absorbed. How is this possible? And that platter-faced Lu Xiang had to lower his cannon, his face pale, asking, "What kind of talisman is that?" All they knew was that after Chen Ye's 3 purities fire-controlling talisman absorbed the fireball, it split into many blazing red dragon head flames, returning it to sender. With just a wave of Chen Ye's hand, all of them simultaneously returned to their origin, letting that guy know what his own stick beats, his own back means. Hopefully brother has gotten used to the smell of dirt beforehand to avoid being awkward. The Mohawk guy only managed to squeal once like a stuck pig. An explosion rocked the heavens and earth dust swirling chaotically. The brother who charged forward aggressively first was ultimately left with nothing but his belt. The stragglers behind saw this and knew to be scared. Damn it. Unlike what the demon lord said, this guy isn't spirit treasury realm. Is he half-step heaven human, like the demon lord? No, this is heaven human realm. Can only risk our lives. Yan Guming began to cast a technique. Chen Ye wasn't afraid of anyone and continued to draw another talisman. Manifest ancient evil serpent. After Yan Guming finished speaking from the gourd-shaped artifact, an evil spirit in the form of a giant, extremely fierce python appeared. Dark energy radiated intensely around it, glowing like an eerie flame enveloping the snake's body. The python with glaring red eyes lunged to attack as if wanting to devour anyone daring to block its path. Yan Guming secretly calculated, this Taoist is unimaginably strong, but this 100 serpents' venom can corrode the soul, just a little touch, and I'll have a chance to escape. However, that sliver of hope on his face quickly vanished. After the talisman was complete, Chen Ye pointed and said, "Go." The 3 purities, wind-controlling talisman, shone into the sky and transformed into myriad sharp blades continuously raining down. One sharp slash directly finished off Yan Guming, and his venomous python only managed to roar once in pain before being chopped into stir-fried snake with lemongrass and chili. Chen Ye let out a breath and said, "It's been a while since I drew this kind of low-level talisman, so the speed is a bit slow." The trio of leopards now only had Shu left standing there, scared stiff. Lu Xiang Guming were defeated so easily. Chen Ye appeared like a ghost behind Shu, as fast as lightning, sending a chill down her spine. "Your aura seems different from theirs." Shu Shuk Shu, initially appearing tough, now tucked her tail like a dog under a bed when facing mortal danger, quickly begging for mercy. Your Excellency, spare my life. I am just an outer sect disciple. It was the Demon Lord. It was all the Demon Lord's instruction. If I had known I'd encounter an expert like Your Excellency, I wouldn't have participated even if beaten to death. Chen Ye didn't bother with her kind and coldly ordered her to get lost. Seeing Shu Shuk Shu standing there, stunned, tears and snot everywhere, Chen Ye turned away sharply and snapped further. Are you waiting for me to act? This damsel was also very sensible, quickly vanishing like the wind, probably afraid that if Chen Ye changed his mind, she wouldn't even have her belt left. Thank you for the Dao Chief's mercy of not killing. In reality, she couldn't help cursing inwardly at this moment. That bitch Li Hongshuang really got me killed this time. Although he's truly a handsome guy, good enough to eat if my life is gone. What's the point of seducing him? Offending an expert of this caliber, I'm afraid the Honglian demon sect can't recover. When Chen Ye returned, Ji Qianfan was praising him so much, her tongue almost retracted. Master is too amazing. In the blink of an eye, you killed those two notoriously vicious Honglian heaven demons. And the little system behind breathed a sigh of relief, as if escaping a disaster, saying it was lucky no major damage was done. Chen Ye, looking cool and handsome, made a nonchalant remark. They were just two annoying ants blocking the way. Did you see clearly how your master fought just now? Ji Qianfan used her sparkling young lady eyes and recounted. Just now master cast 2 types of talismans, both super powerful. The fire dragon exploded once and sent that heaven demon straight to the altar to watch chickens stripped naked. That big black snake just summoned was chopped into myriad pieces by master in an instant. And at the inn, before master casually drew a lightning talisman, that power was practically comparable to the 9 heavens lightning tribulation. Chen Ye's nose was about to swell up from being praised to the high heavens by his disciple. It was just a few low-level talismans, but in the infatuated eyes of Ji Qianfan, who knew how divine and admirable he had become. Far from ordinary talismans. I've never met a cultivator who could casually draw talismans like Master. When will I be able to casually defeat Spirit Treasury Realm experts like Master? Seeing this, Chen Ye asked if Ji Qianfan wanted to learn his talismans. The girl blankly said, Of course I want to learn, but can I really learn it? Chen Ye affirmed confidently. Then later your master will teach you. For a moment, Ji Qianfan's brain couldn't process his intention when he ordered the spirit beast to take them both to the Honglian demon sect. Right now, Qianfan's heart leaped into her throat. Master, don't tell me you want to do that. And the little system beside her broke out in a cold sweat. Earth Lord, old master, this time, please don't get too angry. At the same time, at the Dark Star Sea, the territory of the Honglian demon sect, people still didn't know that the 82nd calamity of this place was about to arrive. Li Hongshuang was still coquettishly pressing her grapefruit's chest against her father, begging him to indulge her father. You must stand up for your daughter, your grown-up daughter. This is the first time being bullied like this, and her father, still doting, assured her, rest assured what? Taoist casting, heavenly lightning. In front of your father, they are all worthless trash. Li Hongshuang's father is the sect master of Honglian demon sect Li Tianshui. Still unaware of what hornet's nest his precious daughter had stirred up, he was still very arrogant, telling his daughter that father had already sent Guming Lu Xiang and several others to the imperial mausoleum and would definitely tie that person up and bring them back for her. Li Hongshuang heard this and beamed, smiling until her eyes disappeared, saying, I knew father was the best. Remember not to hurt his face. Li Tianshui agreed and added, You girl need to focus more on cultivation. Don't spend all day thinking about trivial things. Although Li Hongshuang put on a fake flirtatious act, outwardly wanting to drip charm inwardly, she was plotting like a venomous snake. Just thinking back to when Chen Ye dealt with her made her burn with anger without eating chili, stinking Taoist. Dared to make me crawl. Thought using lightning could scare me. When my father acts, even if you grow wings, you can't escape. The man Li Hongshuang sets her eyes on no one can escape from my palm, then I'll show you who's boss. Li Hongshuang spoke while thinking of Chen Ye's handsome exiled appearance when he fell into her hands, her wicked desires stirring again. Suddenly something caught Li Tianshui's attention. He abruptly stood up from his chair and looked up high. The sky clear just moments ago suddenly had dark clouds gathering from nowhere, as dark as Sister Dao's future prospects, Vietnamese literary reference. The wind began to blow strongly as if a storm was approaching, making the old man wonder strangely, how did the sky change like this? Could it be some elder wants to undergo tribulation? Suddenly against the gloomy sky tinged with the red of dusk, a huge flood dragon appeared, coiling, causing those below to whisper among themselves. Quick look, it's a flood dragon. Is it a spirit beast? There are people on that flood dragon. Chen Ye stood high above, sweeping his disdainful gaze over the beings below and asked, "Is this the Honglian sect?" Ji Qianfan awkwardly peeked out and said, "Correct, the Honglian demon sect is considered a major force in the human emperor realm. There must be many dangers inside." She was still hesitantly advising her master to be careful and not reckless, but who knew Chen Ye would play so big intending to take on the entire sect? He just needed to stomp once on his spirit beast. Shaoqing suddenly became unusually aggressive, as if it had just taken drugs. Ji Qianfan was astonished to see Chen Ye's worm, which was tiny moments ago, now swollen up huge. It coiled once and became a giant flood dragon. Opening its mouth, it spat out a massive beam of energy, striking down on the Honglian sect's barrier. Let's see if everyone is impressed. At this moment, the Honglian sect's gate-guarding gem seemed to sense a large external impact and immediately activated its defense mechanism. From the center of the sect, a red pillar of energy shot straight into the sky, as if piercing the clouds, forming an arched barrier covering the outside of the sect, blocking the external attack. The people of the sect panicked, whispering that it was the sect-protecting Grand Array. What level of attack is this to actually trigger the sect's Grand Array? However, when you've provoked the wrong person, even if the sky falls, it can't save this situation. Facing such powerful energy beams, cracks also appeared on this barrier, and then it shattered completely. The sect members hurriedly scattered like ducks. The Grand Array is broken. Fire's coming. Run quickly. The blow struck directly down onto the main hall. At that time, people noticed there was another stream of energy from the ground. Li Tianshui, blind to the formidable opponent, rashly jumped up, intending to fight the stranger one-on-one who dares to act so arrogantly in my Honglian demon sect. Dare to destroy my sect-protecting Earth Array. The old man said it, and then struck out with a palm force to counter the external attack. The two different shockwaves collided, creating a violent tremor. Li Tianshui could actually push back Shaoqing's energy beam. Ji Qianfan warned Chen Ye, "Master, he's flying over." Chen Ye said nothing and simply drew another talisman in the air. Li Tianshui, unaware his number was up, chose a move that went straight to hell, concentrating palm force into his palms. Then, intending to use one blow to finish off the invader wicked beast, quickly offer your life, Honglian demon vortex. Li Tianshui, ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, quickly closed in on Chen Ye, thinking he could intimidate with the title of Honglian demon sect master, but little did he know his own level was still green and immature. Chen Ye used the talisman to completely absorb Li Tianshui's palm force, then gathered the counterforce into dragon heads, letting him taste his own medicine for once. Seeing the old man like to show off, Chen Ye gave him a scene as fiery as New Year's Eve. Ji Qianfan beside him, her face drained of color, seeing her master playing a bit too big. "Master, although I know you're powerful, this is too exaggerated. The Honglian demon sect is also a powerful existence in the human emperor realm. Yet you defeated them so easily." Chen Ye quickly reassured her lest his disciple's small heart jump out. He has some items on him so he won't die that easily. Just as Chen Ye said after the dust cloud created by the palm force dispersed, Li Tianshui could still stand not yet gone to meet his ancestors. Unfortunately, he had transformed into a hideous demon lord form. Li Tianshui now accepted lowering his head instead of keeping his face parallel to the sky as before. Respectfully before Chen Ye. "Your Excellency is an expert from which region, with such a realm still remaining in the human emperor realm, not ascending to the heavens? This humble one doesn't recall offending a figure like Your Excellency." At this moment, the system unexpectedly displayed a notification for a hidden mission, so the little system happily informed Chen Ye, "Old Master, you have once again activated a hidden mission. Please choose to accept or reject." The notification board stated the mission: exterminate the followers of the otherworld invader. Chen Ye silently pressed the accept button, then turned with sharp, cold eyes to glare at the other guy. You sent people to intercept and kill me, and now you ask who I am. Li Tianshu at this point was probably scared enough to need several diapers. I killed 2 people and let 1 female run. However, thinking about it, she probably didn't return to report to you. Li Tianshui heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, cursing inwardly. Damn Yan Ji. Today I've thoroughly offended this person. This person's strength is so terrifying. Today's matter likely cannot be overlooked. He had no choice but to bow his head and apologize to preserve his life. Senior previous offenses were the fault of my Honglian sect, but I think there might be some misunderstanding in this matter. I hope Senior, being magnanimous, won't hold it against this rash Junior. My Honglian sect is willing to pay any price, a great price. As compensation, Chen Ye found it amusing and asked back, any price, even a great price. Senior, please just state it. A terrifyingly sharp glint flashed in Chen Ye's eyes. I want your Honglian demon sect to disappear from the human emperor realm. Are you willing or not? This statement was like an axe hitting a sparrow's head, making Li Tianshui's limbs go weak. Although people from your Honglian demon sect have appeared before me many times, but that's not the reason you deserve to die. The reason lies in the spirit, energy aura within your bodies that does not belong to the human emperor realm. You chose to establish your sect here. Beneath it are vast amounts of cultivators' bones and countless imprisoned souls. You can hide it from the world, but how can you hide it from me? You use these things as your foundation for cultivation. If this matter gets out, the Honglian demon sect is enough to be besieged by all the righteous sects. However, these are matters of the human emperor realm. I have no interest in interfering. It's just that the existence from outside the human emperor realm that you worship and revere must die today. Hearing Chen Ye's words, Li Tianshui just smirked. Immediately after, he laughed as if having a bumper harvest. Unexpected. The secret. My Honglian demon sect has hidden for hundreds of years, was discovered by a Taoist who appeared out of nowhere. So your main purpose for coming here today is the existence sealed beneath this lava. Meaning, my Honglian demon sect cannot escape no matter what right. Since you are at the heaven-human realm, the strength of my entire sect is no match for you, but the one sealed below will definitely be very interested in your heaven-human realm soul. Since it's death either way, then let's have a desperate fight. Saying that, Li Tianshui shot 2 beams of power from his chest, crossing into an X shape. Then he applied force to push them towards the hot lava below Scarlet Flame's inferno, buried deep in the dark earth. Extraterrestrial fire from the world's end. Manifest wrathful Asura. A giant hand responded to Li Tianshui's summons, rising from the lava stream below. Following that, a giant demonic beast with a slender figure rose up. That demonic beast is known as the lava demon god, wrathful Asura. Its size is equivalent to dozens of Honglian demon sects combined. Its appearance caused a huge tremor, making the demon cultivators below panic. Jiqian Fan, who had been hiding behind Chen Ye, now peeked out, so readers wouldn't forget her existence. Such strong spiritual pressure. Master, what is this? A demon creature not belonging to the human emperor realm. Li Tianshui, now with backing, couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. The demon god descends, destroying all things. Mortals who oppose my sect must all die. Stinking Taoist. You don't know what's good for you. So what if your heaven-human realm? With the demon god emerged, I want you dead without a burial place. While he was bragging triumphantly, Li Hongshuang ran over in panic. Father, is this the demon god the sect has always worshipped? Correct. This is the ancient demon god, wrathful Asura, sealed here by the 5th generation, human emperor back then. Also, the true trump card that allows my demon sect to stand tall in the human emperor realm, opposing the so-called righteous famous sects. Wrathful Asura. In the entire human emperor realm, only I, the sect master of Honglian demon sect, know of your true existence. Now I have released your seal. I now order you to burn that stinking Taoist in the sky to ashes. Wrathful Asura said nothing, just stared intently at Li Tianshui, thinking inwardly, 800 years. Human emperor. Mo Tianya sealed me in this godforsaken place where I couldn't see the sun. Now a half-step heaven-human trash dares to order me around. Thinking this, it slowly drew a sword from the lava surface. Li Tianshui saw this and broke out in a cold sweat. I released your seal. You must fight for me. The only response he got was a flaming sword tip hurtling towards him. This strike carried the contemptuous anger of wrathful Asura. Facing this sword tip, Li Tianshui could only helplessly scream, "No." This blow descended like heavenly judgment, directly piercing through the entire Honglian demon sect. Then wrathful Asura gently swung its sword, sending the flying island away like trash. Human Emperor Mo Tianya. For that grudge back then, let your world pay. I will use endless raging fire to burn this world clean. Master, this demon god has gone crazy. What do we do now? Ji Qianfan, witnessing the previous scene, couldn't help but ask in panic. Qianfan, didn't you want to learn talismans? Come here. This unexpected suggestion from Chen Ye left Qianfan slightly confused. Qianfan initially wanted to comment, but was sternly reminded by Chen Ye to focus her mind, look ahead, and gather spirit power at one point. Being a good girl and disciple, Qianfan tried her best to remind herself to focus her mind. But between her heart and reason, she chose to follow her heart, letting her mind wander. It's still the first time being this close to Master. Before I never noticed. Master has a faint fragrance. Too close. How can you tell me to focus my mind like this? Contrary to the romantic scene of the master and disciple pair, wrathful Asura was still full of rage, relentlessly smashing things, die ignorant, stinking ants. Suddenly something caught its attention. Wrathful Asura looked towards one direction in confusion. That is, not far away, an aura was continuously swirling out from within a mass of energy. At that moment, there was a sense of familiarity. Wait, that is... The Human Emperor Aura of Tiansha, Heavenly Killer. The Human Emperor Aura of Tiansha. Master Chen Ye placed his hand on Ji Qianfan's shoulder. She seemed to feel a special and powerful energy source. Chen Ye was currently trying to transfer power to his disciple. He told her, "Focus now and control your spirit. Well, this master will transfer spiritual power to you." The two seemed connected, emitting a brilliant light. Seeing his disciple trying hard to focus her energy, Master Chen Ye encouraged her. Try to endure as long as possible. The longer you hold on, the greater your breakthrough in cultivation realms will be later. Hearing the encouragement, she tightly closed her eyes, trying her best to concentrate her voice. Trembling, Qianfan will try her best. While she was concentrating fully, suddenly a giant rock hurtled from nowhere at rocket speed and exploded, destroying a large area. It seemed to be the Human Emperor. A voice rang out, questioning, "Why have you appeared here?" That sphere made it impossible for Ji Qianfan to concentrate. Her voice softly called out. Master Chen Ye continued to encourage her. "Pay it no mind. Focus on controlling your spiritual power." After exploding, the sphere suddenly formed into a huge monster. It was ferocious and surrounded by powerful flames, with a sharp sword appearing in its hand. It said to Chen Ye, 800 years, and you're still a lingering ghost. After speaking, it charged forward rapidly, as if wanting to destroy the world. Smoke, fire, and dust were everywhere around it. It roared, "Then be destroyed, along with your Human Emperor realm." It rushed forward with the sharp flame sword, which seemed to contain immense power, burning and destroying the land. Although trying not to pay attention, the power was too formidable. Chen Ye frowned uncomfortably and sighed. Continuing to ignore it, Chen Ye and Ji Qianfan tried their best to focus their spiritual power. She was close to unleashing her strength. She and her master seemed linked. From the fire monster's sharp flame, sword and attack rapidly approached the master and disciple. This was the Ling Xiao Fu Zhang Jing Hua, soaring clouds, hidden store mirror flower technique. It continued forward and gradually pierced the protective barrier created by Chen Ye, and that protective barrier swallowed the entire flame sword. The Human Emperor creature was stunned, wondering about the swift disappearance of its flame sword. Qianfan kept her eyes tightly shut. Perhaps she was about to master the technique. She focused with all her might. And then she screamed loudly, her whole body seemingly exploding. A dazzling beam of light shot from her finger. She yelled loudly to her master, "I've reached my limit." Chen Ye, standing behind, watched calmly. A stream of blue light emanated from him. A bolt of lightning shot from Qianfan's hand, flashing across the sky. It formed a colossal and violent lightning tornado. From the center of the tornado, several sparks shot out, striking the ground with fierce, booming sounds. It grew stronger and stronger, swirling like a hurricane in the dark sky. What a formidable technique. The monster was astonished, unable to believe its eyes. Could this be a heavenly tribulation? Tianji, impossible? However, just seconds later, its attitude changed. It spoke with contempt. Just a thunder tribulation, Lei Ji, from the human emperor realm. What can it do to me? Its body continued to blaze with powerful flames. It continued to laugh loudly. Wait until I gather my power. One punch will shatter all of you. Suddenly, the hurricane tornado in the sky slowed somewhat, making cracking sounds as if being crushed by someone. It was the fire monster. It charged upwards majestically without hesitation. The immense power from its body destroyed the land. Everything around was thrown into chaos. But it suddenly stopped short and stared into the middle of the lightning tornado. It seemed unable to destroy the technique created by Qianfan. It wondered to itself, this technique, how can it be so powerful? From the midst of that hurricane, a huge and intense beam of light struck out. Rocks and earth all around were swept along. Just one lightning bolt, but the destructive power was terrifying. Could it rival the Big Bang? Truly horrifying. After executing the technique, Ji Qianfan seemed to have lost all her strength. She tightly closed her eyes and staggered in the middle of the ground. Seeing this, her master immediately came and held her in his arms to help her recover. The little angel nearby exclaimed at her extraordinary power. Little Qianfan is truly formidable. My face nearly exploded. That big guy has been turned to ashes, so intense. Chen Ye gently placed her on the ground. His voice rang out in response to the angel. What a pity. Just a little bit short. The angel was bewildered. Wasn't that monster already destroyed? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, making crackling sounds and emitting smoke as if something was inside. The fire figure jumped up as if nothing had happened, but it was still wary of the Ju Tian Lei Ji, 9 Heavens Thunder Tribulation technique. How could this small world possibly descend a heavenly thunder, Tian Lei, of this level? The angel astonished Oi Oi Oi, the demon god, Mo Shen, isn't dead yet. It thought to itself, it was my carelessness. Wait until this demon god recovers his spiritual power. At the same time, the master flew up into the sky to confront the demon god. Chenya asked, Do you think you still have that chance? He frowned, his voice filled with contempt, as he warned the monster, merely a Huayu, domain transformation. Demon god dares to call himself a god before this seat, Benzuo. It was surprised once again, hesitantly looking at the person flying before it and asking, You are not from this world, who are you? He remained indifferent, paying no heed to its meaningless words. A powerful magical beam shot from his hand. It moved at the speed of light and quickly pierced through the demon god's body. It screamed in pain. Impossible. Boom. A violent sound echoed. Would it truly be defeated this time? Chen Ye continued his technique, which gradually burned the demon god's entire body. Cracking sounds came from its fractured form. He used all his strength for the final technique. Another terrifying explosion occurred. The demon god was completely defeated. Parts of its body cracked and fell to the ground amidst the ashes. Thump, thump, its entire body was destroyed. The explosion gradually faded. The demon figure was utterly annihilated. Only ashes remained on the ground. The little angel flew beside Chen Ye, asking curiously, Old master killing a demon god and punching such a big hole in the cave, are you looking for treasures? He quickly replied, Sealing the chi luck beneath this island will be more effective. After a long journey, the angel and Chen Ye finally reached the place where Qianfan was resting and recovering. It worried about her, asking, Little Qianfan will be all right, won't she? Perhaps fully aware of his disciple's condition, he quickly reassured it. Her body is not in danger. It's just mental exhaustion and depleted strength, truly a master with both heart and vision. The two continued their discussion. It seemed the angel had many questions. It wanted answered, so it asked again. Little she doesn't understand. Lao, why did you want to infuse spiritual power into little Qianfan? He pondered for a moment, then answered it. Regardless of whether they are human or another race, as long as they are intelligent beings, there is one common point. Fear of the unknown. Chen Ye seemed a bit worried. His eyes conveyed it all. He continued in a low voice. Breaking through realms naturally grants powerful strength, but many people fear breakthroughs due to reasons like cultivation technique, backlash, thunder tribulations, and other things. Since ancient times, limited by the fear of death, many people have stagnated in their cultivation throughout their lives. That is truly regrettable. Letting Qianfan experience the spiritual power of higher realms early on will make her future cultivation path smoother. Truly a teacher devoted to his student. Handsome and considerate too. I wish I could have him as my teacher. The little angel beside him brightened up, happy and glad to understand. It thought this was a legitimate flex. Hack. It raised its hand as if mimicking Qianfan's powerful technique. No wonder Lao Ye used it. It was also to let Qianfan feel the power of the Lei Jai beforehand, so she won't be afraid when facing her tribulation later. This scribe thought Lao Ye was pursuing some ritual, that's why he let Qianfan act. While the two were engrossed in conversation, a giant python gradually approached from the cave ceiling. At the same time, Qianfan stirred. It seemed she had woken up. She spoke intermittently. Master meridians are filled. Her whole body flushed red uncomfortably. Her cheeks were flushed red. Her head shook side to side uncomfortably as she groaned softly. Suddenly a huge object brushed past her hair, making it stand on end. She was terrified, her eyes wide with fear, not daring to move, and screamed loudly for help. Qianfan gradually calmed down, her breathing more even. Her eyes also widened as if sensing something. She murmured, "Huh. Was that just now?" She joyfully sat up when she realized it was Xiaoqing, her dear friend. The other one, Xiaoqing, also gave her a bright smile, humming softly. From afar, Chen Ye also approached, smiling as he saw his disciple recovering. He asked her, "Awake now? Come here." Qianfan was equally delighted to see him calling out master twice. Not daring to delay, she quickly ran over. She looked up at the pile of ashes created by her master, asking curiously, "Master, what happened to that guy? Where are we?" Chen Ye immediately answered her question. That demon god has been dealt with by this master. This is the underground cave of the Red Lotus sect. The two walked side by side, exploring the place while chatting. Her eyes widened as she admired the place. "But master, besides the big pillar, there's nothing else here," he replied. "A portion of the human emperor realm's Qi luck is down here." Chen Ye suddenly stopped. He focused on chanting an incantation to perform magic, finally unleashing the three pure ones, Spirit Mountain incantation technique. It was truly formidable power. The light beam, shining from his hand, destroyed a large area, creating a violent earthquake. Immediately, a huge pit appeared before them. Qianfan, beside him, couldn't keep her balance. She fearfully grabbed onto her master. A stunningly beautiful diamond appeared before their eyes, surrounded by a dazzling golden aura, like the light of the Buddhas of the 10 directions, or the great light of the party. She was stunned, mouth agape, in surprise. This is Qi luck. The spiritual power aura is so dense, her master continued her thought. Correct. This is the spiritual power that previous generations of human emperor infused to suppress the demon god. He continued, his tone slightly subjective and disdainful towards the monster. Unfortunately, this demon god was a bit weak, so the Qi luck hidden here is a bit scarce. Hearing this, Qianfan beside him was dizzy and stunned. Perhaps her level was still low. She felt that demon god was super strong. No more idle talk, Chen Ye instructed his disciple to infuse spiritual power into the human emperor Xi. Her hands held the precious golden treasure. She handled it with utmost care. She heard clearly and solemnly agreed. The human emperor seal slowly grew larger. Fierce flames erupted from within, and its face looked extremely terrifying. Witnessing this, she trembled slightly. Sweat trickled down her cheeks. Her hands still gripped the treasure tightly as it continuously emitted dazzling rays of light. It became increasingly intense. The once brilliant gem gradually dimmed as if its magic power was being drained. Suddenly, rays of light from the human emperor seal attacked her tightly, wrapping around Ji Qianfan's body everywhere. She screamed in pain. Seeing this, Chen Ye immediately calmed her down, his stern voice telling her not to be tense. The human emperor. T is converting the spiritual Qi of the Qi luck into spiritual power. Concentrate your mind just like when this master infused spiritual power into you earlier. She understood her master's words clearly. However, the spiritual Qi was too powerful. It made her meridians ache terribly. She squeezed her eyes shut, clenching her fists, comforting and encouraging herself. But compared to the spiritual chi Master infused, this is far less intense. I can do it. She concentrated with all her might, her whole body tensed to absorb the powerful spiritual energy. She seemed to feel this supernatural power. Her eyes opened wide again. She had succeeded with the Spirit Sea Harbor 7th level technique. This chi luck was truly super powerful. Chenya's voice remained unchanged. Perhaps he had witnessed this technique many times. He said no need to overdo it. Chi luck is essentially spiritual. Chi crystallized after years of accumulation. It distributes through the meridians. This is still considered little, your human emperor. T has continuously generated this chi luck. In the future, it will constantly convert spiritual power for you through the human emperor. Tai the mischievous angel. Nearby heard this and added a few words. Little Qianfan has leveled up again. She was surprised and overjoyed. Her entire body lit up with a brilliant aura of spiritual power. Qianfan still held the treasure tightly in her hand. She exclaimed continuously, supplying spiritual chi. This is too powerful, worthy of being a divine artifact possessed by previous generations of human emperor. After finishing the task, Chen Ye turned away. He also told Qianfan, the demon, God is destroyed. The chi luck has been recovered. Let's go. She felt a bit regretful, puffing her cheeks, as if unwilling to obey, her eyes full of reluctance. She asked Master, do we really have to go? Go to the Spirit Mountain Earth Vein to search for other chi luck. Chen Ye stopped walking, turned his head, and said loudly, you haven't even reached the peak of the Spirit Sea Harbor realm yet. Absorbing chi luck now won't significantly boost your growth. The spiritual chi provided by chi luck is best used for breaking through realms. The next place we're going is your home, the Zhuanyuan Imperial Dynasty. Qianfan just listened silently, her eyes still wide, cheeks puffed, clutching the treasure with some reluctance. Chen Ye and little Fan flew on. Xiao Qing amidst the clear blue sky. Her mind kept pondering. Are we really going back? I really don't want to go back at all. She was sad, her mind constantly thinking and reminiscing. Thinking back now, the time spent with her master felt like a dream. It was truly wonderful. She kept recalling past events. Her master saved her on the summit of Zhueshan, Snow Mountain, when she was being hunted by White Jade Capital. At that time, she was desperate and exhausted. Not only that, Chen Ye also helped Qianfan regenerate her meridians, imparting that miraculous meridian technique to her. He even allowed her to obtain the inheritance from the human emperor ruins, becoming the new generation, human emperor. Despite that, she still had one question she couldn't figure out. She blushed shyly like a young maiden. Why does Master treat me so well? What does Master ultimately want? She continued imagining herself and him walking hand in hand as a couple. Could it be that Master likes me? But that train of thought was immediately cut off. She held her cheeks and shook her head to snap herself out of it. No. How could I have such thoughts about Master Chen? Ye ahead noticed the movement and turned back to ask, what's wrong? The little angel even teased, Qianfan's cheeks are so red. Regaining her composure, she soberly asked her master, are we going back to Zhuanyuan to resolve things with Shihi? He pondered for a bit, hand under his chin, hesitating. That woman indeed needs to be dealt with. But that's not the main purpose of this trip. Actually, this master wants to verify something and conveniently arrange some special training for you. Hearing this, she was surprised again, not expecting it. Special training. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the Zhuanyuan Imperial Dynasty Forest, Light Town. This place was truly bustling and splendid. The group entered a restaurant together for a meal. However, Qianfan didn't seem very happy. Dejectedly, she rested her hands on her cheeks and timidly asked her master, is this the special training you mentioned? Receiving no answer from her master, unexpectedly, an old man in the restaurant spoke loudly, attracting the attention of all the customers, including Qianfan and Chen Yehe spoke loudly. Today, we speak of the Zhuanyuan uprising. That year, heroes were divided. Winds rose and clouds surged. The world was split into three. It must be said, heroes emerged layer upon layer. After hearing him speak, Chen Fan realized with surprise one of her master's interests. She asked, "So master likes listening to stories." He closed his eyes, brought the wine cup to his lips, and answered her calmly. This is also the first time this master has heard it. Hearing that, she sighed. Aya nibbling on some potatoes on the table, she thought. How bland, she added. But this story is terrible, isn't it, master? Chen suddenly laughed heartily, his face showing amusement. Seeing this, Chen Fan's jaw dropped. She thought to herself, no way master actually laughed. Is this story that interesting? The old man continued storytelling engrossedly, then made the customers curious by stopping. To know what happens next in the story, listen to the explanation in the next chapter. That's all for today. After speaking, he laughed loudly. I hope you esteemed Lao Ye. If you have money, please give money. If you don't have money, please give a round of applause. Suddenly a loud voice from behind rang out, making the old man turn his head and look up. The voice requested something of him. Sir, please stop. It turned out to be the master and disciple. The storyteller asked back, Taoist priest, do you wish to hear a story? He continued ensuring his own interests. Telling a private story requires a fee. Of course, the price is reasonable. No cheating, young or old. Hearing this, Chen Ye quickly agreed. He added, Xiansheng has vast knowledge. This seat wishes to inquire about something. Have there been any famous strange people or unusual events appearing in the human emperor realm in recent years? Listening to the two adults talk. Qianfan beside them could only continue her boredom, fiddling with the bowl of potatoes in her hand. As if scratching an itch, asked about what he knew best, the old man winked and quickly replied. Speaking of strange people and cultivators, Qiren Yishi, our Zhuanyuan dynasty has talented people appearing generation after generation, naturally quite a few. He continued, but among them one who makes people talk enthusiastically, who records important events, one cannot fail to mention. Imperial concubine physician Shi, Hadaran of our Zhuanyuan imperial dynasty. Chen Ye and Ji Qianfan were startled as if hearing important news. She immediately became serious, her face darkening, paying special attention to the name Shi He. The storyteller continued detailing his extraordinary talent, knew how to speak at birth, knew characters at age 1, became an apprentice at 3, left the mountain at 15 to become a world-saving physician. His medical skills are superb, and his cultivation is not lacking either. Later, becoming the concubine of the Zhuanyuan Emperor Ji Konghao. That's another anecdote altogether, the old man asked. I wonder if the Daozhong is satisfied. Saying nothing, Qianfan just grunted irritably and placed the payment on the table. Seeing this, the old man's eyes lit up. Chen Ye witnessed the scene and spoke up to remind her. Qianfan also regained her composure, sighed and replied, Yes, master. Not having all their questions answered, the two paid again to ask. Additionally, I want to know if in recent years there have been appearances of some cultivators with strange backgrounds. As if to clarify, he added, for example, crossing levels to kill enemies, having a tragic background, obtaining a fortuitous encounter, and becoming a regional powerhouse. Things like that. Seeing the money, the old storyteller quickly swept it into his pouch. Holding his fan, he chuckled. Dao Zhang must be joking. This cultivation path is inherently step-by-step, meaning steady work. The human emperor realm has no shortage of geniuses. The kind of fortuitous encounters you speak of only exist in novels. In the past 100 years, he Dairen is considered the most formidable and perplexing figure. Satisfied with the answer, he said politely, If that's the case, we've troubled Xiansheng. Please take your leave. Qianfan beside him was saddened, tears streaming down like a student at the end of the month with no money left to live on. She opened her wallet wide, regretfully. Master, it's really all gone. Poof. The two left the tea house and strolled around admiring the Zhuanyuan dynasty under the bright sunny weather. Amidst the crowded street, Qianfan walked behind her master, stretching up to ask Master the special training you mentioned before. Before she could finish, he cut her off. This is it. She was stunned and a bit disappointed, timidly asking further, listening to stories counts as training. I thought Master would teach me a new cultivation technique to raise my level. Hearing her naive words, he smiled and explained, Experiencing the mortal world is also a part of cultivation. Your cultivation level has increased too quickly, and in many things, haste makes waste. Chen Ye spoke rightly. I prefer slow and steady. The little angel beside them was also innocent. Let's just relax and follow Lao Ye to eat, drink, and have fun. Qianfan was surprised. It seemed this was a vacation she had heard of. Master, is this the legendary rest? Chen Ye smiled gently and patted her head. Resting and cultivating are equally important. Many cultivators, due to excessive pursuit of power and unstable mental states, suffer from qi deviation. He continued to reassure her. Just consider this a reward from this master for your efforts during this period. She was overjoyed, her eyes wide and sparkling fists clenched, shouting, "All right. Cultivation might disappoint, master, but when it comes to having fun, I'm very proficient. I will definitely take master to experience the culinary culture and tour the wonderful places of the Zhuanyuan imperial dynasty to our heart's content." She excitedly closed her eyes, pointing a finger to the sky, as if ready. "I want to go somewhere. This place will definitely interest Master Chen." Ye, following behind, also played along. He said, "Then lead the way." Qianfan quickly led the way. The angel saw this and was also happy. Little Qianfan seems very cheerful. He also agreed, adding an explanation. "Is it because she's back in a familiar place?" The little angel, still holding its gourd mouth working at full capacity, said while eating. "Even though she's become the human emperor, the current little Qianfan is still essentially just a 15-year-old little girl." It continued, "I thought Lao Ye would arrange some kind of hellish training for Qianfan so she could quickly complete the mission of collecting qi luck." He didn't quite agree, brought up the mission panel to look, and said, "Missions are missions. During this period, Qianfan's leveling speed hasn't been bad. Proper rest is also necessary in cultivation. And I also need some time to think about the next teaching methods and future matters." It hummed, suggesting to him, or perhaps Lao Ye could refer to his own master's teaching methods from the past. His gaze unchanging, Chen Ye simply said softly, "I have no master, nor have I ever accepted disciples. Therefore, regarding teaching Qianfan, I don't have much experience either." Hearing this, the angel beside him was a bit stunned, hesitantly teasing. "Everyone says so strong they have no friends, but you, Lao Ye, are so strong you have no master." It chuckled silently. "Well, it turns out even the #1 divine envoy of the heavens has troubles sometimes, hey. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived. Both sides of the street were hung with lanterns, looking very warm. He asked her, "Is this the place you said this master would like?" Hearing this, it covered its mouth and chuckled. Qianfan seemed very proud, affirming, "That's right, this is the place. Before in the palace I overheard the guards talking. This is where they often come when they're off duty." Chen Ye was weary, questioning her. "Then do you know what kind of place this is?" She quickly replied, "I don't know, but I heard them say, this is a paradise for men." Just as she finished speaking, 2 beautiful, flirtatious women ran out from inside to greet customers, their faces happy to see guests arrive. The 2 women quickly approached and clung to Chen Ye, their voices seductive and captivating. "This Taoist master looks unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" The other woman quickly invited Lao Ye, hurry inside and have some fun. Chen Ye, beside them, was not pleased. His face darkened. Qianfan was happy, her eyes shining brightly. At receiving the warm welcome, she even called out after him, "Master, let's hurry inside." He remained silent, his face growing darker and darker, looking truly terrifying. "Ha ha ha ha. So this is a brothel?" The angel continued to laugh loudly, taking out paper and pen to write, "Diary of Little Shai, June 5th, year 233 of the heavens calendar. The human emperor took her Taoist Reverend Master Lao Ye for a stroll in the brothel, truly speechless. Unable to stand the strange seduction, Chen Ye quickly unleashed a fierce wave of power that sent the 2 courtesans flying screaming in pain. Task done, he flicked Qianfan hard on the forehead, making her cry out in pain, tears streaming down. He turned away, anger blazing to the heavens, demanding of her, "After we return, copy the Tao De Jing, classic of the way and virtue, 100 times as punishment for this master." She stood beside him, bewildered and uncomprehending, eyes wide, holding her head. "Huh, master, why?" Night fell quickly. Everyone had returned to their resting place. Qianfan, while copying her punishment, felt wronged and confused. Tears flowed again, as she wondered what she had done wrong. She even resented her master. But you said this was rest time. The master just calmly sipped the hot tea in his hand, saying to the little angel, basically, it can now be confirmed in the current human emperor realm. He is the only transmigrator. The angel was startled into realization. So, master, these past few days, you weren't just sightseeing. He pondered, eyes slightly open and deep in thought, saying, I thought about it before traveling through time and space, back 100,000 years, taking those who were once divine envoys as disciples. What's the meaning? Even without my appearance, Chen Fan would still become a generation's human emperor. But the appearance of transmigrators makes me think of another possibility. He proposed a hypothesis. Could the transmigrators who don't exist in the historical timeline be the reason the system brought us to this era? Hearing this, it was as bewildered and confused as I am listening to a math lecture. What does that mean? He continued. Therefore, I want to see if besides there are any other transmigrators. The little angel felt guilty for not being able to help. Sorry, Lao. Yeah, little Shai's version is too low. There's no way to provide additional information for old Master Chen. Yeah sipped his tea again, eyes closed, not blaming it. Nothing to worry about after dealing with the transmigrator matter. I'll upgrade you. He opened his eyes wide again, affirming, as for why transmigrators appeared in the first place, what is the significance of transmigrators stealing the chi luck of minor worlds? I must find her main body and ask clearly. Chen Ye focused his power to the fullest extent, hand placed on his forehead, blue eyes flared up, a dazzling aura radiated around him. His eyes opened wide, the technique fully formed. It was the Shift Heaven Eye 10,000 Zhang. In an instant he transmigrated to Shihi's location and saw the entire scene. Here, amidst the dark night, stood two tall, sturdy figures and a large horse carriage. Whatever the two were saying, Chen Ye could hear clearly. The gray-haired cavalryman looked worried tightly, gripping Shihi's hand as if he had just made a mistake. He hesitated. Shihi. Beside him, just silently closed her eyes, reassuring the other person. No need to say anything. The cavalryman was anxious and impatient, loudly asking the person opposite him, what exactly happened? Our current relationship has already committed the greatest mistake under heaven. Is there anything else you can't tell me? She stood beside him sadly, head bowed low, speaking softly. This is my own affair. Knowing too much will only put you in more danger. Suddenly she startled, her eyes flashing brightly as if discovering something. It was the Shift Heaven Eye. Wanjiang, created by Chen Yait, was terrifyingly vast, so large it covered an entire region. Thousands of people below were anxious and shocked. Many voices mingled, mostly expressing surprise and wondering what it was. Could it be an invasion from another world? That barrier grew larger and brighter. The Bagua, 8 trigrams, it formed, became clearer. The power radiating from within it was terrifying. The cavalrymen below gaped. What is that, He seemed to have recognized it. Fearfully, beads of sweat formed. She thought, damn it, it's him. Instantly, she mounted her horse and fled far away from that place, without a single glance back, even though the man shouted her name loudly. Damn it, I can't stay here any longer. Back at their lodging, it was still a quiet moonlit night. The aura around Chen Ye seemed to have diminished somewhat. It appeared he had seen what he wanted. The next morning, the two set out again. The master was still cold, as if not yet over his anger about yesterday's events. Chen Fan followed behind, trying to catch up, pleading, Master, I was wrong yesterday. She grinned shyly, speaking loudly to make amends with him. Today, I'll take you to the best tavern in the Xuanyuan Imperial Dynasty. Their heaven jumps, wall harmony. But the master ignored her having another request. No need. Later come with this master somewhere. What? She was bewildered. The two of them entered a steamed bun shop together. They quickly bought some hot steamed buns. Chen Fan handled the payment, still wondering, Master, what are you buying these buns for? Didn't we already have breakfast? Chenya beside her quickly walked away, saying, You'll know when we get there. After some time, the two finally arrived at their destination. This was Star Reflection Lake, in the outskirts of the Xuanyuan Imperial Palace. Here the sky was blue, the water clear, the charming scenery truly resembled a fairyland. Chenya finally stated his purpose. Tomorrow, You'll have to return to the Tao Palace to continue consolidating your Spirit Sea realm cultivation. Today, I brought you out for a walk. Qianfan beside him just silently followed without saying anything. The angel realized something. So you bought Baozi to throw to the fish. Unexpectedly, Master has such a hobby. He attentively tore small pieces of Baozi and threw them into the water for the fish to enjoy. Smiling, he said to her, holding out a half-torn bun. You feed them a little too. Qianfan wasn't very happy. She was still confused, but nevertheless accepted her master's request. Qianfan seemed a bit subdued, unclear what she was thinking. Just tearing Baozi for the fish, seeing this. Her master spoke up to ask her, "What's wrong?" Her eyes were deep and shimmering as if she had something on her mind. Softly, she asked him, "Master, do you know what place this is?" He replied, "Tell me." She gazed far out across the water. This place is so beautiful. Qianfan slowly recounted the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty once suffered a plague outbreak. At that time, he was here saving many people. She continued. Later, she became Father Emperor's concubine and ordered the construction of the Zhe Xin Pagoda, Benevolent Heart Pagoda. Here, displaying a statue of He inside, she received incense offerings within a 100-mile radius. This pagoda was built at that time. Holding the torn piece of Baozi, she continued enthusiastically that he not only was she favored by Father Emperor, she was also beloved by the common people. Her reputation in the human emperor realm, one could say everyone knew of her. So grand. I wish I were like that too. It's just a pity nobody knows me. Ha 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 ha, she continued. He used to be my goal. I also wanted to be respected by others like her, a woman with outstanding cultivation. But she hesitated. Chen Ye beside her just listened attentively. Ji Qianfan suddenly clenched her fists, fierce anger flaring up her eyes, looking like she wanted to devour he alive. Clearly I did nothing. Why did she want to push me to my death? If Master hadn't saved me, perhaps I would have died on Snow Mountain by now. Thinking about those things made the anger in her heart unbearable. She angrily shouted loudly, "How terrifying! Birds in the forest all flew away. Why did this happen?" Suddenly something white, warm, and mushy fell from the sky. No way, it was the kind of thing birds often leave on people's heads. How dreadful both Qianfan and Chen Ye seemed hit by the dual eagle transmission move. She looked up, resentfully, eyes wide, shouting a terrifying weapon suddenly appearing in her hand. "Damn bird! Even you look down on me. You dare to offend even Master today, I'll roast you." "Oh." The bird looked bewildered, probably wondering why Qianfan was here. Shouldn't she be chained up? Chen Ye intervened. "What did this master tell you, before have you forgotten?" She still argued unwillingly, "But master." He patted her head, teaching her like Thich Nhat Hanh. Let go of hatred, so your Tao heart can be bright, not controlled by emotions. Only then can you advance further on the cultivation path. The angel beside them also kept chanting a mantra. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Others get angry. I don't get angry. Getting sick from anger, no one comes to help. Qianfan hesitated. Is what Master said right? She asked again for clarity. Master tells me to let he go. If it's Master's wish, I will. Her eyes showed slight unwillingness and regret. He remained silent like that, continuing to tear the Baozi, explaining to her, You misunderstood. You are the human emperor. You must have the magnanimity of a human emperor. As he spoke, what was he doing? Tearing the Baozi and dipping it in the droppings from the bird earlier. Oh dear, he even said, whether it's disrespectful birds, he who harmed you or Bai Yu Jing, why does the name sound like mixed cream? In the future you will encounter such people and situations only more, not less. He continued, You should guard your original mind. With the 6 senses purified, the Tao heart can be bright. Only then can you easily face any challenge. As for those shameless provocateurs, what you should do is saying that he picked up the piece of bun soaked in that stuff. Qianfan beside him, unsure if she heard, clearly looked very confused by the action. A divine flick with full force, where would it go? Oh my goodness, straight into the mouth of the bird from before, letting it taste what came out of its behind. Horrifying. This is using their own methods against them. So profound. This is also what this master wanted to teach you. Finishing his words, he looked towards her, asking again, "Have you learned it?" "Oh, speechless," she said. "Learned it." Still bewildered, the angel wasn't much different. "Chenye, oh Chenye, you're handsome, but are you normal?" He even requested of her, "If you've learned it, then demonstrate for this master," hearing that her mouth fell open, unsure if he was joking or serious. Suddenly, from behind, the sound of galloping horses approached rapidly. What now? Qianfen quickly raised her guard, looking around everywhere. Could it be he? What was she planning? She headed straight towards where the two were standing. Qianfen quickly recognized her, shouting, "It's she. He." She approached without hesitation, her face determined and fierce. Noticing Shihi's appearance, Qianfen spun around, eyebrows tightly furrowed, and shouted her name. Meeting face to face, Shihi wasn't much different. She shouted Qianfen's name, slightly wary, and stopped her horse. The three converged. Qianfen's face darkened. Perhaps she had waited a long time for this moment. She said in a low voice, "Been waiting for you for a long time." Chenya now saw her face clearly. He looked up and said, "Imperial concubine physician Shihi. Or perhaps I should call you transmigrator Yang Shihi." As if her secret was discovered, she felt a bit guilty, hence the sweating. At the same time, she also realized, as expected, "You are also a transmigrator." He remained calm, his deep voice unchanged. He said, "Who I am is not important. The chi luck you stole from her body handed over." However, Qianfen, standing beside him, flared with anger, her face dark, not looking up for even a second. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, delighted eyes narrowed. "Ha ha ha, stole. Well said." She pointed at Chen Ye without any respect or caution, shouting, "You and I are just birds of a feather." Her master, standing behind her, retorted, showing no concern for her, "You're wrong. This is a grudge between you and my disciple. This seat will not interfere." Qianfen was currently focusing accumulating chi power to unleash a technique. Her eyes, full of resentment and anger, looked terrifying. After talking with her, he turned to remind Qianfen, "Remember well what this master just taught you. Go." Her body now radiated a brilliant aura. A sharp weapon had also appeared in her hand. She gradually approached the other woman. As if completely determined, her eyes filled with resolute willpower. Gripping the flame sword tightly, she shouted at the woman, "Shihi, the grudge between us should end today." She was no pushover either. A suffocating black chi radiated around her, and her hand was accumulating a sphere of darkness. Her tone was disdainful towards Qianfen and, "Ha ha. I might not be a match for that Taoist, but Yuji Qianfen, you don't have the qualifications yet." Suddenly, a violent explosion, boom, rang out. She was slightly startled, raising her guard and vigilance. From afar, the pillar supporting her suddenly exploded. Rocks and earth around were violently swept away. Qianfen did not react. Amidst the rubble, her special weapon appeared. It had a mysterious black-purple color, surrounded by will-o-wisps, looking extremely ghastly. Taking advantage of Qianfen's distraction, she quickly approached, her hand already charged with chi power, your friend and the chi luck of the human emperor realm. "All mine!" She struck right at Qianfen's chest. Too sudden, she couldn't react in time to defend. Blood immediately spurted from her chest. Her chi power was too formidable. She made the earth, rocks, rivers, and lakes around bend to her will. A fierce torrent of water surged powerfully from the lake below. Shihi flew into the air. The gloomy black chi continued to radiate around her. She had opened the special spellbook hidden in the pillar long ago. She shouted loudly, "Child of chi, luck of the human emperor realm. In the end, you are just a stepping stone for me to ascend to the myriad heavens." Saying that, she unleashed her technique. Imperial concubine physician Shihe Guizang returned to origin. Realm peak. Pseudo-divine artifact. Jotianshan Hetu. 9 heavens, mountains, and rivers diagram. Her technique startled the little angel. It fearfully clasped its hands in prayer, commenting, "This woman is actually at the peak of the Guizang realm, and she has a divine artifact too." It continued worriedly, "We're doomed. Doomed." Lao Ye just now, in an instant, Qianfen she was. But seemingly aware of his disciple's strength, he showed no fear, his expression unchanged, reassuring it. What's the rush? Perhaps he believed that Qianfen would return in just a few seconds. Thinking she had easily defeated her, she sneered provocatively at Chen Yeha. How about that? That little disciple of yours has been destroyed by me. Are you still confident enough not to act? Facing her question and contempt, he was much the same, simply asking her back gently, Gui Zhang realm cultivation and a pseudo-divine artifact. Is that all the capital that makes you arrogant? It seemed she had greatly underestimated the strength of Chen Ye's disciple. The spellbook and black qi still swirled around her. She continued her exchange with him. Fellow transmigrator. You should understand very well, our greatest reliance is this reincarnated divine artifact. I know you are stronger than me. But with this divine artifact in hand, I can leave this world any time. Neither side can do anything to the other. Not finished, she continued, asking him back. Now that the child of Qi luck is dead, instead of fighting until one of us dies, why don't we split the Qi luck of this human emperor realm evenly? How about it? She made an utterly shameless proposal. His eyes narrowed, his face serious, disagreeing. He replied, What if I refuse? She paid little attention to his answer, instead changing the subject and wanting to confront him. Since I can leave any time anyway, I'd rather see the difference in level between you and me. Chen Ye's entire body began to emit qi power and a dazzling blue aura. A technique gradually formed in his hand. He responded to Shihei. You said using this Ju Tian Tu, 9 Heavens diagram, you can leave the human emperor realm any time. On the contrary, you've reminded me. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful lightning bolt quickly shot from his hand, straight towards her. A stream of chains swiftly moved forward, tightly binding the Ju Tian Tu to destroy it. Chen Ye was truly formidable. He was stunned, sweat dripping, shocked and terrified as her Ju Tian Tu was being destroyed. Those powerful chains had almost completely enveloped the Ju Tian Tu. Would it be destroyed? Extremely worried he immediately commanded the recall of the Ju Tian Tu. It swiftly rolled back up, like before. It seemed those chains weren't enough to control her treasure. It continuously followed her command to retract. Finally, he completely retracted the Ju Tian Tu. It wasn't broken yet. However, it was enough to terrify her, sweat pouring. She loudly questioned, You dare destroy my Ju Tian Tu? Do you really want to risk mutual destruction, Liang Bai Jushang, with me? Hearing this, he just sneered contempt, evident. Mutual destruction. You don't have the qualifications yet. I was merely preventing you from using the Ju Tian Tu to leave. Indeed handsome, refined, and playing fair. So admirable. He continued, Your opponent is Qianfan. This seat said I wouldn't interfere in your grudge. But don't even think about being able to leave here either. Hearing that, she became fearful and confused. She asked blankly, Ji Qianfan was already destroyed by me. How could she possibly? But unexpectedly, the bottom of the lake suddenly churned with whirlpools and fierce storms. He, watching from above, was immediately startled. As for the master, he had anticipated this and remained completely calm. The whirlpool formed more clearly, spinning faster and more violently by the moment. Boom! A heaven-shaking sound. The whirlpool shot out a waterspout, carrying Qianfan within like a miracle. This scene was truly dazzling. He couldn't believe her eyes. What is this? History has never seen such a thing. She was shocked. Taking a full power blow from me head-on, how could she possibly survive? Chen Ye, standing by, smirked, proud of Ji Qianfan. He said, As a disciple of this seat, everything is possible. Qianfan had returned more formidable than ever. The aura around her soared to the heavens, the anger in her eyes burned even fiercer. She was ready for a serious fight with Ji Qianfan's eyes shone brightly, her entire body covered in powerful golden qi. Her hands began forming a technique, Xuan Yuan battle skill, Ran Ling Shu, burning spirit technique. The little angel looked at her admiringly. This is the technique little Qianfan used in the human emperor ruins before. So formidable Master Chen Ye, seeing this, was also slightly surprised. At the Fan Jing, mortal realm, she could defeat the Guizhang realm. Then let this master see what level your Ling-Hai, Spirit Sea realm can truly reach. The tsunami combined with her qi power and aura, Qianfan focused all her strength, gathering momentum to launch her sharp weapon. Her eyes were filled with hatred and determination to destroy her opponent. Whoosh! The flame spear merged with the tsunami and shot straight up into the sky towards Shi-He at a frightening speed of light. Shi-Hu had quickly gathered her strength, creating a protective barrier of Jutian Zhen Qi, 9 heavens true Qi. Could it be destroyed by Qianfan's powerful technique? Boom. The spear quickly struck the barrier she created. The power was too immense. The barrier gradually cracked, making Shi-He inside tremble with fear. Bang. The barrier completely shattered. The surrounding forest was also partially destroyed. Task done, the spear quickly returned to Qianfan. She was stunned, unable to believe her eyes, trembling with fear, asking herself, clearly just the Ling-Hai realm, how can she possess this level of combat power? Taking advantage of her distraction, Qianfan suddenly dashed beside her, preparing the next blow, leaving Shi-He dizzy. That flame spear once again swiftly rushed towards her. She also quickly counterattacked. Who would be the victor? Boom. The two techniques clashed. Another large explosion was created. Both were focusing their strength to the utmost. It seemed Ji Qianfan's power was too terrifying. Although wanting to seize the human emperor realm, she still respected her strength. With this spiritual power, you can't possibly be just Ling-Hai realm. Both sides retreated after the major collision. She landed and replied to her, "To deal with you, Ling-Hai realm is enough." Just as she finished speaking, Qianfan quickly charged forward with her weapon straight at her. Boom. This third explosion was perhaps the most terrifying. Dust filled the air, rocks shattered. The scene was truly desolate. The angel and Chen Ye watched intently without looking away for a second. It felt somewhat excited and nervous. Something seemed off. It looked around confusedly, then sighed a few times. Her purple qi seemed to have a slight advantage over Qianfan's. The smoke began to dissipate and things started to become visible. Shi-He's powerful spiritual power and black qi sent her flying far away. She gritted her teeth in pain, eyes tightly shut, crying out. Qianfan also landed, using her weapon to support herself and get up. This power truly cannot be underestimated. Her qi power hasn't completely vanished yet. It seemed she recognized the technique. Though painful, it didn't make her shrink back in fear. She became even more vigilant, telling herself, so this is the peak, Guizhang realm. Ranling Shu can only be maintained for 1 minute. I absolutely cannot lose to He. She resolved to stand up once more. The black qi around her gradually disappeared. She was also injured considerably, her whole body covered in scrapes and blood. She also realized in the end, I still underestimated you. Bai Yujing couldn't kill you, using the Ling-Hai realm to push me to this extent. Just as she finished speaking, Shi-He unleashed the Jutian Tu, plotting and saying loudly, "It seems the decision to eliminate you was entirely correct." It seemed she felt that decision could destroy her. She laughed despicably. "After killing you, I'll then erase all traces of you, including your father emperor and mother concubine. Gather all the human emperor's qi luck into my hands. By then, even if it's your master, I'll have nothing left to fear." Hearing the venomous words, Ji Qianfan roared back, "You despicable woman, I won't let you get your way." An aura once again radiated around her. The qi power of both flared intensely around Shi. He was purple, evil spiritual power, while Qianfan glowed golden, as if about to ignite. Shi-He flew high above once again, looking down on Qianfan contemptuously, "Relying solely on you, your master won't interfere, even if you are a genius. However much you can force your spiritual power to increase right now, you have no chance of defeating the Jutian Tu in my hands, truly despicable and shameless. Playing dirty in the end." Just as she finished speaking, she again created that ghastly sphere of darkness from before, but this time it was even larger and more intense. Black qi covered a large area. Once again the Ju Tianshan, Heitu Bao Bao Shen Wei, violent divine might, Shou Qi Yin Qi, gather Shi, lead pool. She swiftly threw that black sphere straight at her, shouting loudly, cursing her, "Go die, child of qi luck." Too fast. She hadn't thought of a counter move yet. Her eyes showed slight apprehension. What should she do now to deal with her? At this moment, Qianfan calmly recalled the past, remembering every instruction from her master. It all played out like a movie clearly in her eyes. She absolutely could not let her master down. She quickly thought of a technique, qi power concentrated in her hand, creating the formidable human emperor Tai that had once killed a ferocious monster. She said, Master taught me to return their methods unto them. You have the Ju Tian Tu, I have the human emperor Ti. She he high above focused all her strength and threw out her technique, pseudo-divine artifact Ju Tian Shan He Tu. The entire sky around her filled with indescribable gloomy black qi. Qianfan from below didn't yield either. She used all her qi power to throw the true divine artifact, human emperor Ti, shaking the entire area. She was shocked. Qianfan took her from one surprise to another. Her eyes widened. What the human emperor? Tishi gradually began to feel afraid. The two fierce techniques collided, rocks and earth around shattered into dust. Who would be the final winner? Truly evenly matched. Qianfan closed her eyes tightly in prayer, her hands relentlessly pushing back. Could she do it? The qi power within her was growing stronger. He above, though fearful, still provoked her voice, contemptuous looking down on her opponent. She shouted, even with the human emperor, Tai, you're nothing but a Linghai realm brat. She asserted, my realm is higher than yours. The Ju Tian Tu has accumulated immense qi luck over the years. On what basis do you think you can defeat me? Hearing those contemptuous words, Qianfan's face darkened. She took it as motivation, seemingly infused with immense power. She quickly retorted, on what basis do I defeat you? Based on the fact that all this qi luck belongs to me. She continued, based on the fact that I am the human emperor. Just as she finished speaking, she recalled the human emperor Ti from above, leaving her opponent without any qi luck support. So formidable. The human emperor. Ti immediately absorbed the qi luck from the Ju Tian Tu. Her weapon weakened while the human emperor Ti maintained its momentum, growing even stronger. He above was no longer arrogant or proud. She watched in panic as the qi luck from the Ju Tian Tu was drained away. Impossible. Boom. The human emperor. Ti completely sent He flying her. Ju Tian Tu was also utterly shattered. The strength of Chen Ye's disciple truly couldn't be underestimated. Her spiritual power gradually dissipated. It seemed she had been defeated by Ji Qianfan. He slowly opened her eyes, groaning a few times, unable to believe this extraordinary power. Qianfan from above suddenly pointed her weapon straight at her forehead. He was terrified. Her eyes wide, sweating again. Her spiritual power completely overwhelmed the other woman. She seriously and loudly declared, you've lost. As expected of Chen Ye's disciple. Oh, I also want to be the disciple of someone so handsome and skilled. Facing the overwhelming Qianfan, she lowered her head, but remained despicably contemptuous. Loose. I don't know the meaning of the word. Suddenly he jumped up laughing hideously. Ha 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 ha. Ji Qianfan. Do you really think you've won? Do you really think killing me ends everything? She remained arrogant, refusing to yield to Qianfan, continuing her scorn. Human emperor. You are merely a pawn, a toy in that Taoist's hands, He had lost, but she still tried to sow nonsensical thoughts to divide master and disciple, truly despicable. She continued, I have lost, but not to you. He added, fellow transmigrator, taking the human emperor as a disciple, using her identity to help you snatch all the qi luck, truly profound methods. Oh heavens! Chen Ye, standing by with the little angel, heard this and froze like statues. What was she talking about? Utter nonsense. Talking so much, yet she didn't stop. Certain of her words, she continued. And from beginning to end, only a fool like you remained clueless. Surely you don't really think this man sincerely took you as a disciple, do you? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Qianfan, standing by, felt a bit worried. She pondered what she said. If it were true, it would be too heartbreaking. While she was distracted and inattentive, he quickly used magic to disappear. Wait until you obtain all the qi luck of the human emperor realm. That will be when your respected master kills the goose that lays the golden egg, Ji Qianfan. I'll wait for you in hell, ha 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 ha. After defeating He, the two returned to their lodging again. Outside in the yard, Qingxia was sleeping. It seemed to be having a sweet dream, sleeping so soundly that snot bubbles were forming. Inside, Chen Ye and the little angel were continuously reviewing analysis data missions and necessary information. It hesitated beside them, not daring to disturb, softly calling old master twice. Chen Ye sighed, closing his eyes tightly. which made the angel slightly apprehensive and fearful. He said, "If you want to say something, just say it." Hearing this, the angel agreed. It sadly said to him, "Little Qianfan's state. I feel like that transmigrator's dying words had some effect on her. After all, right? Now she's still just a 16-year-old girl." Chen Ye, who was engrossed in scrolling through information, paused for a few seconds, stopping his scrolling. He glanced over gently and reassured the angel, "I will handle Tianfan's matter. Right now, the Sheng Shu, Saint Master, points are sufficient. It's time to upgrade you, truly a thoughtful person." It was stunned. Why now? A bit unexpected, it asked again to be sure, right now. He pondered slightly, then continued speaking to it. The human emperor mission only requires Qianfan to gather all the qi luck to be considered complete. He worried, but the appearance of the transmigrator has changed things slightly. It and he continued discussing like that. He had a question. Transmigrators specialize in stealing qi luck from worlds. Why appear in this era? What impact will it have on the established future, and do other worlds have such figures? Unfortunately, that divine artifact also vanished along with her. There's no way to get clues from it. Hearing this, the angel also fell silent, then said unexpectedly, "Lao Ye thinks so much because of one transmigrator." It sat up straight and seriously discussing with Chen. Ye little Shu also can't be sure if the upgraded version will have the clues Lao Ye desires, but unlocking more functions is certain. The upgrade requires about 2 days. During the upgrade period, little Shu temporarily cannot stay by Lao Ye's side. Hearing this, Chen Ye didn't hesitate and immediately requested to start. He pressed the version upgrade button. The angel suddenly felt exceptionally refreshed. It happily leaped into the air, enjoying it. "I want to be an angel too." A barrier formed, completely enclosing the angel. It would have to stay there for 2 days. After completion, it would be much more handsome and powerful. It bid old master farewell. "Lao, see you again in 2 days then." The sphere gradually shrank. The master gathered it into his palm. He seemed to be pondering something. Was it about Qianfan? Suddenly he smiled, holding the egg, the sphere containing the angel, to his chest as if having a plan already. He said, "Now." Chen Ye quickly walked to the door. His shadow became clearer. Perhaps little Qianfan was waiting outside. Finally, the door opened. He appeared before her. He even said, "If this master didn't open the door, were you planning to wait here until morning?" Oh, poor girl. It seems she has a lot on her mind. She hesitated, not daring to look directly at the person before her. Her sad eyes drooped, as if about to cry. She softly called out, "Ma, master." He looked at her gently, asking her to follow him. The two went out under the starry sky. The full moon shone brightly, the trees charming and cool. This scenery was incredibly beautiful. They even set out some wine cups. Huh? But is Qianfan old enough to drink? Chen Ye and Qianfan just sat like that. He looked up, admiring the scenery, while she only dared to bow her head shyly. The atmosphere was a bit stifling. In the end, it was Qianfan who spoke first. Sadly, her voice breaking with remorse. "Master, I'm sorry." She continued, pouring out her heart. "I shouldn't have doubted Master, but perhaps..." He listened clearly beside her, still sipping the warm tea, cutting her off. "You don't need to dwell on the words she," he said. Suddenly, he held up 3 fingers, continuing, 3 questions. "As long as this master knows, I will tell you the truth." Hearing this, her eyes lit up. She became cheerful again, quickly asking to confirm any question is okay. The master continued to affirm, "Yes." Qianfan's eyes sparkled, her mouth smiling happily. She asked, "I want to know master's name." Thought she would ask something profound, but why something so simple? What a cute girl. Hearing her question, Chen Ye was also a bit confused. He glanced at her, asking back. Named Qianfan beside him shyly, didn't dare look towards him. She only dared hold the hot teacup to ease her shyness. She said, "Until now, I've never heard master mention his name." "Ah, so that's it. Not a difficult matter." He exhaled softly, replying, "This master's name is Chen." Yet after saying that, he asked her for the next question, also, quickly pouring more tea to fill the cup. Qianfan was happy knowing his name. She couldn't stop thinking, Chen Ye, that's master's name. How magical. She continued using the teacup to hide her shyness, but not long after, she quickly shook her head to dismiss the thought. Qianfan told herself, not right, not right. What I wanted to know wasn't this. What a waste of a precious question. Finally, she got to the issue that had troubled her for so long, a bit dejected. She hesitated. Master, do you also want the chi luck of the human emperor realm? Chen Ye beside her frowned, slightly, glancing towards her. He didn't immediately answer her query, but asked back instead, Qianfan, suppose one day this master wanted to destroy the human emperor realm. What would you do? This question was a bit scary. Hearing her master ask this, she fell into contemplation again. She replied, I don't know. If that day really comes, I think I would return my entire cultivation base and techniques to master. She hesitantly continued, though not loudly, the meaning in her words was firm. After that, I would try my best to stop master. Hearing that, he smiled gently, patting the head of the girl beside him, then reassured her. Rest assured. Such a thing will never happen. Qianfan's eyes widened, slightly doubtful, but also more relieved. She quickly asked another question, but Qianfan has always wondered, with master's abilities, you could choose anyone to receive the human emperor inheritance. Why did it have to be me? Chen Ye didn't beat around the bush, immediately explaining to her, when you became my disciple, this master said, I only value fate when accepting students. This master knows what you are worried about. He continued. Whether it's the Xuanyuan royal family or Bai Yujing treating you poorly, you are ultimately the ruler of the human emperor realm. This place is your home, he added, bearing the chi luck of this world. You should fulfill the responsibility of protecting this world. This world, including its chi luck, has absolutely no use to me. Not stopping there, he continued to help her feel completely at ease. Regardless of whether you are the princess of the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty or the human emperor, whatever achievements you have in the myriad heavens in the future, you will always be my disciple. Qianfan's eyes widened, sparkling as she smiled upon hearing those affirming words directly from her master. Having answered, he continued sipping his tea habitually. All right? You still have the last question. Suddenly, Qianfan became hesitant again. Her hands kept poking each other, her cheeks flushed red like tomatoes. She didn't dare ask that matter. Not hearing the question, he also remained silent, just reaching for the wine jug. Qianfan immediately started gulping down wine desperately to hide her embarrassment. Seeing this, her master beside her kindly reminded her, This, Luo Yingling Ye, falling flower spirit liquid. Although it can assist spiritual power circulation, your realm is still low. Don't drink too much. After downing a gulp, she seemed no longer sober. She closed her eyes tightly, cheeks intensely red, and bravely spoke loudly. Master. Do you have a Xinyang, master's wife? Yet meaning, do I have a Xinyang? Chen Ye looked up, slightly confused, but still answered quickly. Not yet. He continued gazing blankly at the starry sky, saying, When I was young, this master devoted myself to the Tao. When my cultivation had some achievement, by the time I regained my senses, countless years had passed. Those who were once friends and enemies had all vanished in the long river of time. Different paths to immortality on the great Tao. There is no one who can stay beside me until the end. This master has long viewed these matters lightly. Hearing him speak makes my heart ache too. Perhaps he has been very lonely. Suddenly her voice changed, becoming somewhat cute, giggling like a little tiger. So that means, hey, no Xinyang yet. Chen Ye looked towards her, still not understanding. She was really drunk now. Suddenly crawling next to her master, her voice soft, she asked, Then master, do you like Qianfan? Qianfan was now so drunk, she almost knocked over the Luo Ying liquid. She bravely continued, Regardless of whether master likes Qianfan or not. Her face flushed red, expressing herself to the person before her. Qianfan likes master the most. Oh, so embarrassing someone dig a hole for her to crawl into. Chen Ye beside her just stared blankly. He thought, can't handle the potency of the spirit liquid. Consciousness is hazy now. After thinking that, he began creating a stream of magic power on his fingertip to wake her up. However, her hand grabbed his, causing the spiritual power to vanish. She said she didn't want it. So bold. Oh my goodness. Qianfan even pushed her master down onto the floor. He was stunned again. She quickly lunged towards him. Qianfan, now on top of her master, shouted loudly, "I don't want to be sober, I just want master." Chen Ye, pinned underneath, frowned slightly, thinking again. This girl, after entering the Linghai realm, her brute strength has increased again. She still hadn't climbed off, smiling brightly, continuing hesitantly, "Master Entei." Suddenly she swayed, losing her balance, and quickly fell onto him. While hugging him, she whispered, "Qianfan will definitely work hard at cultivation. That way, master won't anymore." Before finishing her sentence, she fell asleep. She fell asleep even talking in her sleep. Master won't have to be lonely alone anymore. Hearing her, he smiled, yet scolded her as a silly girl. After a long night, morning came again. They were still at the same lodging. Qianfan woke up and stretched, feeling a bit sore, holding her head and frowning. As soon as she sat up, she felt a headache coming on. She complained, "Ow, my head hurts. The spirit liquid's potency is too strong." Her eyes lit up, widening. It seemed she just remembered something. "Oh no, oh no. What embarrassing thing did I do last night?" Her face flushed red again, hands covering her cheeks, tormenting herself. "Last night, it seems, I unconsciously did something improper towards master." She was completely red-faced with embarrassment, hands covering her face, not daring to think about it anymore. So embarrassing. Chen Ye had been up since early morning. He was feeding the cute giant python breakfast, but it seemed this small amount of food was nothing to it. Qianfan only dared to watch her master from afar, tears streaming down. This matter, how should I handle it? My behavior last night. How can I face master now? It didn't take long for him to notice her presence. He glanced towards the door and said, "If you're awake, then come here." She shyly walked over, head bowed low, softly, calling master. He remained calm as if nothing had happened. He asked, "Is there something you want to say?" Overwhelmed with guilt, she kowtowed on the ground, apologizing to him. "Master, last night, it seems I did something very outrageous towards Master Qianfan is willing to accept punishment. Please, master, don't be angry." Hearing this, he recalled, about last night's matter. You indeed should be punished a little." She kept her head bowed, ready to accept punishment from her master. "So scary, I'm doomed. This spiritual pressure, master, is really angry." Chenya flicked her forehead hard, making her yelp loudly. "Done," he added a warning. "Your realm is still low. Don't drink so much, Luo Yingling. You like that. It's not beneficial for your cultivation. Understand?" Qianfan below winced continuously, holding her poor forehead, replying, "I understand clearly." Oh my, the bump on her forehead now might be taller than the horns some girls get from their exes. Although painful, Qianfan didn't feel sad. Instead, she felt a bit happy, thinking great master didn't hold it against me. Chen Ye continued instructing her, "Go prepare a bit. We'll head to Daluozong later." She was surprised, not understanding the purpose of going there. She asked back Daluozong. He quickly explained, "Within 3 days, you must obtain the chi luck of the entire human emperor realm. Fuling Shan, Spirit Recovery Mountain, of Daluozong is one of them." Qianfan now understood, nodding her head. "Is that so?" They finally arrived at Fuling Shan Daluozong. The scenery here with mountains and water was so poetically charming. If one could vacation here, it would be wonderful. As the two strolled, he said to her, "Fuling Shan, the spiritual qi is more abundant than I imagined." Qianfan beside him felt a bit awkward, saying, "This is also my first time coming to Daluozong." As the two approached the city gate, suddenly a group of guards came forward to block their path, demanding they halt. However, the two paid no attention, walking straight through the gate. The guards inside panicked and asked, "Who are you? How dare you barge into Daluozong?" Qianfan seemed a bit embarrassed. She stopped and asked her master, "Do we need to let them announce us? Barging into someone else's sect like this seems rather impolite." Her master found it unnecessary. Too troublesome. Suddenly, her master beside her transmitted mysterious spiritual power into Qianfan. As he did, he said, "But not long ago you just brought their eldest senior sister, Dashijie." Her eyes suddenly lit up dazzlingly. She could feel a powerful stream of spiritual energy. Ji Qianfan's entire body emanated a terrifying spiritual energy that shook the entire great Luo city. No one dared to approach her. That energy spread throughout the area. The two guards were stunned. What kind of power was this? What was happening? One asked. Is it demonic arts? This spiritual aura, Her entire body emitted a fierce spiritual aura, completely enveloped in a dazzling, brilliant golden halo. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a different person. Her entire body emitted a fierce spiritual aura, surrounded by a dazzling, brilliant golden halo. At this moment, she seemed to have transformed into a different person. The waves of spiritual energy continued to pour into Ji Qianfan, relentlessly, growing increasingly intense. The halo startled everyone present. The surroundings were filled with murmurs. What is that? A huge explosion occurred, and the waves of spiritual energy gradually dissipated. Finally, Ji Qianfan returned to her original form. She felt exhausted, as if a portion of her power had been consumed. Breathing heavily, she asked Chen Ye, "Master, what was that?" He casually replied, revealing a bit of his purpose. "Just letting you feel the divine aspect within your body a little." The two gate guards were stunned, still unable to recover their senses. They asked each other, "Was that a divine aspect just now? Isn't that something only those at the heavenly human realm or above possess?" After demonstrating the technique and showing the guards the powerful wave of spiritual energy, a voice echoed, inviting them in. "You two have traveled far. Please come inside." The guards were dumbfounded. That was the sect leader's voice. One of the guards who had initially blocked their way now bowed respectfully and enthusiastically led the way. What a quick change of face. Ji Qianfan was still quite surprised. She asked him curiously, "Master, what did you do to me?" This feeling is so mystical. He maintained his unchanging calm demeanor. "Wait until your cultivation reaches that realm, and you will naturally understand." She stopped caring about that spiritual energy, and now, hesitantly and tiredly, asked about something else. "Master, why did we have to come to the great Luo sect first?" She continued. "Not long ago, I clashed with the senior sister of the great Luo sect. Will they agree to let me continue collecting destiny energy?" Chen Ye walked ahead and quickly answered her question. The great Luo sect possesses one of the 7 destiny energies with the most abundant spiritual power. Collecting it first can save a lot of trouble. He added, "Also, the current sect. Leader of the great Luo sect is the only cultivator at the heavenly human realm in the human emperor realm. He has deep connections with the previous human emperor. It's worth meeting him once." She was still a bit apprehensive, mixed with surprise and admiration. Wow, truly worthy of being the leader of an orthodox sect. He's actually at the heavenly human realm. She hesitated and asked further, "But reaching this realm, does it mean?" The master and disciple continued chatting as they walked. He answered her again. "Reaching the heavenly human realm merely grants the qualification to step into the heavens. It doesn't mean one must definitely leave. It just requires certain trade-offs and aspects needed for suppression." Ji Qianfan understood the issue. She asked him, "Master, it seems you don't face this problem." Hearing her question, he arrogantly joked in response, "Master is the strongest unlike them." After a long journey, they finally arrived at Great Luo City. This place was truly bustling with people coming and going like ants. Everyone was astonished to see the master and disciple. They asked each other, was the golden phantom that caused such a huge commotion earlier caused by those two? As soon as the question was asked, someone else answered, "That's the 9th princess of the Zhuanyuan imperial dynasty, the future human emperor." Another voice expressed surprise. "Huh, the one who defeated the senior sister in the legendary human emperor, Ruins, that's her." Ji Qianfan looked at the crowded street, feeling a bit scared and trembling. She said to him, "Master, there are so many people in the great Luo sect. If they all attack together, I definitely can't win." Standing beside her, he heard this and chuckled. "What nonsense are you thinking?" Suddenly, Ji Qianfan's eyes widened, staring intently at one spot, as if she had discovered something. From a distance, a girl appeared. She quickly clasped her hands, bowed with her eyes closed in greeting. "Long time no see, Your Highness, human emperor." Ji Qianfan, on her side, was equally delighted to meet an acquaintance. She joyfully said, "Senior sister, long time no see." The other girl smiled politely. "Your Highness is too courteous. The sect leader, Master, has been waiting for you both for a long time. Please follow me." She was extremely happy and dropped the formalities briskly, walking with her master following the senior sister. The senior sister walking ahead seemed slightly intimidated by Ji Qianfan. She turned her head back to get a better look at her, thinking to herself, in the human emperor, ruins she had just condensed her spirit sea. After only a few days, she has already reached the peak of the spirit sea, realm plus, the mystical phenomenon of spiritual power from the divine aspect. Like just now, this cultivation speed is a bit too terrifying. Is this the talent of the future human emperor? The three walked together on a small path paved with golden stones. Soon they arrived. The senior sister quickly reported, Master, they have arrived. Seeing them arrive, the sect leader of the great Luo, Sect Luo Qingyun, warmly welcomed them. He smiled and said, "Oh, you're here. Please sit, please sit. Try the Biluochen tea I just brewed." The two entered the pavilion. Chen Ye and Luo Qingyun sat down to drink tea. Young Ji Qianfan only dared to stand aside. Luo Qingyun spoke first. "I understand the matter concerning you two. The ninth princess is indeed a formidable junior. Perhaps now I should address you as Your Highness Human Emperor," he teased while laughing heartily. Ji Qianfan felt embarrassed hearing this, and humbly replied, "Sect leader praises me too much. This is all thanks to my master's efforts. I was just lucky." Luo Qingyun poured tea for Chen Ye while saying to her, "Luck. Not entirely reconstructing meridians within a short month, using a mortal realm cultivation base to obtain the human emperor's inheritance, and now already at the peak of the spirit sea realm. Such divine cultivation speed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration for me to call it a miracle, wouldn't you say?" He stared intently at the person before him. This must be the human emperor's master. Before he could finish, Chen Ye took a sip of tea and praised, "The tea isn't bad." Without further introductions, Ji Qianfan began to state her purpose. Sect leader Luo, about that. "This time my master and I came to the great Luo sect, actually." Before she could finish, Luo Qingyun waved his hand, interrupting, "I know what you want. See, so old yet so perceptive. All you old folks watching this should learn to be more perceptive too." Luo Qingyun stroked his long white beard and said, "The human emperor came here to take the great Luo sect's destiny energy, am I correct? But do you know what the destiny energy of a spirit mountain vein means to a sect?" His eyes widened, his face serious as he continued. "Once you bear the destiny energy of the spirit mountain, it means the spiritual energy supplied by the great Luo sect will be prioritized for the human emperor's use. From now on, the great Luo sect will share glory and disgrace with the human emperor." He continued to ask her, "Can you bear the lives of the disciples under our sect and the future enlightenment prospects of my great Luo sect?" Ji Qianfan heard everything clearly. She felt a little scared, hesitated, faltered. Luo Qingyun suddenly gathered spiritual energy. This kind of power could not be underestimated. It could even control the objects before him. The human emperor ruins were merely a test left by the previous human emperor. Only by harvesting all the human emperor's destiny energy can one be called the ruler of the human emperor realm. The spiritual energy he emitted grew stronger and fiercer. Ji Qianfan struggled with all her might to withstand it. Tables, chairs, cups, and saucers all shattered. Luo Qingyun released spiritual energy so powerful it alarmed the surrounding guards. It illuminated a whole section of the sky. They discussed, "What's going on? Sect, leader, Grand Master, why are they fighting?" Ji Qianfan shut her eyes tightly, unable to see her surroundings clearly. What kind of power was this? She inwardly exclaimed. "Damn it. It feels like my internal organs are about to shatter if this continues." She finally used her own spiritual pressure to create a weapon to defend herself. "No, Ji Qianfan, you are the future human emperor. You can't rely on master every time." As she thought, she used all her strength to resist. Chen Ye beside her remained casually calm and unmoved. She slowly opened her eyes wide and declared, "I choose to bear these destiny energies, and naturally, I also choose to bear this responsibility because I am the human emperor." Her spiritual energy also erupted completely. She stood up straight, forcefully, shouting with conviction, "I am the human emperor. Naturally, I must bear the burden of all living beings under heaven." As she spoke, she radiated extraordinary power. Boom! two streams of spiritual energy. Blue and gold clashed. Who would emerge victorious? A massive explosion shook the entire Great Luo sect. Dust and smoke filled the air. The ground was devastated and shattered. The old servant was astonished. He wondered. He sealed his sword for many years. Why did he act this time? The senior sister beside him was equally surprised, marveling at Ji Qianfan's strength. She could actually withstand Grandmaster's spiritual pressure, truly formidable. The explosion inside alarmed even the guards outside. They constantly whispered and discussed. Is this the aura of the sect leader, Grandmaster? Another said, that other aura just now was also incredibly powerful. Could it be the human emperor's master? Luo Qingyun actually smiled. He recalled the past. A golden spirit sea rare even in 1,000 years. Her imposing spirit is even more unruly than a demonic beast's. And this stubborn determination to advance without bowing her head, she's truly just like you. He calmly continued, stroking his beard, praising Ji Qianfan. Little girl, you're really not bad. She had just landed, having expended considerable strength, clutching her chest and panting. Hearing this, Ji Qianfan smiled happily. Thank you, sect leader Luo, for showing mercy. The old man burst into laughter again, praising her once more. Even the previous human emperor at the spirit sea realm couldn't do what you did. He was pleased, little girl. I have seen your determination. He announced loudly. You have passed the test. The sky turned clear blue again. Birds sang and animals continued to play merrily as if returning to the beginning. After verifying Ji Qianfan's true strength and determination, they resumed their conversation. At this moment, Chen Ye spoke up. This seat has a question. After verifying Ji Qianfan's true strength and determination, they resumed their conversation. At this moment, Chen Ye spoke up. This seat has a question. Hearing this, Luo Qingyun immediately turned around, his eyes brightening slightly, and quickly replied, Taoist master, please speak. They chatted amidst the utterly desolate scene caused by the earlier battle between the old master and Ji Qianfan. But it didn't affect them much. Chen Ye asked the old man, after reaching the heavenly human realm, you continue to stay in the human emperor realm. Your cultivation won't increase further, and your body will gradually age and weaken. Why is this? Hearing this, the old master looked thoughtfully into the void, stroking his beard and slowly replying, My reaching this realm is entirely because I received guidance from the human emperor in my youth. He showed me great kindness. He continued confiding within this human emperor realm. Demonic cultivators from the outer heavens are also sealed. That is not an existence that even the heavenly human realm can handle. Naturally, I must protect this human emperor realm carefully in place of the human emperor. Chen Ye's question was answered. He closed his eyes, pondered something, and then voiced his thoughts. The greatest source of disaster in the current human emperor realm, the Buddha's fury. Asura has already been killed by me. The remaining demonic evils won't cause any trouble for the time being. Luo Qingyun was suddenly astonished, admiring the person before him, and blurted out, Taoist master. After saying those two words, the old man bowed his head low, his hands clasped respectfully as if expressing gratitude to Chen Ye. He continued, Many thanks, Taoist master. After speaking, the old master raised his head again, smiled to himself, and said, I have guarded the human emperor realm for so long. It's time I went out for a bit. He looked into Ji Qianfan's and her master's eyes again, his gaze and tone filled with trust. The future of the human emperor realm will have to rely on you, young people. From afar, the senior sister and the old servant had already bowed their heads respectfully at some point. The senior sister and the old servant were overjoyed and excited. They eagerly said, Master, you're finally about to take that step. Hearing this, Ji Qianfan froze, slightly confused. She hesitated and asked her master sect leader, Luo, is before she could finish, he immediately declared firmly, since there's no longer a need to worry about matters in the human emperor realm, advancing to a higher realm is a matter of course. After they finished talking, the four of them quickly headed to Fueling Mountain, the forbidden land of destiny energy. Here, Ji Qianfan received an incredibly powerful type of spiritual energy. Her eyes widened and her mouth opened unconsciously as she felt the source of spiritual power flowing within her. He clenched her fists, feeling strangely refreshed and invigorated. She exclaimed, "Warm yet powerful spiritual energy. The destiny energy of the great Luo sect feels completely different from the destiny energy of the Red Lotus demon sect." Her master behind her saw this and reminded her, "Comprehend it tonight. We have to go now. We still have several places to visit today." Hearing this, Ji Qianfan cheerfully replied loudly, "All right, master." They quickly boarded the dragon and departed. The guards below also came out to see them off, showing some respect. They watched them go and shouted in unison, respectfully seeing off the human emperor. Above, Ji Qianfan felt shy and reserved, whispering to her master, "They are really too polite." Chenya considered it natural, nothing to be shy about. He said, "The next sect we need to visit might also have a situation like the previous one. Gaining the recognition of these people is a necessary path to becoming the human emperor. The future path of cultivation. You will encounter more difficult and stronger enemies. Master cannot solve everything for you." Behind him, she took everything in clearly and said loudly, "Ji Qianfan understands. I will try my best not to embarrass Master." Her master heard this and smiled, praising her. "You struggled a bit at first, but your performance later was very good." She was happy and delighted. "Thank you, master." Then they swiftly moved on to the next location. Soon they arrived. This was the Jade Lung Sacred Land. Two beautiful women had long been waiting respectfully at the entrance to welcome them. Without any difficulty, they quickly collected destiny energy from everywhere. With the great Luo sect setting a precedent, the major Orthodox sects also successively acknowledged the identity of the new human emperor. She was currently collecting spiritual energy at the Yang Flame sect. They continued on their way to the Heaven's Secret Pavilion and didn't take long to collect what they wanted. In just one short day, Ji Qianfan and Chen Ye obtained the destiny energy spirit veins of 4 major sects. Night had fallen. After a tiring day, they returned to the Dao Palace to rest. Chen Ye sat reading a book, contemplating to himself, absorbed 4 destiny energy spirit veins today, plus the Dao yields 1. Genesis Sutra. Perhaps it won't be difficult for Ji Qianfan to break through to the next realm. Saying that he used magic to open a portal and retrieve a weapon, something he had conveniently picked up in the human emperor ruins. It's time to give it to her, I suppose. Next. Just need to wait for her to break through to the divine soul realm. Ji Qianfan was currently sitting between 2 Bagua circles, concentrating her strength to transform the destiny spiritual energy. The halo around her radiated dazzlingly and powerfully. That stream of spiritual energy grew brighter and stronger. It seemed she was about to achieve what she desired. There it was. Her eyes turned completely white, and a powerful seal appeared on her forehead, glowing majestically. She was transforming into the goddess form seen at the great Luo sect that morning. She gradually controlled the spiritual energy, closing her eyes tightly to focus even more. The brilliant halo enveloped her. The seal on her forehead shone brightly. She had successfully reached the divine soul realm. Her entire body floated up, levitating. It was truly marvelous. After executing the technique, the spiritual energy around her still burned brightly. She was surprised herself to break through to the divine soul realm so easily. Master's unique cultivation method combined with the destiny energy is indeed powerful. Only then did Chen Ye realize with a start. He turned his head to look. Unexpectedly, she had broken through smoothly. Ji Qianfan's eyes sparkled brightly. She clenched her fists and loudly announced her achievement. "Master, I've broken through to the divine soul realm." Seeing this, he smiled and offered her praise. Divine soul contained radiant light condensed. It's a perfect divine soul. Well done. Only now did Ji Qianfan notice the thing her master had just taken out. Her hand pointed towards it as she asked, "Master, what is that sparkling thing?" Chen Ye directed it towards her while saying, "I've thought about it. It's not ideal for you to always simulate a spear using spiritual energy. It's time to pass these 2 items on to you." Hearing this, Ji Qianfan felt like she was on cloud 9, her eyes sparkling with happiness and admiration. "Oh wow, Master is finally willing to pass on new weapons and techniques to me." The 2 sharp weapons quickly flew to Ji Qianfan. They fit perfectly in her hands. They were the human emperor spear and the spear codex. She felt a connection between her own spiritual energy and the weapons. Just then, she noticed something. Turning back to her master, "This spear, is it?" The weapon the human emperor left behind. "Back then? Why didn't I notice it?" He replied, "Your primary task was to harvest the human emperor's inheritance. No need to pay attention to other things." He continued, "Master just randomly picked a few items to take. It wasn't difficult. I kept them until your realm was sufficient to use them." He continued, seriously instructing, "Master gives you 3 days. You must strive to combine the Tao yields, 1 Genesis Sutra, the Spear Codex, and the 9 Dragons, Imperial Zenith Record, to properly consolidate your divine soul realm cultivation. After 3 days, we must go to the Destiny Energy Earth Vein. There will be a battle awaiting you." She was slightly surprised and asked him again, "A battle?" Chenya turned to look straight at her and replied, "Master once taught you to repay others in their own coin. Among those who harmed you, he has been dealt with. There is still one place that requires you to handle it yourself." Hearing this, she was a bit hesitant, slowly asking for clarification. "Master is referring to the White Jade Capital, sect." He replied, "Correct, prepare well." 3 days later, White Jade Capital, sect Yuye Mountain. Chenye and Ji Qianfan stood aside, secretly observing the White Jade Capital, sect. Before letting her go fight them, he gave a reminder. This battle is different from the test at the Great Luo sect. There might be danger, but Master still won't intervene just like before. Ji Qianfan understands. Ji Qianfan replied softly from behind. "This is a battle belonging to the 9th princess of the Zhuanyuan Imperial Dynasty, and also a battle belonging to the human emperor. It's a battle belonging to myself," saying that she flew directly towards the White Jade Capital sect. As soon as Ji Qianfan landed, the people of the White Jade Capital sect were already waiting. The man holding a treasure artifact in his hand addressed her loudly and clearly. "We respectfully welcome the human emperor." He was Shen Han, the sect master of the White Jade Capital sect. Ji Qianfan felt a bit unaccustomed to them suddenly being so polite to her. "What are you doing?" Shen Han and the disciples of the White Jade Capital sect all knelt down, offering the sect's treasure artifact to Ji Qianfan. Previously, the White Jade Capital sect was blinded by villains. Offending your highness, human emperor, was all due to Shen's blindness and inability to manage properly. Now that your highness human emperor has been accepted by the major sects, we hope your highness can give the White Jade Capital sect a chance. From now on, the White Jade Capital sect will revere the human emperor, striving to serve your highness like beasts of burden. Now we offer the supreme treasure of the White Jade Capital sect, the destiny energy of Yuye Mountain. We hope your highness human emperor will not hold grudges against petty people and open a path for us." Ji Qianfan remained extremely cautious regarding this series of strange actions from the opponent, thinking to herself, "There's a fluctuation of spiritual energy above, similar to destiny energy. It doesn't seem like a trick, but there's an inexplicably discordant feeling." Meanwhile, Chen Ye was silently observing everything from afar. He naturally understood the opponent's intentions, but could only stand there and let her decide for herself. Rivers and mountains may change, but nature is hard to alter, truth and falsehood. Master cannot teach you how to discern them. You can only rely on your own judgment. The space seemed to freeze at this moment. Ji Qianfan maintained a silent gaze upon them, but a strange expression appeared on Shen Han's face right after. The next second, just as the male lead predicted this was actually their trap, a loud explosion followed, bringing with it a cloud of dust. His sinister laughter echoed simultaneously, "Ha ha! The human emperor is still too naive." The White Jade Capital sect is a sect renowned throughout the human emperor realm for its 1,000-year legacy of assassination. The fate of an assassin is life or death. Surrender is absolutely out of the question. Shen Miyue, Shen Han's son, also spoke up from behind. This soul-severing smoke was refined using the destiny energy of Yuye Mountain. It was originally prepared for that mysterious Taoist. Dealing with a young human emperor is naturally as easy as flipping one's hand, but it's a waste of such high-grade poisonous smoke. Just inhaling a little bit of this soul-severing smoke, no matter how strong the cultivation, all spiritual energy in the body will be sealed. Using it on this little girl is indeed a bit overkill. "All right, Snatch the destiny energy force she bears, take her hostage. Then no matter how strong that Taoist is, he can only be controlled by us. Just as they thought they could seize the energy from Ji Qianfan, a series of sparks shot towards them. Shen Miyue's eyes instantly filled with unconcealable astonishment. What? Before he could finish speaking, the attack had already reached him. Luckily for him, he managed to block it with the fan in his hand, just in time. But that wasn't enough. The spear directly pushed Shen Miyue backward. Not right. The power of this spear. The next moment, needless to say, the collision with the spear caused a loud explosion. Shen Han saw his son being hurt and appeared very anxious. Shen Miyue. The people of the White Jade Capital, sect, were equally panicked. Young master, why is it like this? Shen Han's eyes were full of doubt as he looked at the opposite side. The others couldn't help but wonder because Ji Qianfan had clearly been hit by the soul-severing smoke earlier. Impossible, something's wrong. This time her target wasn't just Shen Miyue. The next second, a rain of spears flew towards them. One by one. Every person from the White Jade Capital, sect, was struck by the spears, causing them immense pain. In just a moment, the White Jade Capital, sect, was devastated by Ji Qianfan. Only Shen Han remained sorrowfully holding his beloved son's body, Shen Miyue. Ji Qianfan's perceptiveness helped her see through the opponent's plot. Ji Qianfan declared loudly to him, I never thought of subjugating you. Revenge is my purpose. From now on, the White Jade Capital, sect, will cease to exist. Cease to exist. Shen Han growled, his voice clearly showing his anger. His body now continuously radiated killing intent. It seems I underestimated you, Ji Qianfan. This time he was forced to use that treasure artifact. This is the destiny energy of my White Jade Capital, sect. Didn't you want it? Then come and take it. Saying that, Shen Han merged the destiny energy of the White Jade Capital, sect, with his own body. Thanks to this, his spiritual power surged in an instant. Ji Qianfan killed his son so naturally the old man had no intention of sparing her. Shen Han's resentful gaze seemed to want to bore into her. Killed my son, destroyed my sect. Ji Qianfan die. Ji Qianfan on the opposite side saw her opponent using an ultimate move, her expression becoming extremely serious. Ji Qianfan, surrender your life. With that, Shen Han attacked her with the power of the destiny energy. The next moment, two powerful streams of spiritual energy clashed. But this time, thanks to the sect's destiny energy, Shen Han seemed to have the upper hand. Worry became evident on Ji Qianfan's face. This intensity of spiritual power, it's no longer the reverting origin realm. The next second, he directly knocked her backward. As Ji Qianfan fell, he wanted to seize the opportunity to finish her off right there. Ji Qianfan still hadn't given up, resilient against the opponent's immense power. She carefully analyzed. His strength is too great. I need to increase the distance. I can't fight him head on. Next, she decisively stood up and used the spirit-burning art. Adding the sweeping thousand armies technique, she knocked Shen Han backward. Ji Qianfan! Shen Han roared angrily, calling her name full of resentment. On the opposite side, she had made the final decision for her strategy. This time, a swift victory was necessary. Therefore, she used her final ultimate move, the Three Purities Hand Lightning Talisman. As Ji Qianfan summoned this technique, an extremely powerful source of heavenly lightning was suddenly channeled from the sky. The majestic sight before him momentarily left Shen Han unsure what to do next, his eyes showing clear astonishment mixed with fear. Before he could remain surprised for too long, the Three Purities Hand Lightning Talisman had already finished him off. Only then could Ji Qianfan let out a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the power of the lightning talisman is so strong. This single strike consumed almost half of my spiritual energy. But just as she thought everything was over, a voice suddenly echoed from within the dust cloud. It's about time to end this, isn't it? This startled Ji Qianfan slightly. She thought Shen Han had somehow survived that direct hit. The opponent on the other side slowly walked out. Upon seeing Ji Qianfan, he spoke, the new generation human emperor. At this moment, she carefully sensed and analyzed him. Realizing this spiritual aura, you are not Shen Han. The opponent now spoke up, introducing himself. Shen Han, the one you speak of is this physical body. I even have to thank your lightning strike for destroying his life force, otherwise completely seizing this body would have taken a bit more time. Who exactly are you? Ji Qianfan questioned him. The person displayed a bit of power while replying, I am the destiny energy of Yuye Mountain, transformed after 1,000 years of cultivation. His answer momentarily surprised her. Huh, you are destiny energy. Correct, the destiny energy of Yuye. Mountain is my true self. My name is Tianshan, Yuye. After speaking, he stared intently at her, thinking, it seems she doesn't have that divine artifact on her. I came here to take the destiny energy of the White Jade Capital, sect. If you are the destiny energy, then her unspoken intention was to subdue him. But as Ji Qianfan finished saying these words, her eyes widened involuntarily at the sight before her. Tianshan Yuye's body was emitting an extremely powerful amount of spiritual energy. The next moment, a series of swords were launched by him, flying towards her at extraordinary speed. Fortunately, Ji Qianfan reacted quickly and managed to dodge this attack. Wow! Even so, he still had no intention of sparing her again. This time, the intensity of the power seemed even more terrifying than before, forcing Ji Qianfan to temporarily only be able to speed up and dodge the opponent's attacks. Ji Qianfan also realized the difficulty of this battle. I can't see through the realm of this destiny energy. It seems I can't defeat him, but as long as it's destiny energy, perhaps. Possessing great power. Tianshan Yuye appeared very confident. Without that divine artifact, you want to come here and seize my destiny energy. Ha ha ha. As long as I kill you and devour the destiny energy in your body, this entire human emperor realm will be mine. On the opposite side, Ji Qianfan no longer chose to flee. Carrying her lightning talisman, she charged towards the opponent with fierce momentum. She decisively threw it towards him. But things weren't that simple. The shield of leaves created by Tianshan Yuye helped him avoid this attack from her. He was even scornfully told by the opponent, "Is this all the skill the human emperor of this generation has? Coincidentally, I also want to kill someone." This time it was his turn to counterattack. Die, little brat. The speed of this attack was truly very fast. As long as Ji Qianfan intended to flee, it would pursue her relentlessly. With her agile body, Ji Qianfan temporarily avoided being hit by his attack. But on the opposite side, Tianshan Yuye appeared very calm. He smirked slightly, flicking his hand gently. From beneath the ground, a stone pillar suddenly emerged. It directly stabbed into Ji Qianfan's back, leaving her inevitably injured. Worry grew increasingly evident on her face. Damn it, I can't get close at all. I can't counterattack effectively. Continuing like this isn't the way. Despite being injured, she kept trying to run, which annoyed him. Still able to run, the wound weakened Ji Qianfan. Finally, she couldn't escape the vines created by Tianshan Yuye. He on the opposite side saw her tightly bound and said with satisfaction, "Advise you not to struggle anymore. My spiritual energy has the property of corroding others' spiritual power. The more you struggle, the more painfully you will die." Then he approached her step by step. "I cultivated here for over 1,000 years before gaining sentience. I am the noblest existence transformed from heaven and earth, spiritual energy. Just based on a brat like you, you want to subdue me. Obediently go die. I will absorb all of your destiny energy force." At the moment Tianshan Yuye wanted to finish Ji Qianfan off, he saw her smile and say, "Hey hey, at this distance you can't escape. What now?" The worry shifted to his side. Ji Qianfan quickly summoned her spiritual energy. The next second she utilized the human emperor seal technique, attacking him fully, putting Tianshan Yuye in a difficult situation. At this moment he still appeared very confident. "Careless. But just relying on a brat like you, even with the human emperor seal, do you think you can suppress me?" Wanting to fight her, he immediately used the spirit-burning art. But if he thought Ji Qianfan only had that one move, he was gravely mistaken. The next technique she used was, then add the human emperor spear too. This was completely beyond Tianshan Yuye's expectations, making his expression utterly panicked in an instant. It took less than 3 seconds for the spear tip to pierce through his body, instantly causing him severe injury. Tianshan Yuye couldn't believe he was defeated so quickly. Cough cough. Cultivated for 1,000 years, it was so hard to cultivate spiritual consciousness and condense a human form. Only to be defeated by a brat like you, I am unwilling. I am unwilling. And just like that, carrying his words of unwillingness, he disappeared from this earth. Although killing these two consumed a lot of Ji Qianfan's spiritual energy, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At last, I didn't disappoint, master. Meanwhile, Chen Ye, who had been watching her from above, was also very satisfied with her recent performance. This girl has grown again. After obtaining the destiny energy of the White Jade Capital, sect, Ji Qianfan immediately merged it into her body. The recent battle process had helped her collect quite a bit of destiny energy. Chen Ye saw its strange appearance and couldn't help but wonder, why did you change into this form? The Xiaoshi cheerfully showed off to the male lead, Tada. The upgraded version of the Xiaoshi has launched, answering the old master's question. This is the energy-saving mode after the version upgrade, continuous flight capability doubled. With this form, the Xiaoshi can stay by the old master's side and serve longer. Not just energy-saving mode this time, the shop function is also unlocked. The old master can use Saint Master points obtained from completing missions to exchange for various items in the shop. As soon as it finished speaking, he flicked it, making it want to log out on the spot. Change back to how you were. Having no choice, the Xiaoshi could only revert to its old form. It really wanted to cry. Sob, old master, I was wrong. No longer joking with it. Chen Ye seriously asked, regarding the Saint Master System's mission and the transmigrator who shouldn't exist in history after the version upgrade, are there any related clues? Hearing this, the Xiaoshi quickly replied, Old master, sorry, after the upgrade, the Xiaoshi still doesn't have the authority to unlock this aspect. It seems we can only wait to investigate ourselves. It excitedly reported something else to him. But old master, the new disciple's mission has arrived. The next disciple is the demon ancestor Su Changqing, who is just as famous as the legendary human emperor. Su Changqing. Chen Ye silently looked at the girl on the screen. You will be my next disciple. He was somewhat puzzled about one point. Why does her appearance not match the previous records? The Xiaoshi beside him had the same thought. Right, she seems too young. But according to the records, Su Changqing should be 2 years older than Ji Qianfan, right? Although her appearance is a bit different, she is indeed Su Changqing, perhaps because we transmigrated to this era. Su Changqing is still a lowly. The male lead didn't intend to discuss it much further and just said, as long as it's her, it's fine. Wait for Ji Qianfan to finish things here, then we'll set off. All right, old master, the Xiaoshi replied cheerfully. The Dao Palace. Where would it be? Ji Qianfan was busy searching for something when she heard a voice call her. Ji Qianfan. What are you doing? Turning around, she saw it was the male lead master. She immediately directed her question to him. Didn't master say there are a total of 7 destiny energies? Great Luo sect, Jade Lung, Sacred Land. Those orthodox sects we've already visited. The destiny energies of the Red Lotus Demon sect and the White Jade Capital sect. I've also dealt with. But that's only 6. Ji Qianfan couldn't think of any other sect or spirit mountain in the human emperor realm that concealed destiny energy. Chen Ye calmly replied, Today, master will take you to collect the final destiny energy. The final destiny energy is in a place you are surely very familiar with. Besides, after so long, it's time for you to return. Hearing these words from the male lead, she guessed somewhat. The place master is talking about. Could it be the Zhuanyuan Imperial Dynasty? Since she already knew, he didn't say more. Correct. Prepare yourself a bit. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the imperial city of the Zhuanyuan Imperial Dynasty. Everyone in the Zhuanyuan Imperial Dynasty had been here welcoming them for some time now. Ji Qianfan saw her parents, her movements slightly hurried as she flew towards them. Imperial father, imperial mother. Her father was Ji Kanghao, the emperor of the Zhuanyuan Imperial Dynasty, and her mother was Linling consort, Ling of the Zhuanyuan Imperial Dynasty. Ji Qianfan is back. Are you two well? Ji Qianfan gently inquired after her parents. The next moment shocked her, as she saw them both bowing before her and saying, We respectfully welcome the human emperor. This made Ji Qianfan feel awkward, and she quickly asked them, What are you doing? No. How can this be? Imperial father. Imperial mother. Please rise quickly. Hearing this, Ji Kanghao replied seriously, Why can't it be? I am merely the emperor of the Zhuanyuan Imperial Dynasty, but you are now the human emperor of the entire human emperor realm. Ji Qianfan heard these polite words from him and naturally felt extremely awkward, quickly saying, Imperial father, no, but I am your daughter. It's all Imperial father's fault. If Imperial father hadn't been blind and taken that woman he into the harem, none of this would have happened. I wouldn't have had to suffer either. Mentioning this, his eyes showed a hint of sadness. Her mother finally spoke, calling Qianfan. She couldn't hide her emotion seeing her return, her eyes already welling up with tears. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. After you went missing, your imperial father and I sent many people to search for you. Lu Jiao returned, saying you were taken away by a mysterious expert. Every day I worried and feared. I burned incense and prayed for you. The deities must have heard my prayers. My Ji Qianfan has finally returned. I made Imperial Mother worry." Ji Qianfan replied softly. She smiled and continued teasing her mother. "Imperial Mother, don't cry anymore. It's all in the past. What happened before was all she. He's demonic tricks. Everything is resolved now. Look, aren't I perfectly healthy now?" But in Lin Ling's eyes, Ji Qianfan looked thinner. On the other side, Ji Changhao greeted Chen Ye. "Sir must be Ji Qianfan's master, correct? I have heard all about it. Fortunately, thanks to Sir Ji Qianfan, escaped death multiple times and encountered opportunities to become the human emperor. Such great kindness, my Zhuanyuan. Imperial dynasty will never forget it for a lifetime." The Xiaoshi beside them heard his words and seemed to criticize. "You as a father are unworthy." But the male lead simply replied humbly, "She is this seat's disciple. This seat naturally must strive to teach her. Your Majesty need not be so courteous." Ji Qianfan. Imperial. Father knows you returned this time wanting to take the destiny energy of the Zhuanyuan Imperial dynasty. Just take it, apart from that Imperial father. Hopes you can agree to one thing for me. Ji Changhao spoke seriously to his beloved daughter. Ji Qianfan saw him suddenly become serious and couldn't help but wonder, quickly asking Imperial father, "What is it?" She then saw her father solemnly declare, "Wei Ji Changhao, the 23rd emperor of the Zhuanyuan Imperial dynasty, today officially abdicate the throne to my 9th daughter, Ji Qianfan. 3 days later, the grand enthronement ceremony will be held." Suddenly being promoted from princess to emperor, Ji Qianfan naturally couldn't process this immediately. Hey, me become the emperor." Suddenly a gentle voice sounded from behind. "This is the result decided upon after long deliberation between your imperial father and the ministers. Now that you are the human emperor, no one can inherit this imperial position better than you." She quickly looked towards that person, explaining, "But old Sir Feng, I never thought about becoming emperor or anything." Old Sir Feng heard this and just smiled. "The path of being an emperor can be learned slowly. You are still young and have plenty of time." Ji Changhao was very serious about this matter of abdication. He looked at her and calmly explained, "Ji Qianfan, Imperial Father passing the position to you is not intended to use this to bind you. After inheriting the imperial position, you can still continue to focus on cultivation. Imperial Father and the ministers can handle court affairs well for you. You are the human emperor. In the future, you will surely rule the entire human emperor realm. Just consider the Zhuanyuan Imperial dynasty as the first step on your path to becoming the emperor." But Ji Qianfan originally intended to say something more. The situation was a bit difficult to decide. She quickly looked towards Chen Ye as if seeking help, master. She only saw the male lead slightly close his eyes and say, "This matter you can decide for yourself." Ji Qianfan silently pondered for a moment. A moment later, she replied firmly, "If that's the case, I cannot disappoint the good intentions of Imperial Father and everyone else. Imperial Father, I agree with you." Her answer made everyone in the Imperial dynasty very happy. Congratulations, human emperor. The Xiaoshi saw them so happy and couldn't help but say, returning to the side of loved ones through her own efforts, becoming the pride of the Imperial dynasty. Little Ji Qianfan must be very happy right now. Just like that, the human emperor mission is completed. Although a bit reluctant, it's time for us to go to the next world. Old master, have you prepared properly how to say goodbye to Ji Qianfan? Chen Ye heard its question and replied softly, "About leaving, I will find an opportunity to tell her." Night descended. The male lead sat alone silently on the rooftop, seemingly contemplating something. Seeing this expression on Chen Ye, the Xiaoshi guessed, "Old master, you can't bear to leave little Ji Qianfan. If you don't know how to bring it up, I don't have any way either, after all. Only the old master can know of my existence." Waiting until the Xiaoshi finished, Chen Ye slowly spoke, "It's not that I can't bear to leave, Since taking her as a disciple, I knew this day would inevitably come. I just don't like this kind of parting. The Xiaoshi beside him heard this and took the chance to tease him. Is this the reason why the old master doesn't seek a Tao companion? After all, the old master has lived for so long, hehehe. Its mouth seemed to have wandered a bit too far. Its two cheeks were stretched by him. I find you talk a bit too much after upgrading. Only then did the Xiaoshi get scared quickly, saying, "Ah, old master, I was wrong. I was wrong. I wasn't calling you old, really. If the old master talks about leaving with little Ji Qianfan, she will surely be heartbroken, right? From saving Ji Qianfan, cleansing her marrow, and transmitting skills until she became the human emperor throughout this whole journey, who can say there isn't even a little bit of affection." Chen Ye understood Ji Qianfan's situation clearly. Regardless of whether I'm here or not, she would become the emperor. I merely accelerated the process. This era has seen quite a few elements that never appeared in previous history. Or perhaps this is the reason the system led me here. Right now, many things are still unclear. The transmigrator, the pseudo-divine artifact, the destiny energy. But that's also what makes it interesting. What variables will the world of demon ancestor Su Changqing hold? I'm looking forward to it. Ji Qianfan, unbeknownst, Wen was hiding behind a peach blossom tree, quietly watching Chen Ye. Unaware that the male lead had long since detected her presence. "How much longer do you want to peek at?" "Master," suddenly pointed out by him, she could only obediently step out. "Hey, I've been discovered." Master Ji Qianfan called him blushing. Chen Ye glanced over at her and noticed Ji Qianfan's appearance. Today was much more beautiful. "Master almost forgot you were a princess. This elegant and graceful outfit suits you very well." She was very happy to be praised by him. "Really, this is just my daily attire in the palace. Tomorrow is the enthronement day. Aren't you going to rest early?" Ji Qianfan poured wine for Chen Ye while replying. "Since returning to the imperial palace, matters have increased. I also have to absorb destiny energy. I'm busy to death. It's rare to have free time, so I just want to be with Master hearing this." The male lead advised her. "You are the future emperor, the human emperor of the human emperor realm. Matters like this will only increase, not decrease in the future. You must gradually adapt." And Ji Qianfan obediently replied, "Disciple will strive to learn to become a good monarch. Naturally, I won't neglect cultivation either." That white jade capital, sect battle, was handled very well. It seems you can now fluently wield the power of the human emperor. As he spoke, he patted her head. This made Ji Qianfan feel shy. Master taught well. Looking across the heavens, peers, who can compare to you, can be counted on one hand. To reach this level in just 10 short days, Master is very pleased. These somewhat formal words from Chen Ye made Ji Qianfan feel a bit strange. "Master, you praising me like this? I'm not used to it." Suddenly receiving favor, she couldn't help but feel anxious, thinking, "Master seems strange today. Is he blaming me for being busy with other things these past few days?" No, Master isn't like that. But Master being so gentle makes me feel a bit unused to it." Lost in thought, she suddenly heard him call her name seriously. "Qianfan." This startled her slightly. "Yes, what is it, Master?" Chenya just wanted to tell her, "It's time for Master to leave." Master has to leave." Ji Qianfan's voice suddenly dropped. "That's right. Master wasn't originally from this world anyway." Outwardly, she tried to smile as if nothing was wrong, but her eyes were about to cry. "It's just, I didn't expect." "When is Master leaving?" "Ji Qianfan will see you off." Ji Qianfan quickly wiped her tears, smiling at Chen Ye as she asked. She then heard his answer in 2 days. 2 days is too soon," Ji Qianfan said hastily. "So fast? Can't Master stay a few more days?" Ji Qianfan still has many things she wants to ask Master. But the task at hand couldn't be delayed. Chen Ye could only tell her, "Master has stayed here for quite some time already. You have harvested the human emperor's inheritance. All the destiny weapons of the human emperor realm are in your hands. In the future, you will surely occupy your own place in the myriad heavens realms. There are some things Master can teach you, but your own path you can only walk yourself." The more she heard him speak, the sadder Ji Qianfan became. Disciple understands, but still finds it very hard to overcome. "Then, don't think too much about it. Rest early. Wake up tomorrow, and everything will be fine. This cheek pinch from the male lead directly made her emotions burst. Ji Qianfan sobbed. After waking up, Master won't be here anymore. Silly girl, what are you thinking? Master still needs to watch your enthronement before leaving. All right now, it's not a final parting. Wait until your cultivation increases later. We will surely meet again. Waiting for him to finish, she saw Ji Qianfan's cheeks flush red. She called softly, Master. What is it? Chen Ye looked at her curiously. It turned out Ji Qianfan wanted to ask him for something. Can you hug me once? Hearing this, Chen Ye let out a sigh. But faced with her expectant gaze, he naturally couldn't refuse. All right, just this once. Master Ji Qianfan, just like that, sobbed uncontrollably in his arms. The second day. Today was Ji Qianfan's enthronement day. All the officials in court were very joyful. Heaven blesses Xuanyuan. We encounter the human emperor. Unique within the 4 dimensions. Inheriting heaven's mandate. Respectfully receiving it. Attendant officials gathered, serving the human emperor. Respectfully invite. The 9th princess of the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty. Ji Qianfan then step by step entered majestically. Human Emperor Ji Qianfan. Entering the hall, her appearance and attire today were truly worthy of a new human emperor. As soon as the officials saw her, they immediately shouted in unison, respectfully, welcome the human emperor, respectfully, welcome the human emperor, respectfully, welcome the human emperor. The moment had arrived. Ji Tanghao, carrying the destiny energy of the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty, solemnly declared, Wei Ji Tanghao, the 23rd emperor of the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty, today officially passed the imperial position of the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty to Ji Qianfan, my 9th daughter. From today onwards, Ji Qianfan is the 95th emperor of the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty. I hope in the future, you as the co-ruler of the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty and the human emperor realm can protect well the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty and the human emperor realm. Ji Qianfan immediately knelt down, respectfully receiving the destiny energy, and said, Your child will definitely not fail imperial father's expectations. A second later, she solemnly swore, I, Ji Qianfan, the 95th emperor of the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty, hereby swear, in the future, I will surely protect the Xuanyuan imperial dynasty, well letting the human emperor realm shine throughout the heavens. Long live the human emperor, heaven blesses Xuanyuan. Over here, Chen Ye and the Xiaoshi were also very happy for her emperor. Little Ji Qianfan really looks the part. This is the appearance a human emperor should have. Excellent. Little Ji Qianfan's mission can be considered perfectly completed. Old master. We should also prepare to go to the next world. Asking repeatedly without getting a response from Chen Ye, it quickly turned to look at him. Old master. What met its eyes was the male lead's thoughtful expression. It couldn't help but wonder. Old master. You can't bear to leave little Ji Qianfan. Do you need to take her along too? Chen Ye thinking like this naturally didn't mean that the human emperor realm still has many troubles that need her to resolve. This is her trial. I cannot interfere. Let's go. Hearing this, the Xiaoshi just quickly glanced back at Ji Qianfan and then flew after him. Okay. Xuanyuan Imperial Palace. As soon as Ji Qianfan was enthroned, the court officials gathered densely in the main hall, both to congratulate her and to seek her opinions. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty has been enthroned. These days, official duties have piled up immensely. We hope Your Majesty will diligently handle them. Recently, the national treasury is tight, I wonder. Your Majesty, news of Your Majesty's enthronement will quickly spread throughout the human emperor realm. At that time, the major sects will send representatives to congratulate. This etiquette, Your Majesty. Recently, news from the border reports demonic cultivators causing chaos. This servant recommends strengthening troops to guard and suppress the evil sects. For someone newly ascended as emperor like Ji Qianfan, these matters truly made her feel suffocated. Ah, this matter. Now she understood the feelings of her father when he was Emperor Imperial. Father, did you have to handle so many official affairs every day before? Ji Tanghao was naturally very used to these things. He simply replied leisurely, Of course, being an emperor is not an easy task. Now you know the difficulties of being imperial father, right? But no need to rush too much. You are still young. Imperial Father and the ministers will teach you slowly. If that's the case, Ji Qianfan didn't wait for her father's agreement, quickly pushing him forward. Handle these matters for me. Finished, she bolted off on all fours. Your child still has things to do. Official affairs and such, I'll rely on Imperial Father, leaving Ji Kanghao unable to react, Ji Qianfan. Immediately the official's target shifted to him. Grand Emperor Emeritus, Your Majesty. Regarding this matter of the National Treasury, please provide your opinion. How many additional troops should be dispatched, and also the matter of etiquette. Meanwhile, Ji Qianfan on the other side was running as fast and lightly as possible. After running for a while, she finally dared to stop. Phew, finally escaped. Unexpectedly, after inheriting the throne, there are still so many troublesome matters. She was originally happily opening her room door to meet Chen Ye. Master, I'm back. Only to find he had left a few items on the table, but he himself was gone, since who knows when Master has already left. Her eyes instantly became sorrowful. Ji Qianfan slowly tore open the envelope written clearly on the outside, letter for Ji Qianfan. Before leaving, Chen Ye had left her these few rare items. The letter's content read, "Seeing the writing is like seeing the person. Having been your master for so long, I have never given you any gifts, leaving you 2 magic artifacts. The universe. Storage ring is the first storage magic artifact Master created many years ago. The items you need before reaching the heavenly human realm. Master has placed them all inside Earth-grade magic artifact universe storage ring. One item is a spiritual clothing magic artifact, Master made using the skin of the Dark Thunder Ghost Leopard. Its defensive properties are not bad and can enhance your speed. Master's formation is engraved on it. If the spiritual clothing is damaged, Master will know regardless of where in the heavens I am. Earth-grade magic artifact Dark Thunder brocade robe. The azure mystic snake has gained sentience. When the time is right, you can take it as your life-bound spirit beast. Within the human emperor realm, there are quite a few demonic beings sealed here from other small worlds. Eliminating the hidden dangers within this world is the responsibility of a new human emperor like you. Keep working hard." Reading up to this point, her hand trembled involuntarily. Without further thought, Ji Qianfan hurried off to find him, ignoring the servant girl calling after her from behind. "Your Majesty, where are you going? The enthronement banquet will begin soon." Meanwhile, on another mountain, Chen Ye and the Xiaoshi were here preparing to leave. The Xiaoshi recognized it. "Isn't this the place where we first saved little Ji Qianfan? Does the old master want to enter the river of time and space here?" "The reason the male lead chose this place to leave was because I can leave anytime I want. I'm just very curious. If I were just an ordinary person, what method would you use for me to traverse the heavenly small worlds?" Suddenly given this important task by him, the Xiaoshi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. "Ah, this indeed, I do have a way to let the old master leave. But, then try your best to demonstrate." But it didn't dare argue back, only obediently complying. "All right. How to traverse the small worlds? Where did the system operation manual go? Right? It seems I need to draw a formation. First, like this, then like this, like this." After a while, it still didn't work, making it doubt its existence. Did I draw it wrong? Forget it. A moment later, it exclaimed, Old master, I finished drawing, we can leave now." Hearing that, the male lead simply hummed in acknowledgement. As soon as the Xiaoshi finished drawing, something appeared on the ground. A teleportation coordinate. "This is the light beacon, teleportation tower. It tired me to death. Old master just needs to touch it lightly, and the automatic teleportation process will start." Chen Ye then lightly touched the light beacon. At the moment he was about to step into the teleportation to leave, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind Master. The Xiaoshi and the male lead turned around simultaneously and recognized it was little Ji Qianfan. Pant, caught up, she panted tiredly. Not daring to delay, she quickly asked Chen Ye, "Master, will I be able to see Master again in the future?" She then saw him slowly disappearing just now. "Silly girl, Master isn't dying. Why wouldn't we meet again?" Ji Qianfan wanted to say something, but stopped herself. "But wait until you reach the heavenly human realm, escape the human emperor realm, and roam the heavens." That was the final promise between the two. After speaking, Chen Ye vanished accordingly, heading to another world. In a room in this world, where a woman was imprisoned by the shackle on her ankle. None other than Chen Ye's next disciple, Su Changqing. Hearing a noise at the door, Su Changqing weakly opened her eyes. The sect master of the Qianyue sect Yue Tianyin opened the room door and entered. She looked at Su Changqing and said in a coquettish tone, "Little treasure, I've come again. Miss me?" She walked towards the bed and gently lifted Su Changqing's chin with her hand. Green shackles bound her body, preventing her from moving. Looking at this body, this little face, this sect master can never get enough. Although uncomfortable, Su Changqing couldn't push her away and had to endure it. She hadn't finished speaking. It wasn't in vain for this sect master to spend so many spirit pills and wondrous medicines. Tomorrow is your coming-of-age day. Your pure yin body is also perfected. You best be obedient otherwise. She reached behind Su Changqing and pulled hard on the chain. The chain pulled the collar around her neck upwards, causing her pain, forcing her to hold onto the collar with her hands. She threatened further, "I guarantee your end will be 100 times more miserable than your clansman's." Then she released the chain. "All right, no more teasing you. If this continues, I won't be able to resist devouring you right now." She got off the bed, turned towards the door, and added, "We'll meet again tomorrow, little treasure." She walked out and slammed the door shut, leaving Su Changqing inside, biting her lip in discomfort. In some forest, a dazzling orb suddenly appeared in the sky, startling the monsters below, making them look up. The orb gradually descended from the clouds. Suddenly it crashed down heavily below, causing trees to shake, uproot, and fly up. The surrounding monsters were terrified. They quickly ran deep into the forest. Before the orb, 2 figures appeared. It turned out to be the Heaven's Saint Master System, and Chen Ye, the Heaven's Saint Master System, looked at the surroundings and spoke, "Old Master, this place is the Abyss Demon region of the Heaven Demon realm." Hearing it speak, Chen Ye asked, "Where is Su Changqing now?" If the recorded information is correct, Su Changqing should be in a sect named Qianyue sect in the Abyss Demon region. He looked at the system information panel before him while speaking, "White-haired demon ancestor, because of her pure yin body, her entire clan was killed." The Heaven Saint Master System continued. "Looking at it this way, Su Changqing is even more miserable than little Ji Qianfan." It sighed. Then it turned to look at him and asked, "Old Master, you are?" He held out his hand and said, "This is the Heaven Demon realm, the homeland of the white-haired demon ancestor, changed image." Seeing it silent, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Not suitable." No. Of course it's suitable. If the old master likes changing color every day is also fine." Saying that, it thought to itself, is the old master doing this to make Su Changqing feel a sense of familiarity, thus changing his hair to white? Although white is a bit strange, the old master seems even more handsome like this. Could it be? The old master wants to use the handsome man tactic. Thinking this, it covered its mouth and laughed non-stop. While it was laughing, Chen Ye had turned to the side and said, "Xiao Shi, lead the way." It immediately flew to him. Coming. In the sky, dark clouds were rolling in. Before the main hall of the Qianyue sect, members of the sect were gathered densely. "Didn't you know, the girl with the pure yin body that the sect master picked up 8 years ago is coming of age today? No wonder does the sect master want to devour her. That's natural. That's a pure yin body. After today, the sect master might even advance to the heavenly human realm." A girl said expectantly, "Pure yin body. I think I saw her back then. Looked very delicious. Wonder what she looks like now. After the sect master is done playing, wonder if she can let us." Before she could finish, the person next to her said, "Is your head stuck in a door? Do you want to be dealt with by the sect master?" But she wasn't scared at all. Sect master. That would be great too. Speaking of which, the weather today isn't great. The sky is covered by dark clouds and the moon is red. The person beside him looked at the sky, scratched his head, and said, "Big trouble. I haven't brought my clothes in yet, brother." Suddenly, large bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Su Changqing, inside her room, looked out the window. She trembled, clutching her stomach. Pain. She trembled, clutching her stomach. Pain. The sect master of the Qianyue, Sect Yue Tianyin, opened the door, entered, looked at her, and said, "Little treasure, this day has finally arrived." Saying that, she laughed excitedly and lunged forward, pressing down on her shoulders. Pure yin body. She pulled the chain on Su Changqing's neck taut. Then she gently extended her hand. From her palm, dark streams of spiritual energy began to emanate. This spiritual energy started entering Su Changqing's body through her eye sockets and mouth. The dark energy entering her body made her extremely uncomfortable and pained, but she couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, a large bolt of lightning struck straight down. It hit the ceiling of this room, causing it to collapse, much to Yue Tianyin's astonishment. She angrily turned around and shouted, "Who is it? How dare you disturb this sect master at this time?" She was furious at being interrupted while doing something important. Outside, a large cloud dragon was coiled on the rooftop. The people in the sect's courtyard saw it and were terrified. "What is that?" "A dragon. A dragon made of clouds." Chen Ye appeared standing on the head of the large dragon. He stood above, looking straight down below. The sect master of Chen Yue's sect sitting in the room looked out through the hole in the roof. She panicked. Where did the dragon come from? Such imposing might. Then she stood up, clasped her hands towards Chen Ye. Hesitantly. Little girl doesn't know when she offended Senior. May I ask where Senior is from? Chen Ye, standing on the dragon's head, looked down and softly called Xiao Shu. May I ask where Senior is from? Chen Ye, standing on the dragon's head, looked down and softly called Xiao Shu, the current sect master of Chen Yue sect. The one in the black dress behind her is Su Changqing. He heard and said, Then take them both. At this moment, Su Changqing had fainted unconscious. The iron chain collar was still around her neck. He spoke and manifested golden chains that tightly bound Yue Tianyin's entire body. She was suddenly bound and panicked. Senior, what are you doing? He didn't answer her, but just carried Su Changqing away, using spiritual power to bind Yue Tianyin and make her fly behind them. The people of Chen Yue's sect below saw their sect master bound in mid-air and cried out in panic, I seeing things. Isn't that the sect master? Could the sect master have offended some great figure? The cloud dragon soared swiftly through the sky. On the dragon's back, Su Changqing was still unconscious, but she occasionally let out a moan of pain. Hearing her painful moans, the Heaven Saint Master system quickly called out, Old Master, Old Master. She looks like she's in great pain. Hearing it speak, Chen Ye replied, Of course it hurts. She currently has no cultivation. Her coming-of-age day is when the pure yin body awakens. Yin energy erupts from within, striking the divine soul and physical body. If this continues, she will die from the backlash of her own yin energy. Hearing him say that, the system immediately panicked. This. No way. Then what should we do? The disciple we just found is about to die. Seeing it so worried, he said, With this seat here. Naturally, I won't let anything happen to her. It's just that handling it is a bit troublesome, cold dark. Yin energy continuously swirled around Su Changqing's body. Her face was contorted in pain, constantly breaking out in a cold sweat. Chen Ye sat down cross-legged, lifted her up so her body rested against his legs, closed his eyes and spoke. The pure yin body is an extremely precious innate physique, as long as it awakens smoothly. Even if the host is unconscious, it will naturally absorb surrounding yin energy for use. Cold, dark energy continuously seeped out from her abdomen. Suppressing the erupting yin energy in her body isn't difficult, but forcefully destroying her awakening means she can never cultivate in this lifetime. Saying that, he raised his hand to his mouth and lightly bit the tip of one finger. Seeing him do this, the system jumped. Old Master Yu. Saying that, he raised his hand to his mouth and lightly bit the tip of one finger. Seeing him do this, the system jumped. Old Master Yu. Falling moon. Flower condenses upon star soul. Firmly sealing 10,000 calamities upon true hand. He chanted, then placed 2 fingertips on her neck. Streams of red energy began to spread from his fingers onto her body, causing the cold, dark energy from Su Changqing's body to retract. Feeling uncomfortable, she let out an unconscious moan. The Chen Yue sect master, Yue Tianyin, bound by Chen Ye and sitting far off, saw him channeling spiritual energy into Su Changqing and cursed inwardly. Damn it. This person also came for the pure yin body. That girl's pure yin body is about to awaken. Now is the best chance to seize her body. After cultivating the fruit for so many years with such difficulty, how can I let a rotten Taoist like you easily snatch it away? Don't know what magic artifact this golden chain is, I actually can't break free. Whatever. Even if my divine soul suffers damage, I must take back the cauldron that belongs to me. She gritted her teeth, calculating silently. Thinking this, she began to cast her technique, universe reversing heaven's mandate. Soul hooking art. A soul immediately emerged from her body. That was the previous sect master of Chen Yue sect, the divine soul of Chen, Ju Yin. Being released, the old man thought resentfully, destroyed my physical body, imprisoned my divine soul. Yue Tian Yin, I want you to not die a peaceful death. In short, one day I, Qian Ju Yin, will take your life, the old man roared at her. She saw his anger and said, Damn old ghost, stop daydreaming. You are merely a remnant soul I've been nurturing. Go devour his divine soul for me. She controlled the old man to go out. Being controlled, he couldn't resist, only cursing, hateful. The heavens. Saint Master System suddenly turned back and saw the old man jumping in fright and quickly yelling, Old Master! Old Master! That woman released a pitch-black ghost soul. It's about to charge over. Chenya, still with eyes closed, casting spells on Su Changqing, heard it yell and said, Then what are you waiting for? Wait, what does the old master mean? It didn't understand his meaning. On the other side, Chen Zhuyin's divine soul was about to charge close. Seeing it didn't understand, he continued, Completely sealing the pure yin body still requires a little time. If disturbed, it will fail. Su Changqing will suffer backlash from the pure yin body. Block him for me. Block. But it hesitated. Seeing it hesitate, he opened his eyes, looked at it, and asked, I'm very curious how a system like you protects its host. Just right for me to see the methods of your heaven's Saint Master System. What unwilling. Seeing him start to get serious, it replied dejectedly, Xiaoshi wouldn't dare. I'm going right away, saying that it sighed. At this time, Chen Juyin's divine soul had flown close. The old man opened his mouth and let out a loud cry. The Heaven Saint Master System turned to face the old man and said, Tell me, wouldn't it be better for you, big sister, to lie still? Why must you provoke the old master and seek death, implicating me and forcing my hand? It grunted twice in annoyance and continued, If you came yourself, maybe I wouldn't do anything. Just a mere young soul body. Now let the old master see how formidable this Xiaoshi is. Great golden staff. Hiding Saint Master. Power. So awesome. Obey the staff. In the Xiaoshi's hand lit up. Suddenly, a warning sound echoed. Reminder, incorrect incantation for casting spell. Hearing this, the Xiaoshi immediately broke out in a cold sweat. So it raised its staff in another direction and recited Gunala Heaven's Gods. The warning sound echoed again. Reminder. Incorrect incantation for casting spell. I am the mighty one of the firmament. Hereby summon reminder. Incorrect incantation for casting spell. Unwilling to give up, the Xiaoshi changed the incantation again. Zawa Luduo reminder. Incorrect incantation for casting spell. Thou venerable old master. Great all disciples. Reminder. Incorrect incantation for casting spell. Incorrect incantation for casting spell. The warning sounded again. Due to excessive incorrect spell incantations, before the next version upgrade, the Saint Master System's self-defense authority is temporarily locked. Hearing that the Saint Master System's self-defense power was locked because it forgot the incantation, the Xiaoshi panicked, pulling its hair and yelling, It's over. What command phrase did I set during the upgrade? Chen Juyin's divine soul was now charging straight towards the Xiaoshi, making it panic and quickly fly back to Chen Ye for help. Old master, save me. Chen Ye saw it reciting one incantation over and over without getting it right. Snort, once break the demonic law incantation. Zhusha Qianzhou Yin's soul body was immediately bound tightly by beams of spiritual energy. Then, his entire body was pierced by beams of light. He only had time to scream a few times in agony. He was destroyed by Chen Ye in one move. Just as he disappeared, Yue Tianyin suffered a backlash and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Xiaoshi, hiding behind him, immediately gave a thumbs up and said, Old Master is still the most formidable. Your golden mouth just opened and that ghost was destroyed, as it was speaking. It gasped in surprise. It turned out Su Changqing was about to wake up. Chen Ye supported her, leaning against him, continuously casting spells, saying, Stabilize your mind. Try to focus the power you feel in your body towards your lungs. There's a seal I placed there. Xiao Shi looked on in surprise and said, Old Master Little Changqing Shi. Su Changqing let out a soft cry, strands of spiritual energy still swirling around her. Seeing this, Xiao Shi asked puzzledly, Old Master, isn't the pure yin body sealed? Chen Ye replied, The yin energy in her body is too dense. The excess must be quickly released. It can only be this way. Saying that, he raised his hand, blue streams of spiritual energy continuously swirling around his fingertips. Chen Ye raised his hand and said, This is the only way. Yue Tianyin's entire body was lifted into the air. He leaned down and asked Su Changqing, lying beside him, Do you want to deal with the enemy with your own hands? Now I give you this chance. Vent all the yin energy in your body. Hearing him, she opened her eyes and released the hatred of all these years. Yue Tianyin was bound tightly by golden chains and lifted high. She was tied up, unable to move. Her entire body enveloped in an ice-cold aura. Chen Ye and Xiao Shi stood still watching her. An ice path formed from where she walked. She walked up to Yue Tianyin and stopped. Although Yue Tianyin was almost frozen by the cold air, she still didn't give up, muttering, Cauldron, my cauldron. The ice-cold aura emanating from Su Changqing continuously radiated, startling Yue Tianyin back to her senses. Seeing her, she said fearfully, What do you want to do? Hey, don't come over here, she pleaded, her face pale as streams of ice-cold energy continuously flew towards her. Spare me. I don't want to die, she pleaded incessantly in extreme fear. Su Changqing didn't say a word to her, just reached out her hand. No, she screamed in terror. Su Changqing's ice-cold hand landed on her head. A second later, her entire body was frozen into a large block of ice. Seeing this, Xiao Shi said, Little Changqing is amazing. I feel cold too. It snuggled into Chen Ye's robes, shivering uncontrollably. Chen Ye calmly watched and said, This is just residual pure yin power. If she were allowed to mature, a wave of her hand releasing. Extreme yin qi could freeze even the soul. The legendary pure yin body, after cultivating to the final supreme yin, divine body, can even freeze time. Hearing him say that, Xiao Shi said, freezing time too. The pure yin body isn't that strong then. Suddenly he realized something and thought inwardly, Wait a minute. The ability to freeze time. Ahead, Su Changqing was raising her hand, preparing to strike. Sharp ice shards surrounded her arm. She looked towards Yue Tianyin, then forcefully swung the sharp ice shards towards her. The block of ice enveloping her immediately cracked and shattered into many large and small ice pieces. As the ice block shattered, Su Changqing suddenly lost her strength. Her body, along with the ice chunks, seemed to lose gravity and fell down. But an arm reached out and gently caught her. She fainted again. Chen Ye caught her, checked, and said, The pure yin power in her body has basically been fully released. The Xiao Shi system suddenly saw a notification. It turned to look at the notification panel. Hidden quest activated. It immediately pointed at the notification panel and called out, Old Master, look, it's a hidden quest. This hidden quest came so quickly. Text appeared on the notification panel. Hidden quest content, Inner Demon of the Mo. Zhu. The host needs to help Su Changqing resolve the negative emotions accumulated over these 5 years. Quest reward 5,000. Sheng Shi points one mysterious item. Quest punishment. Su Changqing's own negative emotions will completely transform into an inner demon, causing her to fall into the demonic path. Current progress, 25%. After reading the hidden quest content, Chen Ye, while holding Su Changqing in his arms, said, It's good that the hidden quest activated early. Xiao Shi, find me a place with no people to stop. I need to treat her injuries. Hearing this, Xiao Shi happily replied, All right, Xiao Shi will immediately locate coordinates. Old Master. Inner demon, pure yin body. The Baifa Mozu in the war. Back then destroyed countless worlds. Things are starting to get interesting. The cloud dragon continued to fly. At the Dao Palace, the form of the Tianluoji inside a building. On a bed, Su Changqing lay unconscious, occasionally crying out in discomfort and pain. Xiao Shi, sitting beside her, saw her discomfort and asked, Is little Changqing having a nightmare? In Su Changqing's nightmare, she was witnessing the massacre of her entire Su clan. Blood flowed everywhere. Countless people dead. Continuous screams echoing, Leave no one alive. Ye Tianyin held her father tightly high up. Her father asked, "Tell me, where is that girl with the pure yin body?" Her mother lay in pain on the ground about to be killed by someone, but still worried incessantly about her Chinga run quickly. The blood-stained blade stabbed down forcefully. She woke up abruptly, in fear, tears streaming down her face non-stop. She sat up clutching her chest and crying. Then she pulled the blanket around her body, looked around and wondered, "Where is this?" Chen Ye's voice came from outside the window. "You're awake. There are clothes on the table. Come see me after you've dressed." She turned and immediately saw a set of neatly folded clothes on the table. After putting on the clothes, she stepped out of the room. Chen Ye was sitting reading a book and drinking tea. Seeing her come out, he gestured to the spot opposite him and said, "Come here." She walked over and sat down where he indicated. He moved the book behind his back and stored it in his space. Then he looked at her and asked, "Is there any discomfort in your body?" Hearing his question, she let out a soft sound and then fell silent. "Do you remember what happened before you were imprisoned by the Qian Yuanzong?" At this question, she remained completely silent. Seeing she didn't answer, he picked up his teacup, took a sip, and then asked the system, "Xiao Shi, what's wrong with her state?" Xiao Shi looked at her scan on the system panel and replied, "Reporting to Old Master, the report shows little Changqing's current health status has no issues." Hearing it say that, he turned to ask her, "Su Changqing, do you know why I wanted to save you?" Hearing his question, she looked up at him, seemed about to say something, but then stopped. She lowered her head and started taking off her outer robe. Seeing her suddenly remove her outer robe, Chen Ye was taken aback. The Xiaoshu system was also startled and looked at her. She took off her robe completely, then looked at him shyly and hesitantly. "To repay you, my body is yours." Su Changqing, covering her chest with both hands, slowly walked forward. 2 streams of tears flowed silently down her face. She walked closer into Chen Ye's embrace and gently took hold of his lapels. Seeing her like this, the Xiaoshu system hesitated. "Little Changqing, this is." Chen Ye looked at her and said, "That's enough." Tears fell continuously from her small face, and she occasionally let out a sob. "Put your clothes back on." "I think you must have misunderstood something," he said, then reached out and gently fastened her robe for her. Hearing him speak, she still said nothing, just raised her hand to wipe away the endlessly falling tears. Chen Ye continued, "This seat didn't save you for your body. You're pure yin. Physique, you are a girl. In the future, don't casually undress in front of others. Do you understand?" He instructed her. "If you truly want to repay my kindness, then become my disciple." Hearing him say this, Su Changqing looked up slightly at him and hesitated. "Become disciple." Tears still gently rolled down from the corners of her eyes. "Maz ter Maz." She looked at him and tried to call out, seeing her struggle. He said, "Take your time, no need to rush." She lowered her head slightly. "Maz master. Master, master." Suddenly, she sobbed even harder. The tears that seemed to have stopped flowed even more profusely. "Master." She gently leaned into his embrace, sobbing, as if releasing everything she had endured over the past few years. He gently patted her back, comfortingly. "From now on, you are my Chen Ye's disciple. No one in the heavens and myriad realms will be able to bully you anymore." 2 large characters appeared on the system's information panel. Seeing this, the Xiaoshu system said happily, "Completed. It seems to have gone more smoothly than last time, huh?" A few days later, Su Changqing was sitting in her room focusing on cultivation. Chen Ye sat reading a book to the side with the Xiaoshu system right beside him. Suddenly, streams of cold air flew toward Xiaoshu, causing it to shrink back and let out a loud sneeze, achoo. It quickly burrowed into Chen Ye's robes, shivering, and said, "Old Master, it's too cold near little Changqing. Maybe we should sit a bit further away." Hearing it speak, Chen Ye replied, "She has never cultivated before. This is her first time circulating a heavenly cycle on her own. Wait a little longer." Xiaoshu shivered in his robes. "All right then," saying that he thought inwardly, the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the human emperor realm, although not pure. The spiritual energy in this Tianluoji is mixed, containing a lot of evil. Yin aura. It's a suitable environment for the demonic path to arise, according to the original history. As long as Changqing avoids that calamity, combined with her pure yin, physique fleeing into the demonic path seems like the obvious outcome. The inner demon quest is a breakthrough. Now that Su Changqing has become my disciple, the trajectory of fate has changed. If she doesn't become the Mozu in the future, how will that affect the heavens and myriad realms? A hand gently tugged at his sleeve. Noticing the movement, he broke out of his thoughts, turned around and asked, "What is it?" Su Changqing held out two books, the Taiyin Xuan Ni Dian and the Dao Yi Yen Shengjing. She looked at him hesitantly. "Master, I'm finished." He lightly tapped her on the head and said, "After circulating the heavenly cycle, you must combine these two techniques and cultivate them together. The Dao Yi Yan, Shengjing can temper the body and refine spiritual energy, while the Tai Yin Xuan Ni Dian is the cultivation technique specifically for your pure yin physique. Only by cultivating these two techniques in combination can you gradually remove the seal this master placed on you. By now you should be able to feel the yin energy flowing below your abdomen," he said, then looked down at her belly. Hearing him say that, she immediately lifted her robe, revealing her abdomen, and said, "The seal is here." He immediately used the book in his hand to rap her on the head. "Pull your clothes down." Being hit, she cried out in pain and pulled her clothes down. He continued, "During this time, you must cultivate these two techniques diligently. Wait until you reach the peak of the mortal realm. This master will take you out for experiential training. If you don't want to return to the days of being bullied like before, then you yourself must become stronger. Do you understand?" After listening to his instructions for a while, she replied, "Understood." Time continued to pass. Su Changqing sat focusing on cultivation in her room, streams of cold air continuously flying around her. Xiaoshu, still cold, remained hidden in Chen Ye's chest at this moment. Chen Ye was sitting cross-legged looking at the system's information panel. Suddenly he called out. Xiaoshu, shivering from the cold, immediately asked upon hearing his call, "What is it, old master? I want to use the system lottery draw." It immediately jumped out from his robe onto the notification panel. "All right, speaking of the lottery draw, I don't feel cold anymore. Let me check old master's rewards from completing the previous quest add up to exactly 10 lottery chances." Hearing it say that, he impatiently said, 10 times is too troublesome. Draw them all at once. It pointed to a button on the notification panel. Okay, then, the button for 10. Consecutive draws is here. He pressed it without hesitation. A circular panel with 5 differently colored sections appeared and began to spin. After spinning through once, the winning items dropped down. Seeing these items, Xiaoshu slumped and said, "The luck this time doesn't seem very good." On the second spin, the needle stopped on the yellow section. Seeing this, Xiaoshu cheered joyfully. Old master, it's yellow over there. Old master's luck is still as good as ever, huh?" But Chenya said, slightly annoyed, "Why does it feel like the probability for 10 consecutive draws is lower than the probability for single draws?" Xiaoshu was excited. "Let me see what we got this time." Saying that, it peered into the space and hesitated. Old master. He turned and asked it, "Is it an offensive type divine artifact, like last time?" It looked into the space while saying uncertainly, "Not exactly. It's just that this magic tool looks a bit strange. I don't know what it is either." "Old master, you should see for yourself." Saying that, it used all its strength to pull a golden sphere out from the space. As the sphere was pulled out, it shot outwards, knocking it off balance. After flying out, it hovered, shining brilliantly in the room. Seeing it, Su Changqing asked blankly, "Master?" The golden sphere gradually cracked and broke into small pieces, revealing the figure of a person. Seeing this, Xiaoshu was extremely astonished. "Old master, this is..." Inside the sphere was Fu Ling, a Tianjai humanoid puppet. Fu Ling opened her eyes and immediately called out, "Master," answering the master's call descending. The Xiaoshu system said happily, "Old master's luck is too heaven-defying. This is a sentient humanoid puppet, and it's Tianji. How wonderful." Chenya sat silently, not saying anything yet. Su Changqing walked over to Fu Ling's side and asked, "Master, this is..." He immediately answered her. "This is this. Master's magic tool." "Magic tool?" she asked in surprise. Xiao Shai was excitedly looking up Fu Ling's information on the system's info panel. Heavenly stage humanoid puppet. Fu Ling cultivation equivalent to human realm combat type puppet magic tool with learning capabilities. Cultivation level increases along with the master can also transform into any woman the host has seen. Chenya placed a hand on his chin, thinking, a heavenly stage puppet. Among the items I've collected, I've never had a magic tool like this. Thinking he said, Fu Ling, use your transformation ability. Fu Ling heard the command and immediately replied, as you command. Then her form began to change. A second later, she transformed into the appearance of Su Changqing. Su Changqing, standing beside her, saw someone else looking exactly like her, was startled, and stepped back to a corner to watch. Then she moved closer to look, covered her mouth in astonishment, and gasped. Pointing towards Fu Ling, she turned and quickly said to Chen Ye, Master. Chen Ye stood up and gently patted her head, saying, It's just a transformation. Nothing more. Xiao Shi flew closer to Fu Ling, looked, and said in amazement, She looks exactly like little Changqing, like she was cast from the same mold. Chen Ye walked closer to Fu Ling, gently lifted her hair, and said, It's not just the appearance. Even the cultivation level is imitated. I can even vaguely sense the yin energy of the pure yin physique. Not bad. Heaven-human realm cultivation level can transform into the master's appearance, but it's a pity. Changqing can't use it. Xiao Shi beside him heard this and said, Old master, if the junior disciple can't use it, you can give it to the senior disciple. After hearing it speak, he turned to look at it. Suddenly being stared at by him, it got startled. What? What is it? Old master, did I say something wrong? No, you make a lot of sense, saying that he gently pointed his finger, manipulating spiritual power. Modify authority. Set Ji Qianfan, disciple of this seat, as the second master, go to the human emperor, and help her complete the task of clearing out the human emperor realm. He pointed to the side, and a portal to another space appeared there. After hearing his command, Fu Ling immediately said, As you command. The portal to the other space gradually closed. In the human emperor realm Tianqi mountain range, the corpse of a large beast lay on the ground. Ji Qianfan was sitting jotting notes in a small notebook while saying, the Donghai giant turtle causing tsunamis, the Bashi causing trouble in Shanana, and there's also a cunning entity emitting incredibly captivating sounds. Next, there are earth dragons causing tremors, evil cultivators using children's souls to refine soul energy. She was sitting on Xiaoqing's back. She clutched her head and yelled, Why are there so many? When will this cleanup ever end? Suddenly, a portal to another space opened in the sky, and a figure shot out from within. Ji Qianfan, sitting on Xiaoqing's back, saw it and immediately became vigilant. She called out loudly Xiaoqing. Hearing her call, it looked towards the streak of light and let out a roar. That beam of light crashed heavily onto the ground, creating a large explosion. She shielded her face from the dust and looked over there. Heaven, human realm. An enemy attack, she speculated. From within the dust, Fu Ling gradually appeared. The golden beams of light surrounding her slowly faded. Ji Qianfan saw her and was astonished. A woman, this is... Fu Ling opened her eyes, looked at her, and said softly, Target confirmed. Human Emperor Ji Qianfan, identity confirmed. Fu Ling greets. Master Ji Qianfan was startled hearing her words. Huh, master. Fu Ling raised one hand and a wisp of smoke began to rise from her palm. The image of Chen Ye appeared. He materialized and said, Qianfan, it's me. Seeing him, she cheered with joy. Ah, it's master. He looked at her and continued. This is the heavenly stage puppet, Fu Ling. Her cultivation is at the heaven-human realm. She can freely transform into any girl you have ever met. During this time, when this master is not here, let her assist you in clearing out the human emperor realm. After speaking, his image disappeared. Hearing his words, Ji Qianfan went closer to Fu Ling, observed her, and said, Amazing. A heaven-human realm puppet and a white-haired girl too. Where did master find her for me? She reached out to touch Fu Ling's face. This face feels ice-cold, not cute at all. You can change your appearance, right? Hearing her question, Fu Ling immediately replied, Reporting to master, as long as it's an image you have seen, I can transform into it. It's also not limited to humans. Hearing it finish, she covered her mouth, giggled, and thought, anyone I've ever met can be transformed into. In that case, thinking this, she happily said aloud, Transform into master's appearance for me. Fu Ling heard the command and replied, As you command. Then she began to change into a different form. Ji Qianfan's eyes sparkled like stars as she watched expectantly. Xiaoqing also widened its eyes, watched, and let out a soft sound. A black-haired girl gradually appeared, with a full round bust and long slender legs. Fu Ling had transformed into a female version of Chen Ye, Seeing this, Ji Qianfan immediately said with delight, a woman. Oh, right, she can only transform into women. Whatever master transformed into a woman is also incredibly beautiful. She laughed excitedly twice and then rushed forward to hug Fu Ling tightly, her face pressed right against Fu Ling's bust. So big, so soft, and she even has master's scent, she exclaimed blissfully, sighing contentedly. On the other side, seeing this scene, Chen Ye suppressed his anger and clicked his tongue. Xiao Shi beside him, seeing his sudden anger, didn't understand what was happening. From Fu Ling's body came a resonant sound, the three purities formless, heavenly thunder art. Ji Qianfan, still hugging her tightly, suddenly heard this voice and recognized it, a master's voice. Suddenly, a large bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Being suddenly struck by lightning, Ji Qianfan screamed out in fear and pain. She was struck down flat on the ground by the lightning sob master. She cried, whimpering. Xiao Qing beside her, seeing her being struck, stifled its laughter. Its eyes curved as it watched her. Chen Ye materialized from Fu Ling's body and said, Fu Ling is a Tianji puppet, a humanoid spiritual artifact with sentience. In the future, she will grow alongside you. This master is currently in the heavenly net realm. She will urge you on this master's behalf. Oh, right. This master just accepted another disciple. From now on, you are the senior sister. You must be diligent in your cultivation. Otherwise, you'll quickly be surpassed by your junior sister. After speaking, Chen Ye's image disappeared. Fu Ling returned to her original form and said, Those were the words Master Dao Zun wished to convey to you. Ji Qianfan sat up, crossed her arms, puffed out her cheeks, and said, Gave me a puppet and used a lightning spell to strike me. Mean master. I already broke through to the Guikang realm a few days ago. When master wasn't here, I was also working very hard. Suddenly she realized that her new junior sister would be cultivating beside Chen Ye and said in panic, Wait, master just told me he accepted a junior sister. That junior sister being beside master, her cultivation will definitely surge if this continues. I won't lose. She stood up and shouted loudly, No matter how many junior brothers or sisters there are in the future, the disciple master dotes on, the most can only be me. Fu Ling heard her shout and immediately started recording. Beep, beep, voice transmission function activated, connected to Master Dao. Zun transmission started. No matter how many junior brothers or sisters there are in the future, the disciple master dotes on the most. Ji Qianfan saw it was about to transmit to master and panicked quickly, rushing to stop it. Hey, how embarrassing! Fu Ling stopped quickly. At Yuanmo Abyss, Huayang City, look over there. White hair so rare, could those two be father and daughter? A girl said curiously. The man beside her also looked and remarked, I feel it's not that simple. Just looking at their aura, you can tell they're not simple. Especially that man. He gives me a very strange feeling. The guy wearing a straw hat nearby heard this and also voiced his speculation. Are they here for experiential training in the Tianluo mountain range? I heard rumors that some kind of rare treasure is about to emerge in that mountain range. So many cultivators from major sects have come to the city recently. It must be because of that. The two people they were talking about were Chen Ye and Su Changqing. Xiao Shi flew behind the two. It looked around while saying, Little Changqing's hometown. I thought the cities in this world would be quite bleak. Hearing it speak, Chen Ye walked and said, The future Tianluojie is a den teeming with moshio, but that's something far in the future. Su Changqing looked at the street scenery and subtly shrank back. Seeing her like this, he wondered, could this also be part of the inner demon? Xiao Shi immediately said, No, I think little Changqing simply has social anxiety. The white hair of you two master and disciple is too eye-catching. Little Changqing isn't used to being stared at by so many people. Hearing it say this, he said, Qianfan doesn't seem to have this problem. Xiao Shi continued, Little Changqing was imprisoned in a dark room without sunlight for so many years. Her parents are no longer in the mortal world. It's very normal for a girl like this to lack a sense of security. Sense of security, Chen Ye thought inwardly. Then he reached out his hand and gently took Su Changqing's hand. Suddenly having her hand held by him, she was startled and looked up at him, master. He looked at her and said, If you're scared, hold this master's hand. She felt secretly happy and nodded slightly. Then while walking, she linked her arm with his and stared at him intently. Xiaoshi, flying behind, saw this and said, "This seems to attract even more attention." "Old master," he immediately said to Su Changqing, "I told you to hold. I didn't tell you to stare intently at this master." People around were watching the two of them, without taking their eyes off, looking at them. "They seem like lovers, don't they?" the crowd whispered. The Xiaoshi system crossed its arms and said, "Looks like old master really likes little Changqing." Little Qianfan didn't get this kind of treatment before. Suddenly a beeping notification sound was heard. Xiaoshi, who was mumbling, immediately paid attention to it. It happily clung to his shoulder. Old master, the hidden quest is here." The notification panel appeared, "All members demonic heads Su Changqing, due to her own experiences during her growth, accepted quite a few disciples with similar tragic circumstances. Later, these disciples all became infamous demonic heads who set foot in the heavens. The title Mo Zhu originated from this. Every time Su Changqing accepts a disciple, it will bring rewards to Old Master. At the same time, it also glorifies the sect of Myriad Daos. Across the Heavens quest, reward 10,000 Shengshi points. Basic reward. The more disciples, the more rewards. Quest punishment. Nun Xiaoshi poked its head out and said, "This cannot happen." Xiaoshi felt it was unnecessary and deleted it. Note: quest is limited to the heavenly net. Realm after leaving, the Tianluoji rewards will be automatically settled. Chen Ye finished reading the quest and said, "Accepting disciples for little Changqing." With her demeanor, Xiaoshi immediately said, "That's why Old Master's guidance is needed. Little Changqing now, I suspect even talking to normal people is very difficult for her." Suddenly the crowd around who had been watching Chen Ye started running in one direction. "They're here. They're here. Don't push. Let me see." A girl and a man were approaching. Seeing these two, the crowd cheered joyfully. "It's Gu Yuehan, the saintess of Yunu Gong. Ah, I'm going to die. Look quickly. Dao Yimen's Daozi. Li Changsheng is here too, he's so handsome. And there's also Tian Haimen's, Jin, Chang Wangsai. Jen, stop looking, none of them are yours anyway." Chen Ye saw these people and said, "Saintess Daozi 1 is mid-stage, divine soul. Stage 1 is early stage failures, are the talents of the Tian Luoji only at this level." The Xiaoshi system beside him heard this and said, "Hey, now the most naturally gifted Mozu of the Tian Luoji is already beside you. These few forgettable common goods naturally wouldn't catch Old Master's discerning eye." Suddenly someone called out to Chen Ye, "You two." A brown-haired man looked at him and asked, "Apologies for disturbing you. This humble one sees that you two esteemed individuals have extraordinary bearing. Surely you must be descendants of renowned families in the heavenly net realm. I wonder if you two would be interested in participating in the auction organized by our Yunlong Merchant Guild auction hearing." His question, the man continued, "Yes, weapons, techniques, pills. These things will all be auctioned. There are also some rare treasures whose value hasn't been appraised yet. By the way, the Saintess, the Daozi, and even the Jin Chang Wang will be participating in this auction." After thinking for a moment, he said to the man, "Then lead the way." The group moved towards the Yunlong auction house. Inside the auction hall, a large crowd had already gathered. The brown-haired man led Chen Ye and Su Changqing to a room. "This is the room prepared for you two. Please enter." Before entering, Chen Ye looked at him and asked, "What's your name? Why do you feel we qualify for a private room?" Hearing his question, the man immediately clasped his hands and said, "If you two don't mind, just call me Lin. Yet, to be honest, this humble one has been in this line of work for over 10 years. People call me the well-rounded, jade-faced young master, fiery-eyed golden pupil. From the first moment I met you two, I sensed you were absolutely not ordinary mortals. I believe you will definitely become major clients of our merchant guild." Once inside the room, Su Changqing asked Chen Ye puzzledly, "Master, aren't we supposed to go to the Tianluo mountain range?" He walked into the room, sat on a chair, and replied, "The thing in the Tianluo mountain range hasn't fully awakened yet. Going now is pointless. The lottery rewards were too useless. Perhaps here we can pick out a few items suitable for you." Hearing him call the lottery rewards useless, the Xiaoshi system said sadly, "Old Master, I'm sorry. Su Changqing, however, didn't understand what he was saying. Lottery rewards. Many question marks appeared above her head. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. Thank you, esteemed guests, for gracing the annual auction organized by our Yunlong Merchant Guild. I declare the auction officially open. Esteemed guests, please look. This is the Yin Shui Ling Shen, Yin Snow Spirit Ginseng, a spirit medicine obtained from the Tianluo mountain range. If any guests present cultivate yin attribute techniques, it will be extremely suitable for you, but even if not consuming it, can still boost cultivation. Starting price 1,000 spirit stones. On the tray sat a large white ginseng root surrounded by wisps of cold air. Immediately someone held up a paddle and shouted, I bid 1,500 spirit stones. Another person also raised a paddle, 2,000 spirit stones. In a room, Li Changsheng and Gu Yuehan were talking. Li Changsheng said, I thought with the Saintess's disposition you wouldn't be interested in these mundane auctions. Hearing him say that, she replied, although the items in an auction of this scale are useless to you and me, there are many disciples in the sect. Watching for a bit is fine. A fierce-looking brown-haired man shouted loudly 2,200 spirit stones. Someone nearby also gently raised a paddle, 2,300 spirit stones. Xiaonan, sitting between those two, hadn't made a move yet. The jade ring on her hand glowed. Little girl, that spirit ginseng is very useful to me. I want it. Hearing the owner of this voice wanted it, she replied, all right, I know. Saying that, she held up the paddle high and shouted 5,000 spirit stones. Hearing this price, the people around immediately started whispering. The auctioneer heard her bid and immediately asked, loudly, 5,000 spirit stones. 5,000 spirit stones going once, 5,000 spirit stones going twice. Is there anyone bidding higher? A calm voice sounded out. 6,000 spirit stones. This voice made Xiaonan look over in surprise because she thought no one would bid higher than her, and the Yin Shui Ling Shen would be hers. The person who just bid turned out to be Gu Yuehan. Li Changsheng beside her was also surprised when she bid. People in the hall immediately recognized her and whispered, the Saintess. If the esteemed Saintess is bidding, then there's no chance. That's right, it's not necessary to offend Yunu Gong over a spirit herb. Xiaonan heard this and cursed angrily. Damn it! The voice from the ring on her hand sounded again. Hey, pay attention to your image a bit. Don't speak so crudely. With our current strength, we can't snatch it. Wait until this old lady ascends to the heaven-human realm. I'll definitely storm Yunu Gong and make that Gu Yuehan kneel and call me grandma. At this time, Chen Ye had also noticed Xiaonan. He looked towards her and thought inwardly, familiar aura. Interesting. There are two of them. Su Changqing, sitting beside him, spoke softly, calling Master. Master, that spirit. Ginseng emits yin energy. Seeing her hesitation, he said, if you want it, bid, but I don't know how many spirit stones it's worth, bid whatever. As long as you can win the bid, it's fine. Hearing him speak, she picked up the auction paddle. Whatever. In the other room, Li Changsheng was asking Gu Yuehan's Saintess, must you obtain this spirit ginseng? She replied, auctions. Inherently go to the highest bidder. If the Daozi is interested, you can also participate in the bidding. Hearing her say that, he said, how could I dare? How could this humble Taoist dare not give face to the Saintess, saying that, he chuckled twice. Van auction paddle was raised, accompanied by a trembling voice. 10,000. Hearing someone bid Li Changsheng, and the other person immediately turned to look in astonishment, because they thought no one else would bid against Gu Yuehan. Su Changqing held the paddle, stood out on the balcony, made the bid, and said, I bid 100,000 spirit stones. The auctioneer, face covered in sweat, swallowed hard. 100,000 spirit stones. Everyone turned in astonishment to look at Su Changqing. This young lady bids 100,000 spirit stones. The people present in the auction hall immediately started whispering among themselves. Where did this rich lady come from? What kind of concept is 100,000 spirit stones? That's equivalent to the annual expenses of a mid-sized sect. No, that's not the point. This white-haired young lady actually dares to openly challenge the Saintess. I've never heard of someone like this. There's a good show to watch this time. Daring to snatch items from Yunu Gong, isn't this slapping the Saintess in the face? Another person also said. Li Changsheng looked at Su Changqing and said, slightly annoyed, Which sect is that little girl from daring to snatch something the esteemed saintess has her eye on? Hearing him say that, Gu Yuehan put on an air of indifference and said, "It's just a ginseng root, not worth troubling the Daozi." Xiaonan, however, laughed gleefully twice and said, "That pretentious bitch Gu Yuehan finally has this day 100,000 spirit stones. That white-haired female cultivator seems to be a rich lady, huh? Later after the auction ends, just rob her, that'll do," she calculated. The voice from the ring sounded again, reminding her, "Hey, be careful not to court death. Someone who casually throws out 100,000 spirit stones to buy herbs. The sect behind her is definitely no weaker than Yunu Gong." The auctioneer immediately asked guest in room 7 bids 100,000 spirit stones. "Is anyone bidding higher?" No one. "I declare this Yin She Ling Shen belongs to the guest in room 7, saying that he struck the gavel down." Cheers immediately erupted from below, startling Su Changqing. She looked back fearfully at Chen Ye and asked, "Master, did I cause trouble?" Chen Ye, sitting with eyes closed and legs crossed on the chair, replied, "It's fine. If you like it, just bid for it." The Xiaoshu system was at his side, massaging his shoulders. Any single item from Old Master's collection could buy this entire Tianluoji. Just buy with peace of mind. Even if the sky falls, you have your master to support you. "Old Master, is this pressure, all right?" Hearing it ask, he replied, "A bit more pressure." It happily replied, "Okay then." Su Changqing couldn't see the Xiaoshu system, so she didn't understand what her master was talking about. Pressure. A bit more, she wondered and thought inwardly, does master feel my bid wasn't high enough? As for Chen Ye, he was relaxing with his eyes closed, thinking interesting encountered transmigrators so quickly. The other one is even a soul entity. This trip to the auction was worth it after all. Seeing his seemingly good mood, the Xiaoshu system asked, did Old Master encounter something joyful? He reached out his hand, startling it, causing it to quickly lean back warily. He then used his hand to continuously pinch its face and said, "The transmigrators have appeared. One is a soul that transmigrated into a body of this world. The other is in a remnant soul state. Teach 2 transmigrators." Suddenly, Xiaonan sensed danger, seeing her acting unusual. The voice from the ring sounded asking Nangirl. Seeing her acting unusual, the voice from the ring sounded asking Nangirl, "What's the opponent's cultivation level? Let me check." The ring on her hand continuously emitted streams of spiritual energy. Inside the illusory realm space, Qing Shuang was checking who was paying attention to the two of them. Suddenly she opened her eyes wide in fright and said, "The opponent's aura disappeared." Hearing this, Xiaonan clicked her tongue and said, "Help me conceal my aura. After the auction ends, we'll slip away." Hearing this, Qing Shuang immediately said, "Can't run. There are many people at the auction and several disciples from major sects are here. The opponent probably wouldn't dare do anything here. If we run outside, it's hard to say." After hearing this, Xiaonan clicked her tongue again, "Just help me conceal my aura." "All right." The auctioneer, after finalizing one item, continued hosting, saying, "The next auction item is the skeleton of a Shenpo Jing demonic beast found in the Bingfeng mountain range. It contains extreme cold." Before he finished speaking, a soft, hesitant voice sounded out, 100. "It was Su Changqing. I bid 1,000 spirit stones." The people at the auction turned to look at her in disbelief. Gu Yuehan was also astonished. 1,000 spirit stones. Li Changsheng stood up abruptly, saying incredulously, "Is that white-haired woman crazy? Our sect's annual expenditure is also around 1,000 just for this one demonic beast skeleton." Xiaonan also looked towards Su Changqing. "Is the person in room 7. Stupid. Once a bid is made at an auction, it cannot be retracted. If they can't produce that many spirit stones, according to auction rules, everyone present has the right to reclaim it." Seeing everyone's reaction, Su Changqing asked confusedly, 1,000. "Is that not okay?" The auctioneer immediately stammered, Of course it's okay. 1,000 going once. 1,000 going twice. I think no one will bid higher. I declare this demonic beast skeleton belongs to the guest in room 7, he said hurriedly, seeing the skeleton was now hers. Su Changqing let out a breath. The Xiaoshu system sitting on Chen Ye's shoulder raised its finger to count. How many zeros is $1,000? Old Master Little Changqing bidding. Like that, is it really no problem? Chenye leisurely picked up his teacup, took a sip, and replied, No problem, let her be.